Chapter 41, Warming Up, Lin Feng's Method. After arriving at the scene of the three-person two-footed race, Lin Feng handed in the proof of registration, and they were given 2 ropes and were allowed to enter the venue to warm up. "Dad, are we going to be like them?" Xuanxuan asked curiously, pointing to a family of 3 next to them. This family of 3 had already tied the ropes to their feet. The son was in the middle, with his left and right feet tied to his mother's right and left feet respectively, and his father's right and left feet. It looked like there were 3 people, but in fact there were only 2 pairs of feet. This is the origin of the name 3 people, 2 feet. They ran forward together, but after only 3 or 4 meters, it was obvious that the father's feet were too big, and the mother and son couldn't keep up, so the rhythm was disrupted. After running for a while, they each ran their own way, and eventually fell face first onto the soft mat. Ha ha ha. This scene elicited bursts of laughter from the audience. Of course, there was no mockery intended, everyone just found it funny, and the family of 3, lying on the mat, couldn't help but laugh as well. Yes. Later, we're going to do the same, running to the finish line in one go, and whoever is fastest is the champion. Lin Feng laughed. It looks so difficult. Will it hurt if I fall? Xuanxuan looked away again, a little scared as people kept falling over. Xuanxuan, don't be afraid, your mommy and daddy are here to protect you, and the air mattress is very soft, so it won't hurt if you fall. Lin Feng reassured her. Lu Shui encouraged her, didn't you want to be the first one across, just like your doll? Then show some confidence and let's work hard together, come on. She gave her daughter a cheering gesture. Usually, Lu Shui is very gentle and sweet, but once she gets serious, she is definitely a strong woman who takes decisive action. She gets things done cleanly and efficiently, and no difficulties or obstacles can stop her. It was clear that she had already gotten serious about this competition. It seems that she has been influenced by her mother, and Xuanxuan also suddenly gained confidence. She nodded repeatedly and gave a cheering gesture, saying, "Yes, come on." She stamped her feet, her voice was babyish, and with her emoticons, she was more than cute and charming. "Okay, let's warm up first, tie up the feet first. Yuan, come here, stand between your mom and dad." Lin Feng said. Okay. Xuanxuan nodded and immediately stood in the middle. Lin Feng and Lu Shui took the rope and tied their right feet and left heels to Xuanxuan's. "Okay, let's try walking first," Lin Feng said. Lu Shui and Xuanxuan nodded. So they each took a step. However, it was obvious that they were each walking on their own. They only took the first step and tripped over each other's feet, falling onto the soft cushion. Lin Feng, Lu Shui, and Xuanxuan all looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. A bad start. They fell after just one step, it's so embarrassing. Lu Shui couldn't help but say. Xuanxuan nodded repeatedly, saying, "Aha, so many people are watching." She's a little embarrassed. Don't be discouraged, this is just the beginning, so show some confidence. Lin Feng stood up and said, "Just now, it was obvious that we didn't have the method down. So, let's slow down our footwork. I'll take the left foot first, and Xuanxuan, you take the right foot. Wifey, you take the left foot. Let's take the first step together, got it?" "Aha, got it." Xuanxuan and Lu Shui immediately stood up as well, nodding repeatedly. The 3 of them stood in a row, and as Lin Feng instructed, Lu Shui and Xuanxuan tied their feet together, while Lin Feng took his left step. Very good. Next, I will take my right step, Xuanxuan your left, and my wife your right. Take it slowly, and make the steps smaller. Lin Feng continued. Lu Shui and Xuanxuan were very clever and immediately followed instructions, and the 3 of them successfully took their second step. Very good, let's repeat the first one, Xuanxuan takes the right foot, my wife takes the left foot, I also take the left foot, and keep repeating the cycle like this. Lin Feng said as he took his left foot. Lu Shui and Xuanxuan followed immediately. Next time, without Lin Feng reminding them, they knew how to take their steps. Once they got the rhythm, it was actually just like walking normally. Very good, that's it, faster. Lin Feng said excitedly. After the 3 gradually mastered the method, they walked faster and faster, and in the end they slowly ran. However, as the pace continued to increase, the rhythm once again became chaotic, and in the end the 3 tripped again and fell to the ground. But Lin Feng, Lu Shui, and Xuanxuan were not discouraged at all, but were instead very excited, because compared to the first time, they had improved so much that as long as they repeated it a few more times, they would definitely get faster and faster. "Honey, why don't we learn from them and shout the slogans together? That will definitely make us faster," Lu Shui suddenly suggested. He looked into the distance, where a family of 3 was running forward while shouting 1, 2, 1, 2, with not only speed but also a very good rhythm. Lin Feng also looked over, and his brows involuntarily furrowed. The other party was really a bit too fast. The key was that they were a son, and they were all probably 7 years old, so they were perfectly able to keep up with their parents' rhythm. On the contrary, Xuanxuan is not only a daughter, but also younger, so Lin Feng and Lu Shui simply cannot let up on the pace, and the little girl simply cannot keep up. If they want to come in first, I'm afraid the chances are slim. Lin Feng couldn't help but think, a little discouraged. Lu Shui noticed her husband's expression and immediately guessed what the other was thinking. Smiling, she reassured him, "Hubby, as long as we work hard and fight for it, that's the best we can do." Hearing this, Lin Feng gathered his thoughts, turned to his wife and smiled, saying, "Well, you're right." But having said that, he paused for a moment and said, "But I've thought of a way, and there might still be a chance." "What way?" Lu Shui asked. "I'm not sure if it's cheating or not. It's to have Xuanxuan's feet step on the insteps of our right and left feet, tie them with a rope, and when we run, let Xuanxuan hold onto our arms and lift with all her strength." Lin Feng said this method is also something he saw on Douyin. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui's eyes lit up and she said, "I think this method is feasible and definitely not cheating. We are indeed 3 people on 2 feet. Even if we don't step on the tops of each other's feet, we can lift Xuanxuan up and run with all our strength. She is so light that I think it will be fine. Good, let's do it this way." Lin Feng made the final decision. If it's an honest competition, Lin Feng and the others are afraid that they will hardly come in first, the chances are slim. After all, the other children are not only older than Xuanxuan, they are also boys, which is unfair. In order to get the reward offered by the system, Lin Feng had to choose this method. As for whether it is cheating or not, there are no clear rules, so it is obviously fine. "Dad, Mom, what are you talking about?" Xuanxuan obviously didn't understand, and asked with big eyes. "We're discussing how to get first place," Lu Shui laughed. "Xuanxuan, we're going to start running a different way now. You raise your hands and put your arms around your parents' arms, and then you relax your legs and don't exert any force," Lin Feng said. Although Xuanxuan seemed to understand, she still nodded. So Xuanxuan held out her hands and hugged her father and mother. The little girl was very light, and Lin Feng and Lu Shui basically didn't have to exert any force to lift her up. "Honey, let's start. You take a left step, I'll take a right step, and run forward," Lin Feng said. "Okay," Lu Shui said. "Go." As soon as the words fell, the 2 of them ran at the same time, while Xuanxuan was carried along. This time, the 3 of them were very fast, a little faster than the family of 3 they had seen before. In one breath, they reached the finish line and stopped. "Wow, that was fast," Xuanxuan exclaimed. Lin Feng and Lu Shui were also full of excitement, looking at each other, their faces filled with excitement. "Participants, take your positions, the competition will begin soon, please get ready. Staff, please clear the area and maintain order. Spectators, please do not enter the competition area, you can cheer for our participants from the outside. Thank you for your cooperation." And at this time, with the host's opening remarks, the competition was officially announced to begin soon. Parents hurriedly brought their children to the starting line, and in no time at all, the competition area was empty. Chapter 42, Sprint, First Place. A total of 15 families participated in this 3-legged race, all of them parents with their sons and daughters. There were no requirements for the age of the parents, but the sons and daughters had to be under the age of 10. Generally, the children were around 8 years old, so from this point of view, Xuanxuan, who was just over 4 years old, naturally had a big disadvantage. Welcome brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts, to come and cheer. The 3-person 2-legged race is about to begin, so please give a warm round of applause to cheer everyone on. The female hostess walked up with a loud voice, holding a megaphone in her hand. "Pop! Go! Go!" As soon as the words fell, the audience burst into warm applause. At this moment, the participating families had already arrived on their respective running tracks, and a special staff member had checked to make sure that each family had tied their feet and was not cheating. "Xuanxuan, don't be nervous. Just act like you did before. Just hold onto my arm and my mom's arm, okay?" Lin Feng noticed that his daughter was a little nervous in the face of the spotlight and the applause, and immediately reached out and rubbed her little head, reassuring her. "Dad's right, don't be nervous, Mommy's here too." Lu Shui also hurriedly reassured her, reaching out and shaking her daughter's hand. Feeling the love of her parents, Xuanxuan, who had been a little nervous, gradually settled down. She nodded and said, "Well, I'm not nervous." Hearing this, Lin Feng and Lu Shui also let their hearts settle. "Honey, I'll yell the slogan later," Lin Feng said. "Okay." Lu Shui nodded. At this time, the host came up to the participants and asked loudly, "Parents and children, are you ready?" "Yes." Everyone responded. "Get ready, on your marks." The host shouted. Hearing this, everyone immediately made the starting position. Lin Feng and Lu Shui quickly took Xuanxuan's arm and lifted her up with a little force. "Run!" As the words fell, the 15 families immediately rushed out, but 2 families were too panicked and kept stepping on the rhythm, causing them to fall behind. So just after running 2 or 3 steps, they fell on the air cushion. But they didn't give up. With the encouragement of the crowd, they got up immediately, adjusted their rhythm, and immediately continued running forward. As for Lin Feng, Lu Shui, and Xuanxuan, as soon as they heard the word run, they rushed out first. They were very fast. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, Lin Feng shouted out loud. As he shouted faster and faster, Lu Shui ran faster and faster. As for Xuanxuan, she didn't need to be bothered at all. She was now being lifted up the whole time, and she just needed to move her feet to keep up. In addition to them, there were 3 other families that were also very fast. The children in 2 of the families were all boys, over 8 years old, tall and strong, and they cooperated very well, running really fast. There was also a family with a daughter, and they actually chose the same method as Lin Feng and lifted their daughter up. At first, they could keep up the pace, but then the parents really couldn't lift anymore. After all, their daughter was already over 7 years old and a bit heavy, so they slowed down halfway through the race. "Look, now there are 3 families maintaining an even state, let's cheer for them. The race is about to sprint." The host shouted. "Come on! Come on!" The audience was particularly excited, and the elderly people took on a bargaining attitude and cheered for the participants loudly. Lin Feng glanced and found that he was still lagging behind the family on his right. He knew that he had to exert himself. So he increased the strength in his hands. He was very strong, and almost single-handedly, he lifted Xuanxuan up, which greatly reduced Lu Shui's burden and allowed her to produce a faster speed. Lin Feng shouted faster and faster, and their speed quickly increased. In the eyes of the audience, they saw the Lin family of 3 suddenly speed up, overtake the first place by a large margin, and pull away by 2 or 3 meters. Then they dashed straight across the finish line, and the 3 of them collapsed onto the air mattress. "Ah, first place. Wife, Xuanxuan, we won first place." Lin Feng laughed and embraced his wife and daughter. Lu Shui was out of breath, as she was not as physically fit as Lin Feng, but she was also overjoyed. She held out her arms and tightly embraced her husband and daughter. Her face was covered in a smile, as she said, "Yes, we are number 1, we are amazing." Xuanxuan was lying in the middle, feeling the warm embrace of her parents. At this moment, she felt incredibly happy, and her face was covered in a smile. She giggled, "We can get a stuffed animal now, yay!" Xuanxuan was so happy, giggling with joy. "Let's give a big round of applause to congratulate our first place winners, the Xuanxuan family." The host ran over and looked at the Lin Feng family of 3 and said excitedly, "Clap, clap, clap." The audience's applause got even louder as they witnessed a fierce competition. The rest of the contestants also gradually reached the finish line. The host came up to the Lin Feng, Lu Shui, and Xuanxuan family of 3. Just as he was about to say something, suddenly a burly middle-aged man rushed up and angrily said, "I don't accept it, they cheated." On hearing this, everyone looked at him. "Yes, they cheated." A woman immediately agreed. They were the family that came after Lin Feng's family of 3. If they hadn't sped up at the end, they would have won first place. "Sir, madam, calm down, everyone is watching. Xuanxuan's family did not cheat." The host laughed. "How could they not have cheated? They all lifted the little brat up and ran, how is that not cheating?" "That's not how you play 2-legged," the man pointed at Lin Feng's family. However, before he could finish speaking, a sudden angry shout rang out, "Shut up! Who told you to insult my daughter? Apologize!" This shout of anger was like a bolt from the blue. Lin Feng walked up with murderous intent rising. His eyes were about to burst into flames. The middle-aged man was immediately startled by Lin Feng's aura, especially noticing the murderous look in the other party's eyes. He couldn't help but feel a sudden chill in his heart, as if he had been fixed by a poisonous snake. Not only him, but many people around him were also scared by the furious Lin Feng, including Lu Shui. However, the latter reacted extremely quickly and hurriedly rushed forward to hold Lin Feng's arm, afraid that he would act on impulse. But she was also extremely angry, and stared at the middle-aged man and said, "My daughter has a name, not the brat you call her. You must apologize." Looking at Lin Feng and Lu Shui, who were closing in on them, the middle-aged man was at a loss. He felt that he couldn't hold his face, but if he apologized, in front of his wife and son, wouldn't it be even more embarrassing? Yes, he must apologize. I also have a daughter. Whoever says this about my daughter, I will fight to the death with him. Yes, that's too much. Besides, the other person obviously didn't cheat. It's a two-person race, so all you have to do is tie up the other person's legs, and then it's no longer anyone's business how they run. If you put it that way, just look at how old your child is, and how old the other person's daughter is. You're such a narrow-minded man. The crowd of onlookers were talking excitedly, clearly taking the side of the Lin family. They turned on the middle-aged man, scoffing at him and disapproving of his actions. The middle-aged man and his family had previously been arrogant, but in the face of universal condemnation, they had lost their temper. Perhaps they also felt that they were in the wrong, because the middle-aged man gritted his teeth and decided to apologize. Ah! There's a snake! But just then, someone suddenly shouted in the crowd, which immediately triggered exclamations of surprise, and the scene immediately became chaotic. Chapter 43, Pursuing the Human Traffickers. Hearing that there was a snake, Lin Feng was shocked. He immediately protected his wife and Xuanxuan behind him. In the other direction where the crowd gathered, there were suddenly exclamations of alarm, and everyone scattered in fear. 3 1-meter long green snakes were seen, frightened, darting around on the ground, scaring the crowd into panic and causing them to dodge. One of the snakes even raised its head, arched its body, and spit out its tongue, looking ready to attack. There were many elderly people and children at the scene, and they were so frightened that they fled in all directions. Many people fell to the ground, and the scene was in complete chaos. It was strange. How could there suddenly be snakes in the playground? Lin Feng was very puzzled and surprised when he saw what was happening. Snakes usually appear in the mountains or in very hidden places, and amusement parks have a high flow of people, so there is no way there could be snakes there. This is really strange. Lin Feng was puzzled as he looked around. Suddenly, his gaze caught sight of someone. It was him. Lin Feng's heart tightened, because this person was the one who had been following him before. He saw him quickly moving in a certain direction, where a woman appeared. In the woman's arms, there was a handsome little boy about 5 or 6 years old, who seemed to be asleep, or perhaps unconscious, lying motionless on the woman's shoulder. These two people were Xuanxuan and Xuanxuan. After the two of them merged, they immediately pushed their way out of the crowd. Something's fishy. Lin Feng immediately sensed that something was wrong, and hurriedly turned back to Lu Shui and said, "Honey, it's right here. Protect Xuanxuan and don't go anywhere." "Honey, you." Lu Shui was surprised, but before she could finish speaking, Lin Feng had already squeezed into the crowd, quickly chasing after the two of them like a nimble loach. Intuition told Lin Feng that these two were most likely human traffickers, and the child in their hands was most likely stolen. Not long after Lin Feng chased out, an old woman suddenly shouted anxiously, "Yang Yang, where are you? Yang Yang, come out quickly. Don't scare Grandma, Yang Yang." She shouted anxiously, obviously the child had been lost. But now everyone was in a panic because of the snake, and no one paid any attention to her. The other side. Zhang Sudong and Xia Shayan squeezed their way through the crowd with the baby in their arms and quickly ran towards the door. "Hee, Brother Dong, I didn't think it would be so easy to get it this time," Xia Shayan said happily. Unfortunately, they didn't catch the little girl. With her looks and temperament, the price could definitely have been higher, Zhang Sudong said with a hint of regret. Obviously, he was still thinking about Xuanxuan. Speaking of which, he couldn't help but glance back. At this, his face changed and he saw Lin Feng also pushing his way through the crowd and catching up at great speed. "Oh no, someone's catching up," Zhang Sudong said with a change of expression. "Ah." Xia Shoyan was taken aback and quickly looked back. However, when she saw that only Lin Feng had caught up, she immediately regained her composure. "It was just one person, not worth mentioning, let Chen Biao and Ah Chang deal with him." Zhang Sudong nodded and immediately waved his hand in the distance, pointing at Lin Feng. There were two men over there, keeping their distance and following. These two men were Chen Biao and Ah Chang. After releasing the snake and creating chaos, they also left the scene immediately. Instead of joining Zhang Sudong and Xia Shaoyan at the first opportunity, they followed from afar. If anything happened, or if someone caught up to them, they would be responsible for blocking the road. Donga is calling us. Someone's catching up to us. Damn it, it's just a young punk, here to die. Let's go get him. With Chen Biao's wave of his hand, the two of them immediately stopped towards Lin Feng, and they reached into their pockets and pulled out two switchblades. The sharp blades gleamed in the sunlight, giving off a chilling, creepy light. If an ordinary person saw the scene, they would be so scared that they would turn around and run away on the spot. However, Lin Feng was highly skilled and bold. After obtaining the legacy of the Chinese Special Forces fighting master, he had already been reborn and didn't take the two men seriously at all. On the contrary, he sped up and rushed up. Quickly stop those two people are human traffickers. Furthermore, Lin Feng also shouted at the surrounding tourists and security guards, pointing at the fleeing Zhang Sudong and Xia Shaoyan. The priority is to save people. Kid, you're looking for death. Damn it. Seeing that Lin Feng not only didn't run, but also dared to come towards them, Chen Biao and Ah Chang's anger flared up. Chen Biao rushed to the front, clenching a switchblade in his hand, and stabbed it hard at Lin Feng's thigh. As for why it was the thigh and not a fatal place like the heart, throat, or head, it was because Chen Biao knew that if he killed someone, it would be a serious crime. His goal was only to block the opponent, not to kill. Just as the tip of the knife was about to pierce Lin Feng's thigh, he suddenly retreated to the left at great speed, deftly avoiding the knife, and at the same time swung his fist from the side, smashing it into Chen Biao's head. Ha! Chen Biao was surprised that his opponent had actually dodged, but he had been fighting for many years and had extremely quick reflexes. He quickly raised his left hand to block Lin Feng's punch. However, he underestimated the power of Lin Feng's punch. He felt as if his arm had been smashed by a boulder, and while the pain was excruciating, the entire person was blown away by the terrifying power, stumbling 2 steps and falling to the ground with a thud. Ah! He screamed as he held his arm, it was so painful that he couldn't even lift it. Swish! Almost simultaneously, Ah Chang appeared behind Lin Feng and stabbed him in the back with a knife. Die! However, Lin Feng had noticed him long ago, as if his back had eyes. He turned around sharply, while his right hand opened up and grabbed it with lightning speed. Take down! Lin Feng, of course, was not stupid enough to grab the tip of the knife, but instead grabbed Ah Chang's hand directly at the wrist. This surprised the latter, who continued to exert force, trying to stab the tip of the knife into Lin Feng's body. However, Lin Feng's large hands clamped down on his wrist like a pair of tongs. No matter how hard Ah Chang tried, the tip of the knife always remained 2 centimeters away from Lin Feng's body, unable to move. You can imagine how strong he is. What strength? No good. Ah Chang immediately noticed the gap, realized that it was not good, and was preparing to abandon the knife and flee. Then Lin Feng did not give him the opportunity at all. He had already supported himself with his left foot and gave a sharp side kick with his right foot. The 43-yard sole of the shoe hit Ah Chang square in the chest. The terrifying force was like being hit by a small car. He let out a cry and flew backwards, crashing heavily 5 meters away. He felt like half of his ribs in his chest were broken. He lay on the ground, wailing and screaming in agony. Chapter 44, Battle Against Human Traffickers. With a few simple punches and kicks, Lin Feng took care of the two men. He hurriedly looked towards Zhang Sudong and Xia Shaoyan, only to see that the two of them had already run far away. 200 meters away was the entrance to the amusement park. Zhang Sudong was holding a knife in his hand, his face hideous and fierce, so the onlookers and security guards simply did not dare to rush up to him, and could only watch from afar. No good. Lin Feng's face changed slightly when he saw this, knowing that he could not let the two escape from the amusement park, otherwise it would be difficult to catch them again. So he did not hesitate for a moment, and continued to chase after them, running even faster than Su Bingtian's 100-meter sprint. Because of Lin Feng's shout, Zhang Sudong and Xia Shaoyan's identity as human traffickers had been exposed. A young security guard at the entrance of the amusement park saw this scene and was not afraid of the knife in Zhang Sudong's hand. On the contrary, he stopped him head-on. Stop! What are you doing? You are not allowed to go out. The young security guard shouted angrily, his gaze gloomy as he looked at the knife in Zhang Sudong's hand and the unconscious little boy Xia Shaoyan was holding. He was not stupid and immediately realized that these two were human traffickers. Kid, if you don't want to die, get the hell out of my way. Zhang Sudong was also anxious at this moment. More and more people were gathering around, and if things continued like this, there was no way he could escape. So while shouting angrily, he charged towards the young security guard. The young security guard had a strong sense of justice, but when he saw Zhang Sudong charging at him with a knife, he couldn't help but swallow and kept backing up. However, he suddenly saw something, his eyes lit up, and he immediately became calm. He gritted his teeth and said, "Don't think I'm afraid of you. I'm a security guard, and no criminal can escape from me. Stinking security guard, I'll kill you." Zhang Sudong was furious and charged up with a knife in his hand. The young security guard was not only courageous, but also very smart. Seeing this scene, he immediately ran away, ran into the security room, slammed the door shut, and refused to fight head-on with Zhang Sudong. Zhang Sudong rushed up and kicked the door, which made a loud clang. "Damn! You're fast!" Zhang Sudong cursed. He looked back at Xuanxuan and beckoned her to leave quickly. But suddenly his face changed, and he said, "Look behind you." "Ah!" Xuanxuan was startled. As soon as she turned around, a fist the size of a sandbag smashed into her face. The punch was not light, and Xuanxuan let out a scream, blood spurting from her nose. One of her front teeth flew off, and in the pain she let go of the boy, who fell down. Lin Feng, however, was quick and deft, and with a swift left arm motion, he caught the boy in his arms. You dared to hit your mother, I'll fight you." Xuanxuan gnashed her teeth and pounced on Lin Feng like a shrew. The latter showed no mercy, sidestepping while taking a step forward and unleashing a shoulder charge, crashing his shoulder into Xuanxuan's chest with full force, sending her reeling. Lin Feng took this opportunity to deliver a flying kick. "I don't hit women, except for human traffickers." A pair of big feet landed squarely on Xuanxuan's abdomen. With a cry, she flew backwards, fell to the ground, covering her stomach with her hands, rolling around in pain and screaming. It turned out that Lin Feng took advantage of the moment when the young security guard blocked Zhang Sudong's way to rush up, which resulted in this scene. "Damn it! Chen Biao and Ah Chang are useless. They can't even handle two people fighting." Looking at Lin Feng, who had suddenly rushed out, Zhang Sudong cursed, knowing that the tide had turned. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned and ran towards the door. "Watch the kid!" Seeing this, Lin Feng shouted at the security guard, and put the little boy in his arms on the ground, before immediately chasing after him. One person ran out of the playground, one behind the other. Zhang Sudong ran straight to the van, trying to drive away. However, he glanced back and saw that Lin Feng was extremely fast. In just a moment, the distance between the two had become only 10 meters, and there was simply no time to get into the car. "Damn it! You forced me to do this." Zhang Sudong was furious. He ran to the passenger seat, opened the door, and pulled out a 1-meter-long machete from under the seat. The blade was incredibly sharp and shiny, emitting a cold light. After drawing it, he held the knife in his hand and charged at Lin Feng, slashing down at Lin Feng's head with a slash. Obviously this guy is determined to kill. Lin Feng had noticed this a long time ago, so when the other person charged at him with a knife, he slammed on the brakes and then retreated to the left, avoiding the blade. "I'll see where you run, I'll kill you." Zhang Sudong cursed, his eyes red as he kept slashing at Lin Feng. Lin Feng was agile, moving like a monkey, constantly dodging and weaving between the blade's rays, actually managing to keep them away. Moreover, the direction he was retreating in was very deliberate, towards a large tree by the roadside. This scene attracted the attention of countless people, who rushed out from the playground. Seeing this scene, they were all shocked, and they were also sweating for Lin Feng. Many people took out their mobile phones to record and take pictures. But no one rushed up to help, and even the young security guard before was shocked by Zhang Sudong's machete and didn't dare to go forward. Is this guy a loach? He can hide so well. 7 or 8 consecutive strikes were dodged by Lin Feng, which made Zhang Sudong furious and increasingly panicked. Waving the machete was completely a brute force, without the slightest method. Just then, Lin Feng had retreated to the side of the tree. Without a second thought, Zhang Sudong swung his machete diagonally at Lin Feng's head. Lin Feng, however, seemed to have anticipated this, and ducked down, avoiding the attack. With a loud pop, the machete missed Lin Feng's head and struck the tree trunk instead. The sheer force of the blow drove the blade deep into the trunk. Zhang Sudong pulled the machete out with all his strength, but it got stuck. His face suddenly paled. Lin Feng had been waiting for this opportunity, and he charged forward, clenched his fists, and smashed Zhang Sudong's abdomen. Aga! Under this punch, Zhang Sudong felt as if his abdomen had been hit by a large truck. His internal organs were in severe pain, and he even felt as if his intestines had broken. With a scream, he flew back 4 or 5 meters, fell heavily to the ground, and wailed in agony. Lin Feng rushed up and stamped on Zhang Sudong's chest with one foot. The powerful force made the latter unable to feel the pain, and it felt like his ribs were about to break. Chapter 45. Lin Feng became a hero. My goodness, this young man is amazing. Does he know martial arts? He actually took care of that guy with his bare hands. That's so cool. This is even more exciting than watching a movie. That guy is a human trafficker, isn't he? He's so despicable, he must be arrested and taught a lesson. Human traffickers should be executed immediately. I wonder how many families have been torn apart and ruined because of them. As Lin Feng watched Zhang Sudong being defeated by his bare hands, the crowd let out a series of exclamations, praises, and shouts. Of course, they were all shouting at Zhang Sudong, human traffickers are like rats, everyone wants to get rid of them. At that moment, accompanied by the sound of a police siren, a police car sped over, quickly stopping at the entrance to the playground. As the car door opened, the police officers quickly rushed out and took control of the situation. What happened? A police officer asked. Comrade policeman, a human trafficker snatched a child, but fortunately the young man intervened, not only saving the child but also subduing the human trafficker. Hearing the words of the people, the police officers all looked surprised and looked towards Lin Feng and Zhang Sudong. When they saw Lin Feng's appearance, a young policeman suddenly exclaimed, "Mr. Lin." He hurriedly ran over with someone, and this person was Wang Haoyang, who had originally taken a statement from Lin Feng. He looked at Lin Feng, one foot on Zhang Sudong's body, and then looked at the machete on the ground next to him, his heart surprised. "It's you!" Lin Feng recognized Wang Haoyang at a glance, nodded, and then said, "Comrade policeman, this person is a human trafficker, and there are 3 accomplices. They have all been captured at the moment, so they are in your hands." Wang Haoyang nodded and hurriedly said, "What are you still doing? Arrest them." "Yes." The policeman responded, and immediately took control of Zhang Sudong, who was lying on the ground, and handcuffed him behind his back. As for Xuanxuan, Shen Biao, and Ah Chang, after they were beaten to the ground by Lin Feng, the people swarmed over them and subdued them. When they were brought out, they were all bruised and battered, their faces covered in slap marks and their bodies covered in footprints, obviously having been beaten up by a group of people. The people loathed the human traffickers and wished they could just be beaten to death. Wang Haoyang immediately ordered someone to arrest Xia Xiaoyan and the others, and then respectfully came to Lin Feng's side, apologizing, "Dr. Lin, I was a bit rude when I took your statement last time. I hope you don't mind." Since yesterday, following Lin Feng's methods, they rescued team leader Zhang from the brink of death, and police officers Wang Haoyang and Xia Feng can only be grateful and respectful towards Lin Feng. "It's okay, that's all part of your job." Lin Feng said with a smile, "By the way, how is your team leader Zhang's health?" "He's resting at home, and there's nothing wrong with him for now, so he can come to you for treatment tomorrow," Wang Haoyang said. Lin Feng nodded and said, "Don't go to all that trouble, I'll go to Officer Zhang's house myself tomorrow to treat him. There are too many secrets in his body. If he treats Zhang Songtao at home, his wife will see him, and he himself does not know how to explain it. The existence of the system cannot be told to anyone, otherwise it will be directly eliminated. Of course, he dares not say it. Then I'll trouble Dr. Lin. I'll let team leader Zhang know when I get back," Wang Haoyang said. "You don't have to be polite. Treating patients is our doctor's duty." Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "Honey, are you okay? You're not hurt, are you?" Just then, Lu Shui squeezed her way out of the crowd with Xuanxuan in her arms. She had already learned about what had happened through the discussions of the people around her, and she was immediately worried about Lin Feng. She was concerned, but she hurriedly brought Xuanxuan over to Lin Feng as soon as possible and looked at him with concern. "I'm fine, I'm not hurt," Lin Feng said, looking at his wife and daughter and smiling. Lu Shui placed Xuanxuan on the ground, held her husband's shoulders, and examined him up and down. After making sure he wasn't hurt, she let out a sigh of relief. Then her gaze noticed the human trafficker and the machete, and her face became very ugly, and she was also very angry. Immediately, she pounded Feng Lin's chest with her little fists, exasperated, and said angrily, You're angry with me, it's so dangerous, who told you to charge up? If something happens to you, if there is an accident, what am I going to do with my daughter? Have you thought about that? Facing his wife's questioning, Lin Feng was at a loss for words and really couldn't answer. If something really happened to him, the consequences would be unimaginable. The reason why Lin Feng dared to fight was obviously because he had inherited the fighting techniques of the Chinese Special Forces martial arts master. My dear, I was wrong. I admit my mistake. I've made you and Xuanxuan worry. Lin Feng quickly admitted his mistake. Xuanxuan blinked her big eyes. She was small and didn't understand what had happened, but she was very obedient. She hugged one of Lin Feng's legs and wouldn't let go, as if she was afraid that he would run away. My benefactor, my great benefactor. Yang, come quickly, come over here and thank the benefactor. Just then, an old man and a young boy pushed their way through the crowd. The old woman was in her 60s, her arms were a little gray, and she was holding the little boy who had been abducted by the human traffickers earlier. The old woman brought her grandson to Lin Feng, and while expressing her gratitude, she was about to kneel down and kowtow. This startled Lin Feng. Isn't this cutting your own life short? He immediately tried to go forward and help the other person, but Xuanxuan was still hugging his thighs, so he couldn't move his legs for a moment. So he could only watch helplessly as the old woman and the little boy knelt before him. My benefactor, my great benefactor. Thank you for saving my grandson's life. If it weren't for you, the child would have definitely been abducted by human traffickers. I thank you. My grandmother is extremely grateful, and kept bowing to Lin Feng. Yang, don't bow. The little boy didn't understand anything, but he immediately followed his grandmother's example and bowed. Fortunately, Lu Shui reacted quickly and hurriedly went up to help the old woman up. Grandma, what are you doing? Get up quickly, and you too, little friend. Yes, Grandma, you get up quickly. When you see injustice, you help out. This is what I should do. Get up quickly. Lin Feng also hurriedly said. With Lu Shui's help, the old woman and the little boy finally stood up, but the old woman was still extremely grateful, holding Lin Feng's hand and saying all kinds of words of gratitude. Clap. When the surrounding audience saw the scene, they also applauded, praising Lin Feng and calling him a young hero. Facing this scene, even if Lin Feng's face was thick, he was a little overwhelmed. While saying polite things to the crowd, he was looking for an excuse to take his wife and daughter and get out of there. Dr. Lin, sister-in-law, the human traffickers, we have already taken them to the police car, so you don't need to follow and make a report. On behalf of all the police and the people, I would like to express my gratitude for your righteous behavior. Wang Haoyang led the police and came in front of Lin Feng's family of 3 and saluted. This made Lin Feng and Lu Shui feel flattered, and they hurriedly returned the salute. Don't be like that, this is all our duty as citizens. Everyone, you're being too polite, if you keep this up, we'll just have to run away. Ha ha ha. With a burst of laughter, the police took the human traffickers and drove off, while Lin Feng and Lu Shui took the opportunity to secretly leave the area with their daughter. After the matter is settled, one should go unnoticed and keep a low profile. Chapter 46 Explanation, next stop, shopping. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the first mission of walking on 2 legs with 3 people, and you will receive a lucky card. At that moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded in Lin Feng's mind, which made him extremely happy, and he hurriedly calmed his mind to check it. In the system space, he saw an ID card-sized card appear. On the back was a picture of the universe and galaxy, with a moon hanging in the sky, stars dotted all over, and a galaxy spreading from the end of the field of vision. It looked beautiful and mysterious. On the front, the 3 words Good Luck card were written in a flowing dragon and phoenix script. Is this the Good Luck card? It doesn't seem to be anything strange. After using it, can it really make people feel like the European emperor and bring good luck? Lin Feng looked at the Good Luck card and wondered. Just then, her wife's voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. Honey, aren't you going to give me an explanation? Ha? What explanation? Lin Feng snapped back to reality and asked, looking at Lu Shui, who was staring at her with a puzzled, surprised, and shocked expression. Explain what? Do you still need me to explain? Do you want to tell me? You suddenly became so powerful, and you can fight 4 or 5 people by yourself. Is it because of a dream that made you learn martial arts? And why did the cop call you Dr. Lin? Since when did you become Dr. Lin? At this moment, Lu Shui regained her composure, and a series of questions popped up in her mind. From the golden egg fried rice, the Qingyan immortal elixir, to fighting 4 people at once, and then to the title of Dr. Lin, all these things are full of magic and unbelievable, and she had to be skeptical. As for the dream, it made Lu Shui feel so unrealistic and unreliable that everything seemed like her husband was lying. At the moment, Lin Feng was veiled in mystery in her eyes, and she simply couldn't see through him. That's why she couldn't help but ask so many questions. Next to her, Xuanxuan took her mother's hand and blinked her big eyes as she looked at her parents chatting. The little girl couldn't understand what the adults were talking about and really wanted to ask. But she also knows that when her parents are talking about serious matters, children should not interrupt, so she also appears to be very well behaved. Looking at his wife's puzzled and surprised gaze, Lin Feng stopped in his tracks. He really wanted to tell her everything, and didn't want to lie to his beloved woman. But once he said that the system existed, he would be eliminated, and this was obviously something that could never be said. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng reached out and placed a hand on his wife's shoulder. He said with a serious and solemn face, "Wife, I did lie. None of this is dream science, but I have my own unspeakable secrets, including how I recovered from my foolish state and became smart again. How did I obtain the ancestral secret recipe for golden egg fried rice? How did I obtain the recipe for the immortal elixir of youth? I cannot tell you any of this. If I tell the truth, I will die." Hearing the word death, Lu Shui's heart sank, her face changed, and she quickly covered Lin Feng's mouth with her hand. Don't say it, don't say it. I won't ask again in the future." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Thank you, wife, for understanding." He paused for a moment, and looked at Lu Shui with tenderness and deep love in his eyes. He said, "Wife, although I have unspeakable love, my love for you is just like when we were in love, it has never changed. No. I love you even more now, and our daughter too. I can give everything for you, including my life." Hearing such heartfelt words, and looking at her husband's determined face, Lu Shui felt warm inside, as if she had eaten honey. Yes. Everyone has their own private space and their own little secrets. But as long as you know that the other person deeply loves you and is good to you, what's the difference between knowing and not knowing the unspeakable secrets? Honey, don't die. The 3 of us, the family of 3, will be together forever, happy for the rest of our lives. Lu Shui squeezed her husband's hand, smiled sweetly, and revealed 2 dimples, very cute. Yes, Mom is right. Xuanxuan, who was standing nearby, suddenly laughed and chimed in. Lin Feng immediately gave her a thumbs up and laughed, saying, "Xuanxuan is absolutely right." Xuanxuan was very happy to see that her parents had started to pay attention to her. She suddenly let go of her hand and ran to the middle, holding her father's left hand and her mother's right hand. She laughed and said, "Then we can hold hands, just like big-headed son and small-headed dad, and apron mom." "Nonsense, Dad's head is not small at all," said Lin Feng, rubbing his head. Ha ha ha. This remark caused a burst of laughter. "By the way, Mom and Dad, we won first place, but we didn't get a prize." Xuanxuan suddenly thought of something and said. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and Lu Shui immediately thought of it too. "Oops, I forgot about that. Do we need to go back and get it?" Lu Shui said with a slap on her thigh. "Forget it, we'll be stopped again later. Aren't we going to the shopping mall now? When we see the doll, let Xuanxuan pick it out, and I'll pay." Lin Feng said with a generous air. "Wow, if I buy it, will you pay for it too?" Lu Shui teased. "Of course, I'll pay for everything today. Husband is so good. Dad is so good." The family of 3 walked towards the commercial street chatting and laughing, their affectionate and sweet appearance attracting the attention of many people. Even people who don't believe in love looked at the family of 3 and were inspired to fall in love, get married, and have children. Nanmen Bridge Commercial Pedestrian Street. This is an old commercial street in Yunchuan City. Compared to those large luxury shopping malls, the goods here are of good quality and inexpensive, with many discounts. You can even buy the same things as those luxury shopping malls, but at a price that is dozens of times cheaper. So it attracts a lot of people to come here for shopping, even though the weather is already a bit hot now, but there are still crowds of people, non-stop. The clearance sale is on, and everything is only 29.9 yuan. Yes, you heard that right, only 29.9 yuan. You can't lose if you buy it. Jiangnan Leather City has closed down, and the owner and his sister-in-law have run away. Jiangnan Leather City is having a clearance sale, and everything is being sold at a loss. Come in and have a look. Snack on these baozi, and you'll become a scientist after eating them. Hey, handsome guys and beautiful girls, come in and have a look. We have a wide range of shoes at affordable prices. Come in and have a look. As they entered the clothing street, the sound of various hawkers' shouts came over like a tsunami. The street was bustling with people. After the encounter with the human traffickers, Lin Feng and Lu Shui were very uneasy about Xuanxuan when they saw so many people, so they held her firmly wherever they went, not letting go for a moment. Chapter 47, Shopping Part 1. Nanmen Bridge Commercial Pedestrian Street. It is divided into a clothing street and a snack street. Lin Feng, his wife, and their daughter went straight to the clothing street and were immediately attracted by the dazzling array of clothes, trousers, and shoes on both sides of the street. Wife, let's go take a look in this shop. You and Xuanxuan should buy some clothes and trousers too. It's been 4 years, and you're still wearing those old clothes and dresses. Lin Feng pointed to a women's clothing store. Since his illness was cured by the system, Lin Feng discovered that not only did his wife have a pitifully small selection of clothes, pants, and shoes, but they were basically the same ones she had worn 4 years ago. In the past 4 years, she had scrimped and saved, worked hard to earn money, but she had been too stingy to buy herself any clothes, pants, or shoes. This made Lin Feng feel incredibly guilty and self-reproachful. Now that he can earn money, of course he wants to take his wife and change her from head to toe. Of course, no matter how hard it is not possible to make the child suffer. Xuanxuan of course also needs to be changed from head to toe, dressed up beautifully, like a little princess. And since they haven't worn out, there is no need to change them. Moreover, you bought those clothes and pants for me, and I don't want to throw them away, I want to keep them forever. Lu Shui turned her head and looked at Lin Feng, smiling sweetly. This made Lin Feng even more moved. His wife, as always, loved and spoiled him, and carefully kept anything he gave her. And what about himself? Not only had he been of no help in the past 4 years, but he had become a burden. Then I will give you a new present today. Pick whichever one you like. Lin Feng laughed, and without further ado, he took his wife and daughter and walked inside. Xuanxuan, if you like any of the clothes or trousers, just tell your father, and he'll buy it for you, no need to worry about money. Yes. I can buy new clothes. As soon as she heard this, Xuanxuan immediately started dancing with joy, skipping and jumping into the clothing store. For a little girl of this age, beautiful clothes, pants, and shoes definitely have a huge killing power. Welcome, sir and madam, what would you like to buy? Feel free to look around. A waitress immediately came up to them with a smile. I want to buy a new outfit for my wife and daughter. Do you have any nice clothes and pants here? Lin Fengdao asked. Yes, of course. We have casual sportswear, jeans, t-shirts, and skirts. The waitress immediately smiled and said, Sir, your wife and daughter are very beautiful and elegant. I suggest you choose a skirt. Not only will it be cool to wear this summer, but it will also bring out the beauty and elegance of your wife and the cuteness of your daughter. I have to admit, the waitress is very good at talking. She kept praising Lu Shui's beauty and temperament, as well as Xuanxuan's cuteness. This made Lin Feng, as the husband and father, suddenly feel doubly honored and especially proud. Sister, you're exaggerating. I'm not pretty, I'm old. Lu Shui was a little embarrassed by the praise and said modestly. Oh, sister, it's true. Look at your figure, your skin, your face, you look like you're 18 years old, I'm envious. The waitress looked at Lu Shui and said from the bottom of her heart that she was not flattering, but was truly envious. Hearing this, Lu Shui didn't know how to respond and felt slightly intimidated. Honey, why don't we look at the dresses? Lin Feng interjected, relieving his wife's embarrassment. Okay. Lu Shui hurriedly nodded. Sir, madam, this way please, there are all dresses here, you can take a look and see which one you like, I will take it down for you. The waitress said enthusiastically. Good. Lin Feng and Lu Shui nodded, and led their daughter to the skirt area. At a glance, there were all kinds of skirts in a row, such as align skirts, puffy skirts, tight skirts, etc., as well as straight skirts, fishtail skirts, wrap skirts, halter neck skirts, etc. There were so many styles. Lu Shui didn't know how long it had been since she last came to buy skirts, and she couldn't help but look at them and be dazzled, showing a look of amazement. Wow! What a beautiful dress! Xuanxuan exclaimed in surprise. Being a child, she naturally didn't try to disguise herself, she just liked what she liked. She immediately ran over and looked at the beautiful dresses one after the other. Little girl, these dresses over here suit you very well. Why don't you pick one out? The saleswoman looked at her and smiled. Thank you, sister. Xuanxuan said in a babyish voice, melting the saleswoman's heart with her word sister. Honey, what do you think of that green dress? Lin Feng asked, pointing to a dress. Not bad, but it probably doesn't suit me. What do you think of this one? The decoration doesn't really suit me. Let's see, there are so many dresses, take your time. This one is too revealing, the back is showing, and it's a bit low cut. No, change it. Lin Feng and Lu Shui immediately entered a state of selecting, consulting with each other and giving each other advice, giving the impression of a very loving and sweet appearance, as if they were just a young couple in love. After 20 minutes of selecting and trying on, Lu Shui finally decided on 3 dresses, showing hesitation, not knowing which one to choose. What's there to hesitate about? Buy all 3. Waitress, pack them all up. Lin Feng could tell his wife was hesitant and liked them all, so without saying a word, he took the dresses and said in a very generous and unassuming manner. Great! Sir, you are a really nice man. If my future husband is like you, I will smile in my sleep even in my dreams. The saleswoman gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. No, 3 is too much, I can't even wear them all, 2 is enough. Lu Shui hurriedly said, obviously she was worried about the money. Don't listen to her, I'm the one in charge of this family, just 3. Lin Feng said. The saleswoman and the 2 female college students who came in to browse couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. At the same time, they were full of envy for Lu Shui, fantasizing that they could also have such a good husband. Lu Shui had no choice but to compromise in the end. As for Xuanxuan, she selected 2 dresses, one that she chose herself, and the other that Lu Shui helped her choose. After paying, the family of 3 walked out of the clothing store with their bags. Sir, madam, and little sister, welcome back next time. The saleswomen saw them to the door and were very enthusiastic. Okay, we'll definitely come again next time, Lu Shui said with a smile as she turned around. Then they continued walking. Honey, you can't just buy for us, you have to buy for you too, Lu Shui said, turning to Lin Feng. Yes, we have to buy for Dad, Dad sells fried rice and it's hard work too. Xuanxuan immediately nodded in agreement. Lin Feng looked at the mother and daughter and was very moved, his heart filled with honey. In other people's families, the father's position may be at the bottom of the list, even lower than that of the pet cat or dog. But in their family, the 3 members of the family all have the same status, which is very fair and just. They care for each other and deeply love each other. There is a men's clothing store over there. Come on, honey, let me help you pick something out, I guarantee it will make you even more handsome. Lu Shui took Lin Feng's hand and pointed to a men's clothing store. I'm already handsome enough, if I were any more handsome, there would be no more Yan Ziwu. Ha, you're too vain, you're more like a cricket. Ha ha ha. The family of 3 laughed and chatted as they entered the men's clothing store. Chapter 48, Shopping Part 2. When Lin Feng came out of the men's clothing store, he had already changed into a new outfit, a brand new t-shirt, sweatpants, and a pair of Nike sneakers. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and the same is true for men. After Lin Feng changed into a new outfit, he looked completely different, full of energy, and gave off a sense of maturity and stability from the inside out. Combined with his angular face and defined muscles, he had become a handsome and mature man. Well, not bad, my husband looks more and more handsome the more I look at him. Lu Shui took Lin Feng's arm and said with increasing satisfaction. It's not just your good taste, the clothes and pants you picked out are all very good looking and very suitable for me. Lin Feng laughed, the clothes he was wearing, as well as the pants and shoes he was holding in his hands, were all carefully selected and matched for him by his wife. He had to admit that his wife had a good eye for fashion. These clothes, pants, and shoes, when worn on Lin Feng, immediately gave him a sense of style. But there's still one thing missing. However, Lu Shui's tone changed suddenly, and she looked up and down at Lin Feng. Ha? What's missing? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Just follow me, and you'll know. Lu Shui gave a mysterious smile and took Lin Feng's hand, quickening their pace. Lin Feng's other hand was holding Xuanxuan's. Dad, Mom, I can't walk anymore, I'm so tired. Can we rest for a bit? Xuanxuan naturally couldn't keep up with the adults, and said pitifully. They had set off early in the morning, spent so much time at the amusement park, participated in the 3-legged race, and now they were shopping. The little girl really couldn't walk anymore. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and Lu Shui both stopped immediately. Xuanxuan, do you want to ride a big horse? Lin Feng looked at his daughter and asked with a smile. Ride a big horse? What is that? Xuanxuan blinked her big eyes and asked in confusion. Since the moment of his birth, Lin Feng had become an idiot due to a car accident, so he had never let Xuanxuan experience the feeling of riding a big horse, and the latter had no idea what it was. It means lifting you up high and riding on your father's neck, Lin Feng explained. The act of lifting a child up and riding on their neck is commonly referred to as riding on one's neck, riding a big horse, etc. The name varies from place to place, but this kind of parent-child interaction can enhance the relationship between parents and children and bring children a novel experience. Of course, you need to be careful and pay attention to safety. Upon hearing this, Xuanxuan's eyes lit up and she immediately said excitedly, I know, Yang Yang often rides on his father's neck home after school. Is this called riding a big horse? Well, do you want to experience it? Lin Feng nodded and asked. Xuanxuan immediately nodded like a little chicken pecking rice, yes. I want to ride a big horse. Children are curious about everything, and Xuanxuan is a bit special. When she was in kindergarten, she often saw other dads come to pick up their classmates after school, and she could even ride on their necks. She longed to be like the other kids, to ride on her dad's neck and be picked up. Unfortunately, she only had a silly dad, and her classmates all laughed at her. Now she heard that she could ride a big horse, of course she was very happy. Honey, isn't it dangerous? Xuanxuan is not young anymore, and she'll be very heavy. Lu Shui asked with some concern. Don't worry about my skills, I promise to be safe. And since we've never tried it before, let Xuanxuan experience it. When she's older, she won't get the chance. Lin Feng said. I think you're the one who wants to experience it. Lu Shui spoke the truth, and took the bag Lin Feng was carrying from him. Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but be stunned, and then he nodded helplessly. Indeed, nothing can hide from his wife. For the past 4 years, he has not experienced the feeling of being a father. Now that he finally has the chance, he definitely wants to experience it. Shouldn't a normal childhood involve riding on your father's neck and looking at the world? Pulling himself together, Lin Feng squatted down and looked at Xuanxuan, saying, Xuanxuan, turn your back to me, don't be afraid, daddy will lift you up. Yes, Xuanxuan is not afraid. Xuanxuan is a brave girl. Xuanxuan immediately nodded and turned around with her back to Lin Feng. The latter then put his hands directly under Xuanxuan's armpits and lifted her up with a little effort. With her feet spread apart, she sat on her father's neck. Yes, that's it. Under Lin Feng's instructions, Xuanxuan successfully sat on Lin Feng's neck. As the latter stood up, she immediately became the tallest person there, and could see far, far away. At first, Xuanxuan was a little scared, but as she wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's head, she gradually sat steadily and stopped being afraid. Wow, it looks good. Mom, look, I'm taller than you. Xuanxuan exclaimed, immediately excited. Well, it really is high. I can't even touch Xuanxuan's head. Lu Shui nodded and smiled. Xuanxuan, sit tight, let's go, Lin Feng said. Yes, that's good. Xuanxuan replied. So next, the father and daughter walked on like this, while Lu Shui followed closely beside them. Watching her husband and daughter chatting and laughing, she, as a wife and a mother, couldn't help but feel extremely happy and blessed. After walking for a while, Lu Shui suddenly stopped Lin Feng and asked, Husband, do you know what you lack now? Hearing this, Lin Feng was taken aback, turned his head to look at his wife, and then looked at the shops on both sides of the street. At a glance, he saw a watch specialty store. You mean a watch? Lin Feng replied immediately. Smart, it's a watch. A successful man should wear a watch, and this way of dressing can also reflect your maturity and stability. Lu Shui praised. It's better not to, a mobile phone is enough, and wearing a watch, I feel that only those older people wear it. Lin Feng shook his head. However, before she finished speaking, Lu Shui interrupted, there are also watches suitable for young people. You've come all this way, go in and have a look, I like the way you wear a watch. She took Lin Feng's hand. Okay, as long as my wife likes it, I like it. Lin Feng laughed. Then the family of 3 entered the watch specialty store and, based on Lu Shui's selection, purchased a watch worth 1,000 yuan. Although it was not comparable to a Rolex, as long as it was from his wife, Lin Feng especially liked it and wore it on his hand as if it were a treasure. After leaving the watch specialty store, Lin Feng suddenly pulled Lu Shui and said mysteriously, Wife, it's time to go with me now. I'll take you to buy something that goes well with the skirt you bought earlier. What is it? A bag? Or high heels? Lu Shui guessed. I was only thinking of high heels, but since you mentioned a bag, let's buy them together. Lin Feng said. We've already bought enough, there's no need to buy anymore, we've spent 3,000 yuan today. Lu Shui refused. Lin Feng did not give her a chance to refuse and took her by the hand, saying, "Oh, come on, you're already here, so of course you should buy enough. It's only 3,000 yuan, which you can make back in a day selling fried rice. Don't worry about the money, I'll definitely make even more money in the future. Xuanxuan, let's pull our mother along and go shopping." Okay, mommy has to be good and listen to daddy. Lu Shui had no choice but to go shopping for high heels and handbags under the leadership of her husband and daughter. In the end, they also bought a doll, a drawing pad and brushes for their daughter. In short, they bought so many things in one go that they could hardly carry them all. If anyone didn't know, they would have thought they were restocking. Chapter 49. Lu Long cheated. They had almost finished shopping, so the wife, Xuanxuan, and I went to lunch first. After lunch, we could go home. The weather was gradually getting hot. Lin Feng glanced at the sky and suddenly suggested. The summer weather was very hot. A scorching sun hung overhead, pouring down its scorching rays. It's almost time to go shopping, and if we keep going, we'll get sunburns. Okay, what should we eat? Lu Shui nodded and asked. How about some sour soup and beef rice noodles? I haven't had that in a long time, Lin Feng suggested. Hearing this, Lu Shui's eyes lit up. When they were in college and dating, they often came to a rice noodle restaurant to eat sour soup and beef rice noodles, which they especially liked. And in this weather, it's not suitable to go eat hot pot, barbecue, dry pot, and grilled fish. I almost forgot about it until you mentioned it. Let's go eat sour soup with beef rice noodles. Lu Shui immediately greeted with a smile, Honey, Xuanxuan, let's go. Okay. Xuanxuan, hurry up and keep up, we'll go home after we eat. Okay. Let's eat, I want to eat a lot. You greedy little glutton. The family of three carried big and small bags of things and walked towards the rice noodle shop. It wasn't very far from the pedestrian street. They walked to the end of the street, turned a corner, and walked into a small alley. Don't underestimate these fly restaurants in the alleys. They are usually old restaurants that have been open for decades. Not only are they good value for money, but they also taste very good. Compared to those large internet celebrity restaurants, I don't know where the taste is better. Just as the three of them were walking to the end of the street and preparing to turn the corner, suddenly Lu Shui discovered something and hurriedly stopped, ducking to the side. Husband, quickly, hide quickly, Lu Shui said immediately. Ah! What's wrong? Lin Feng was taken aback, but he immediately took Xuanxuan by the hand and hid next to her. Look at that person quickly, Lu Shui said, pointing in a direction. Lin Feng poked his head out and immediately looked in the direction his wife was pointing. At a glance, he saw a familiar figure. This person was no one else but his wife's younger brother, Lu Long, and his brother-in-law. However, after that incident, the relationship between Lu Shui and him had been severed, and he never called the other person his brother, so naturally he was no longer his brother-in-law. In fact, they are enemies who cannot stand each other. At the moment, Lu Long is accompanying a beautiful woman with long black hair and long legs shopping. The latter has an extremely hot body, with a protruding butt and a curvy figure. She is wearing revealing clothes, especially a piece of snow-white cloth on her chest, as if it is about to jump out directly. When someone taller walks in front of her, they can see a deep ravine. She was wearing heavy makeup and was incredibly flirtatious. She walked with a sway, attracting all kinds of attention. Lu Long seemed to be enjoying the feeling of being the center of attention and felt a sense of accomplishment. He tightly embraced the beauty's waist. The two of them were acting extremely ambiguously, holding hands, embracing each other's waists, talking and laughing, as if they wanted to stick together. This guy actually cheated on me. Lu Shui watched this scene and said coldly. It turned out that Lu Long had been dating a girlfriend for more than a year, and they had now become engaged and were planning to get married next month. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, Lu Long was actually shopping with another woman, and their actions were so intimate and ambiguous that it was obvious that they were not in a normal relationship. Scum, very normal. Lin Feng muttered, for both Lu Long and Lu Ming, he had long since decided to kill them, he just hadn't found the opportunity. So I want the world to see his hypocritical side, I want him to never be able to hold his head up in the family group. Lu Shui said angrily, and then picked up her phone and started recording and taking photos of Lu Long and the woman, clearly recording the two of them being intimate and flirting. Lin Feng immediately guessed what his wife was going to do when he saw this, and his eyes lit up. But then he became a little worried and said, Wife, are you planning to post this to the family group? Of course I am. His girlfriend is in the family group too. I want them to see the hypocritical side of Lu Long. He and Lu Ming dared to treat you like this, and I must avenge you. Lu Shui said viciously, obviously still holding a grudge against Lu Long and Lu Ming for calling someone to come and ruin Lin Feng. Although there is no proof that it was the two of them, it should be more or less right. Lin Feng suddenly stopped him, saying, "Don't post it. You can post it directly to the family group. Offending Lu Long is fine, but you have also offended your parents, and there are so many relatives and friends. In the future, they will think you are. Ha ha. What are you afraid of? They are all a bunch of greedy little people. Over the years, have they ever helped me? They are no match for the friends I have made outside. Besides, the moment I ran away from home, I already severed my ties with my family." Lu Shui laughed, mocking him. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng fell silent. Then he thought of something else and said, "Why don't we just privately message Lu Long's girlfriend and tell her the location? Isn't it about catching him in the act? Her brother is not someone to mess with, and it'll be interesting to see what happens." "Oh, yes, why didn't I think of that? I'll do it just like you said." Upon hearing this, Lu Shui's eyes lit up, and she immediately selected Lu Long's girlfriend from the family group chat. She then sent the photos and videos she had taken earlier, along with the address of the pedestrian street. Done. Lu Shui smiled. Let's go eat first, there'll be a show later." Lin Feng laughed, then turned to his daughter and asked, "Xuanxuan, are you hungry?" I'm starving." Xuanxuan nodded like a little chicken pecking at rice, and patted her stomach. This made Lin Feng and Lu Shui laugh, so the family of three walked towards the rice noodle shop. Chapter 50, An Angry Jiangyan. Meanwhile, Hongyang Community, Room 302, Building 2. In the living room, 6 people were eating around the dining table, steaming hot, talking and laughing, very lively. At the moment, Jiang Yan was eating while teasing her nephew. This is a woman in her mid-20s or early 30s. Her appearance and figure are average, but she has a very individual style of dressing: ripped jeans, a cartoon t-shirt, long green hair, and 4 or 5 earrings, giving her a non-mainstream feel. "Xiaoyan, after you got engaged to Lu Long, why haven't you been together for a while? I asked him to come to dinner this afternoon, but he didn't even show up." A woman in her 50s looked at Jiang Yan and couldn't help but ask. "He's busy at work, but he said that once he's finished, he'll go on honeymoon after the wedding." Jiang Yan replied without looking up. "Busy at work?" The woman paused for a moment, then said with a serious tone, "Xiaoyan, although I have agreed to the marriage between the two of you, as a person who has been through it all, I still want to remind you that Lu Long is a person who says one thing but means another. I think you should be careful and keep an eye on him." "Oh, Mom, why are you doing this again? I know the man I like, and I know what I'm doing. Besides, nowadays people need their own space when they're in a relationship. You can't just stick together every day." "I can't do that." Jiang Yan looked up, a little impatient. "How dare you talk to your mother like that?" The man next to the woman said angrily. He was in his 60s, with dark skin and gray hair at the temples. He was Jiang Yan's father. "What's wrong with me? I'm just telling the truth. If you don't like it, I'll just leave." Jiang Yan snorted, placed her chopsticks down on the table with a loud sound, and without finishing her meal, turned and walked out the door. The 2 elderly parents were furious, but they couldn't do anything about their daughter. "Swallow, come back and eat." But just then, a middle-aged man wearing glasses suddenly spoke up. This man was in his 30s, with fair skin and a gentle appearance, giving the impression of a gentle scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan, who had previously been angry and arrogant, suddenly stopped in her tracks and turned to look at the man in glasses and said, "Brother, I'm full." Her tone had obviously changed, and there was a hint of coquetry. "Sit down and eat. I'm in a good mood today, so don't upset me." The bespectacled man said this while drinking his soup, without even looking at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan had been afraid of her brother since she was a child. She shrugged, sat down, and said, "Do you dare to hit me?" Although she was tough talking, she obediently sat down. However, just as she sat down, her phone's WeChat suddenly buzzed. She didn't think much of it and opened it to see. When she saw that it was actually a message from her sister Lu Long sent to her alone through the family group, she couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Strange, why did she suddenly contact me? Jiang Yan was very puzzled. The two had basically had no contact with each other, but Jiang Yan had heard about what had happened to Lu Shui. It was not easy for her. She had finally gotten married, but her husband had been in a car accident and became an idiot. Not only did she have to take care of her husband, she also had to raise her daughter. But for some reason, Lu Shui has cut off contact with her family and basically never returned, so Jiang Yan has never chatted with them before, and naturally she is very confused when the other party suddenly sends her a message. After a moment of confusion, Jiang Yan immediately clicked on it. Suddenly, a video and 3 photos appeared in front of her. The video and photos clearly recorded her fiancé shopping intimately with another woman, with ambiguous movements, holding hands and hugging her waist, talking with affection, as if they were about to kiss in the next second. Jiang Yan's face was full of disbelief. The man who kept saying that he only loved her and would accompany her until old age, was actually flirting and cuddling with another woman during their engagement. A wave of anger suddenly shot up to the top of his head. "Lu Long, you bastard, I'll fuck you up, how dare you fool around with women behind my back." Jiang Yan angrily slammed the table, stood up and cursed. Hearing this, everyone present changed their faces. Jiang Long, the bespectacled man, was originally chatting with his wife when he suddenly heard his sister's angry curses. His face immediately sank, and he stood up and asked, "Swallow, what's wrong?" Hearing her brother's question, Jiang Yan finally came back from her anger. Her eyes suddenly reddened, and she said, "Brother, you have to do something for me. That bastard Lu Long, he's been cheating on me with other women behind my back." Upon hearing this, Jiang Long's gaze instantly turned cold. Don't look at him, he usually bossed his sister around, but deep down, he was good to her. No one can bully his sister but him. Anyone else who dares to bully her, he'll fight to the death with them. Jiang Long noticed the phone and snatched it away, immediately seeing the videos and photos that Lu Shui had sent. "Damn it! Lu Long, you son of a bitch, you dare to cuckold my sister, I'll kill you." Jiang Long angrily slammed his fist on the table, then picked up his phone and said to Jiang Yan while he was on the phone, "Swallow, come with me, I'll help you get justice." "I'll go with you." The father angrily said, how can he not be angry when he learns that his daughter has been bullied? "Dad, you're getting on in years, what's the point of following? Wait at home." "Ah Long, don't get carried away, Ingzi, quickly, you go after them, don't let Ah Long do anything stupid," the mother quickly said, knowing her son's temper well. He may look gentle and refined, but once he gets angry, he's a real fighter, and will fight to the death. "Oh, okay." Jiang Long's wife hurriedly followed. Just as Jiang Long, Jiang Yan and the others rushed angrily to the pedestrian street, Lin Feng, Lu Shui and Xuanxuan, the 3 of them, were already eating sour soup with beef rice noodles. They were really comfortable while blowing on the air conditioner and drinking the mellow and delicious beef soup. "Honey, Xuanxuan, is it delicious?" Lin Feng asked his wife and daughter while eating. Delicious, I want 2 bowls." Xuanxuan nodded like a little chick pecking at rice, eating the rice noodles in big mouthfuls. As a snack lover, she has liked it since she was little, and she doesn't gain weight just from eating it, so you can imagine how angry I am. It's still the same familiar taste, I haven't been here in a long time. Lu Shui laughed. Lin Feng nodded and said, "I'm afraid it's been more than a year." Last year, Lu Shui brought Lin Feng here to eat, but the latter was still a fool at the time. Although the sour soup and fat beef rice noodles still tasted the same, Lu Shui couldn't tell and wasn't happy at all. But now it's different, she can taste the original flavor. It's the feeling of first love. Just then, Lu Shui's phone suddenly lit up. She glanced at it and said in surprise, "Jiang Yan sent a message." "What did she say?" Lin Feng asked curiously. "She said she's coming over, and told us to keep an eye on the guy." Lu Shui replied. "Hey, there's going to be some good drama. I've just finished eating too. Honey, I'll go keep an eye on things for now, and report back anytime." Lin Feng grinned evilly. Although they were eating sour soup with beef and rice noodles, they were also keeping an eye on Lu Long. He had taken his girlfriend into a cosmetics store and had not come out since. "Aha, go ahead. If anything happens, contact me immediately via WeChat." Lu Shui nodded. "Okay." Lin Feng responded, then got up and walked in that direction, disappearing around the corner. Chapter 51, The Beaten Lu Long. Meanwhile, Lu Long and the Black Silk Beauty were buying cosmetics in the cosmetics store. The two were close and affectionate with each other, and they never imagined that danger was about to descend. "Honey, what do you think of this body lotion? It's unisex, so you can also apply it at night while you sleep, it's good for the skin." The Black Silk Beauty turned her head to look at Lu Long and said coquettishly. The waiter, who was listening from the side, couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body. Buy it, buy whatever you like. Lu Long was rich and arrogant. Hubby is just right, I love you to death. The black silk beauty said in surprise, and couldn't help but come up close, giving Lu Long a kiss like a dragonfly's touch. This made Lu Long suddenly feel giddy, especially noticing the admiring glances around him. This greatly satisfied his vanity, and he suddenly held his head high, looking very pleased with himself. Wrap these up, I'll take them all. The black silk beauty pointed to a pile of cosmetics she had selected and laughed. Upon hearing this, the waitress was overjoyed. Not only were the selected cosmetics and skin care products in large quantities, but they were also the most expensive. If this order was successful, the tip would be enough to cover her wages for several days. Very good, madam, I'll wrap it up for you right away. The waitress nodded with a smile, quickly wrapped up the cosmetics and calculated the bill. She was not stupid and could tell that Lu Long was the one footing the bill. She immediately handed over the bill, saying, "Sir, that'll be 12,000 yuan. What? 12,000 yuan? That's so expensive." Lu Long was surprised, and his previous sense of euphoria was suddenly extinguished like a bucket of cold water. "Sir, these cosmetics are indeed a bit more expensive, but the quality is guaranteed here, and they are all big brands," the waiter hurriedly said. The black silk beauty immediately came forward and took hold of Lu Long's hand, cooing and flirtatiously said, "Honey, I know it's a bit expensive, but if we buy it this time, we won't have to buy it for a year." "Honey, what do you say?" Hearing this, many idle men and women behind him got goosebumps and their hair stood on end. Of course, there were also many men and women who cast envious glances. Although the black silk beauty spoke a bit like a father, her figure and face were definitely considered beautiful. Of course, compared to Lu Shui, she was much, much inferior. "Buy it, as long as my wife likes it, I'm willing to spend as much as I want." Lu Long felt the stares around him, and his male vanity immediately rose. He waved his hand and said generously, "That's great, honey, you're so sweet." Lost in the black silk beauty's endearments, Lu Long didn't hesitate to scan the QR code and pay, looking like a rich guy willing to spend money on his wife. After buying the cosmetics, the two of them walked out of the store holding hands, looking like they were in love. "Hong, do you think these two are husband and wife?" a waitress asked in a low voice. "No way. I guarantee you that the woman is a mistress and the man is a sucker. Can't you see that the woman is trying to get the man to spend money? Xuanxuan, you need to learn more. Look at that woman just now, she has her man wrapped around her finger and has easily got him to spend over 10,000 yuan on her." "Oh, no, that's disgusting." Just as the waiters were whispering, suddenly there was an angry shout from outside the door. "Lu Long, you son of a bitch, how dare you bully my sister, I'll beat you to death." Accompanied by a deafening roar, 3 men suddenly rushed up. Lu Long, who had just walked less than 3 meters from the door, was suddenly kicked and sent flying, emitting a series of screams. "Long, brother Long, it's not what you think. This is my colleague. We're salespeople. We're innocent." Lu Long was kicked to the ground, endured the pain, looked up at the bespectacled Jiang Long in fear, and then his gaze turned to Jiang Yan, who was following closely behind. He hurriedly said, "Swallow, you have to believe me, you have to listen to my explanation, it's not what you think, I." "Explain? It's sophistry, don't you think I'm blind?" "Lu Long, you son of a bitch, you kept saying you loved me and got engaged to me, and you still had the nerve to meet with another woman in secret, you son of a bitch, I'll fuck you up." Jiang Yan was furious and couldn't help but rush up, but Jiang Long grabbed her, obviously afraid that his sister would get hurt. "Beat him up, kill the son of a bitch," Jiang Long said to the 2 brothers he had brought with him. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 of them charged at the same time. Lu Long initially resisted, dodged, and ran backwards, but was soon surrounded by the 3 of them. Faced with the 3 men charging at him, he had no defense at all and was quickly knocked to the ground. "Ah! Stop fighting, brother Long, I was wrong. Please, let me go, I will never do it again, Swallow, save me quickly, ah." Lu Long was surrounded by 3 people, beaten and kicked. He could only curl up, writhing like a shrimp that had been electrocuted, emitting screams of agony. This scene attracted a large crowd of onlookers, who discussed it noisily, pointing and gesturing. Naturally, this included Lin Feng and Lu Shui, who had been behind the attack. They brought their daughter to a corner and watched the beaten Lu Long from afar, feeling immensely gratified. "Serves him right. Good job beating him up. This kind of animal, scum, even if he is beaten to death, it is not a pity to die. Lu Shui said angrily when she saw this. Since the last time Lu Long drugged himself and actually let outsiders bully him, Lu Shui no longer regarded Lu Long as her own younger brother, but as an enemy. My wife is right, this guy is an animal. Lin Feng agreed. At the moment, he was also a little tempted. He triggered an option at the police station last time. Option 1, investigate alone to find out who the murderer is. Whoever wants to cripple you, you cripple them back. Mission accomplished, you will receive a 100% consumer rebate card and 3 danger prediction cards. Lin Feng could tell that Lu Long and Lu Ming were definitely the culprits. If he used the obey spell now and asked Zhang Long to cripple Lu Long's legs, that would be half the mission done. But after a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng gave up this idea. He had a grudge against Lu Long, but no grudges against Zhang Long. If he let Zhang Long cripple Lu Long's legs, he would definitely harm him and be sent to prison. The best way is to wait until Lu Long and Lu Ming are together, and use the obey spell on one of them, so that they will kill each other. Lin Feng thought to himself. The obedient charm can make the other person obediently do what you want, even kill, but they cannot harm themselves or commit suicide, and it can only be used within a range of 10 meters. Lin Feng now has 2 obedient charms on him. Unfortunately, he has not yet found a suitable opportunity to use them. Chapter 52, Women Fighting is Sexy. Damn it! This guy is not a human being, he's engaged and he's still fooling around with other women. It makes me angry just watching it. I want to beat the shit out of him. It takes 2 to tango, and in my opinion, the mistress deserves a beating too. The crowd is buzzing with discussion and cursing, and no one feels sorry for Lu Long as they watch him get punched and kicked, crying out for his mother. As for the black silk-clad beauty, she has been so shocked by the scene that she has become flabbergasted, and her feet involuntarily take her backwards, obviously trying to escape from this place of trouble. In fact, she had long since known that Lu Long was engaged and had a fiancé, but she didn't mind. The reason she was still actively with Lu Long was for the money, to make a killing. Previously, when buying cosmetics and the like, it was obvious that she was going for the money. But what she never expected was that Lu Long's fiancé would actually find her way here. However, the black silk beauty only took a few steps back, and Zhang Yan immediately noticed her and angrily yelled, "Bitch, how dare you seduce my man, I'll kill you." As she yelled, she charged up. "Sister, don't be impulsive, this has nothing to do with me, I didn't know he had a fiancé." The black silk beauty was shocked and turned around, running while lying and explaining. Zhang Yan was not stupid and did not believe the black silk beauty's words at all. She took 2 or 3 steps and grabbed the black silk beauty's hair, yanking back. Ah! The black silk beauty let out a scream, stumbled back a few steps, and her hair was pulled off. She was suddenly angry too, yelling and cursing, "Stupid bitch, you dare hit me, I'll fight you to the death." As she cursed, she turned around and pounced on Zhang Yan. So the 2 women also fought with each other, and unlike men, women don't fight with punches and kicks, they fight with scratching and clawing, and even biting directly on the mouth. Zhang Yan and the black silk beauty were seen rolling and fighting on the street, regardless of their image, with their sharp fingernails, clawing fiercely at each other's faces, arms, necks, and legs, leaving behind scratches, and even directly scratching their hair. People around them felt a chill down their spine, and they never imagined that this woman could fight so fiercely. However, what happened next was a sexy scene. The black silk beauty was already dressed scantily, and after Zhang Yan scratched and clawed at her, not only were her black silk clothes torn, but the top of her low-cut outfit was also pulled down, revealing a piece of snow-white, fully elastic flesh, exposed to the gaze of everyone. Wow! So big! The scene was filled with the shocked cries of men. Many people were so aroused that they let out lewd laughs, while of course some were given a good lecture by their wives or girlfriends, who twisted their ears and made them hurry away. Among them was Lin Feng. "Hubby, what are you looking at? Your eyes are about to fall out." Just as the black silk beauty's breasts were exposed, Lu Shui turned her head back and saw her husband still staring straight ahead, and she was instantly displeased. No, my dear, let me explain, I really didn't see anything." Lin Feng quickly averted his gaze and looked at his wife. "That's a lame excuse, if you didn't see anything, then why are you so nervous?" Lu Shui said angrily. Lin Feng was at a loss for words for a moment. Who knew that Zhang Yan would suddenly pull off the other person's clothes? It was so sudden, even if you don't want to see it, you definitely saw it. Humph. You men are all the same, you pervert. Lu Shui snorted, immediately picked up Xuanxuan in her arms and turned around, saying, "Xuanxuan, let's go." Hey, honey, wait, I was wrong, I just happened to see it too, but I didn't have any evil thoughts, I swear. Lin Feng hurriedly chased after her, following his wife around, grinning and explaining. Now you admit you saw it, even if it was an accident. I'm not happy about it, grunt. Lu Shui gave a grunt in a jealous manner. Lin Feng helplessly smiled bitterly. This woman. It's true that her face changes faster than turning the pages of a book. Xuanxuan suddenly made a startling remark, looking at Lu Shui with wide eyes and curiously asking, Mom, that sister just now, why is it so big here? Why didn't I? What are you talking about? Forget it right now, got it? You're still a child, you're not allowed to ask these things. Lu Shui's face changed, and she hurriedly interrupted. Xuanxuan, what mommy said is right, what you just saw is all bad, you have to forget it, got it? Lin Feng also hurriedly agreed, and he also felt a little self-reproach in his heart. He really shouldn't have let his daughter see that scene just now. She's still young, she shouldn't be exposed to this. Not just the scene of showing her breasts, but also the fighting and brawling, none of this should be shown to a child. Xuanxuan blinked her big eyes and looked at her parents. Although she didn't quite understand, she nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Honey, let's just take the car home now. Our legs are sore from all the walking. Lu Shui suddenly suggested. Okay, let's walk over there and take a taxi. Lin Feng pointed to the bus stop. Good. Lu Shui nodded. Lin Feng suddenly looked like he needed to be tidied up again, and he came up to her and laughed. Wife, are you not angry now? I can see that you want a beating, can't you? Lu Shui angrily said, reaching out to grab her husband, who immediately took off running. Xuanxuan, help me chase after him and catch up with Daddy, Lu Shui said, putting her daughter down. Yes. Daddy, don't run, stop. Xuanxuan immediately followed after him, running around like a little idiot. Lu Shui also laughed while chasing after them. Stop, I'll teach you a lesson. Ha ha ha. The family of three chased and fled at the same time, laughing happily. Obviously, Lu Shui was not angry at all, but just joking on purpose. After arriving at the platform, in no time, they were carrying big and small bags of things, got into a taxi, and headed straight for home, disappearing at the end of the horizon. As for the other side, Lu Long and the Black Silk Beauty were beaten black and blue, covered in bruises, and swollen like pigs' heads. The one-sided beating did not end until the police arrived at the scene. They were all taken to the police station first, and the onlookers, who were still full of interest, gradually left one after the other, and the pedestrian street returned to its former tranquility. After this incident, Jiang Yan and Lu Long had become enemies rather than lovers. Even though they were engaged, it was clear that the marriage would not go ahead. As the incident spread, Lu Long was completely branded a scumbag. Especially in this age of the internet, his information was immediately found out through a human flesh search, and wherever he went, he was met with countless sarcastic remarks, sneers, and abuse. As for his parents, they were also extremely disappointed in him and couldn't help but scold him. Lu Long, however, was a coward who could not speak his mind even when he was alone. He scolded his parents back, and even wanted to beat them up. This angered the two of them so much that they almost died of anger. Chapter 53, Let's make 100 million first. Honey, why don't you go take a bath first? You've sweated so much from shopping. Why don't you and Xuanxuan go first, and I'll rest for a while and go later? Okay. The first thing they did when they got home was take a bath. The weather in July and August was incredibly hot, and even if you didn't move, you would sweat, let alone going to the amusement park and shopping. At this moment, the three of them were already soaked to the skin. Lu Shui took the pajamas and took her daughter to the bathroom first. Soon, a rushing sound came from inside. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was lying on a recliner, lost in thought. The most pressing task was to find a way to make money and achieve financial freedom as soon as possible. Selling fried rice can also make money, but it's too hard to get up early and work late. And making 2,000 or 3,000 yuan a day is too little. If you want to buy a villa and a luxury car in a big city like Yunqing City, 2,000 or 3,000 yuan a day is probably not enough. Lin Feng thought to himself, if he hadn't obtained the system before, he would have thought that 2,000 or 3,000 yuan a day was absolutely an astronomical sum and would have been absolutely very satisfied. This is already more than 99% of workers. But now that he has the system and the plug-ins, Lin Feng is certainly not satisfied with just 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a day. To borrow a phrase from someone, set a small goal and earn 100 million first. So Lin Feng's current goal is to earn 100 million. If he relies solely on selling fried rice with eggs, he definitely won't achieve it. To make big money, you have to start a company and do business, and you have to make money from women, because women's money is the best to make. My wife is right, I can start with the Qing Yen Immortal Elixir. This pill can whiten, spot, and remove blackheads, making the skin tender and smooth. The effect is definitely better than those top brand cosmetics and skin care products. Once mass-produced, it will definitely be a hit in China, no, even the world. In addition to the Elixir of Youth, I also have the 9 Revolutions of the Night of the Aphrodisiac, Elixir of Longevity, and Cream, and other prescriptions. Any one of these prescriptions is a rare treasure. If I can produce all of these, it would be difficult not to become the richest person. Thinking about this, Lin Feng's eyes immediately became fiery, full of hope for the future. So the first step is to start a company and produce the Qing Yen Immortal Elixir. But starting a company requires a lot of capital, not to mention the cost of producing the Qing Yen Immortal Elixir. I simply can't come up with that much money. But soon Lin Feng ran into difficulties. On the one hand, starting a company requires a lot of capital, and on the other hand, he knows nothing about starting and managing a company, so how can he make a company bigger and stronger? Just as Lin Feng was having trouble, suddenly a system voice sounded in his head. Ding! Random trigger selection. Option 1, use the lucky card and immediately go buy a lottery ticket. Under the influence of the European Emperor, the host has an 80% chance of winning the first prize and a 100% chance of winning the second prize. This will give the host enough money to start a company. Mission complete, you will receive a revolver and 30 bullets. Option 2, find a company and use the recipe for the Qing Yen Immortal Elixir as a bargaining chip to seek a profit-sharing partnership and negotiate a 70% profit-sharing deal. Mission accomplished, you will receive a revolver and 30 bullets. Option 3, use your powerful medical skills to cure the daughter of Yunchuan City's richest man, Ma Hualong, and demand that the other party pay for medical expenses for a company worth more than 10 million. Task completed, you will receive a revolver and 30 rounds of ammunition. After looking at the 3 options above, Lin Feng froze for a moment before immediately falling into deep thought. Using the lucky card to win the lottery is not bad. Regardless of the double color ball or the big lottery, the first prize is at least 5 million, which is enough to start a company. Thinking about this, Lin Feng shook his head and said, forget it. The lucky card can enable the user to overcome all dangers and difficulties. If you encounter a life or death crisis in the future, it would be wise to use the lucky card again. Obviously, life is more precious than money. No matter how much money you make, if you end up not living to spend it, it's all in vain. Therefore, the lucky card should be used in times of life or death crisis as a means of survival. Lin Feng then looked at option 2 and couldn't help but light up. This method is not bad. With the effect of the Immortal Beauty Elixir, I'm afraid no cosmetics company will refuse to cooperate. Once it succeeds, I can also be a hands-off boss and just sit back and collect the money, except. When Lin Feng saw that 70% of the sales profit needed to be reached, he couldn't help but frown. Is this too high? I'm afraid it's hard for anyone to agree to it. In short, Lin Feng cooperates with a company, providing only the formula and not having to worry about anything else, while the other party needs to invest a lot of money, time, and effort into production and sales. In the end, the other party can only get 30% of the profits, while Lin Feng gets 70% without having to do anything. I'm afraid that as long as someone is normal, they won't agree to such harsh conditions. This is too harsh. If I were the boss of the company, I would never agree to it. Lin Feng thought to himself, shook his head helplessly, and looked at option 3. Treating the daughter of the richest man in Yunchuan City is possible. With my current medical skills, as long as it is not a terminal illness, I can basically cure it. Lin Feng nodded and continued reading. Using a company worth more than 10 million as medical expenses, is this a bit too much? But then he thought again, and he was relieved. 10 million is indeed a lot for ordinary people, but for the richest man in Yunchuan City, it's just a drop in the bucket. I'm afraid the other party can come up with tens of billions. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Then choose option 3. This task is the easiest, and the rewards for all 3 options are the same. Wait, won't the reward be a bit too severe? Ordinary people carrying guns, this is illegal. Lin Feng was dumbfounded when he saw the reward. He didn't expect the system to directly reward a revolver and 30 rounds of ammunition. You have to know that this is a time of peace, and China has a strict ban on guns. If you are found to be in possession of firearms and ammunition, it is against the law and you will go to prison. Chapter 54, A Family Should Sleep Together. Dad, smell me, I smell so good. Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, the bathroom door suddenly opened. Xuanxuan, wearing a pair of cartoon slippers, ran out, smelling her little hand as she ran. She had just had a shower, her hair was down, and she was wearing a pink SpongeBob SquarePants pajama top, exuding the fresh fragrance of Rejoice shampoo. Dad, smell it. Xuanxuan ran up to Lin Feng, held out her little hand, and said in a baby voice. Lin Feng laughed, leaned in and took a sniff, and nodded, Xuanxuan is not only smelling better, she's also getting more and more pretty and cute, she's a little beauty. He. Xuanxuan was overjoyed to hear her father's praise and immediately beamed a big smile. Children are like that, they'll be very happy with a little praise and coddling. No, in fact, it's the same for all women. Dad, you should go wash up too, so we can both become fragrant together. Xuanxuan said in a baby voice, while reaching out and grabbing Lin Feng's hand, trying to drag him up. Okay, Dad will go wash up now. Lin Feng smiled helplessly, stood up, and walked towards the bathroom. Coincidentally, he ran into his wife as she came out after washing up. She was wearing a nightdress with the hem falling at the thigh level, revealing her long, slender, snow-white and straight legs, which were sleek and free of a single ounce of excess flesh. Her feet were wearing a pair of cartoon slippers, revealing her cute and sexy toes. Her hair was loose and fell on her waist, which was just the right size. Her soft, black hair gave off a faint fragrance. She had a stunning face with a pure and sweet smile that revealed 2 shallow dimples. Honey, I'm done. Go take a shower. Get me the laundry to wash later, Lu Shui said, smiling as she looked at Lin Feng. Since her husband had regained consciousness, she had been smiling all the time, and it was as if she had suddenly become a dozen years younger. You've worked hard today, I'll do the laundry, you rest. Lin Feng said, welcoming her. It's fine, laundry is no big deal, don't argue with me. Lu Shui said firmly. Since she had said that, Lin Feng didn't feel obliged to be polite anymore. In a marriage, there is no difference between you and me, it doesn't matter who does the laundry. Okay, I'll go take a shower first. Lin Feng nodded and walked into the bathroom. While her husband was showering, Lu Shui soaked the 3 people's laundry in a bucket and took it out to the balcony to wash it. It had to be said, Lu Shui was a good wife and mother. With her, the house was not only cleaned up nicely, but she also took care of all the housework. Of course, Lin Feng used to be a fool and couldn't help, but now that he's recovered, of course he'll help with the housework. It's not tiring for a man and woman to work together. Mom, let me help you wash the laundry. Xuanxuan is also a sensible child, and she came to the balcony to help with a smile on her face. Good, come and help your mom wash. Lu Shui turned her head and smiled, not refusing. In fact, children can't wash clothes properly at all, and they may even cause damage and make a mess. But she still agreed to let Xuanxuan help, because she wanted to cultivate her practical ability and the qualities of diligence and self-reliance from an early age. Children really need to be spoiled, but they also shouldn't be spoiled to the point of becoming princesses. Yes, great, let's do the laundry. Xuanxuan was very happy, and she came over happily, squatted next to the wooden basin, and started washing like her mother. 10 minutes later, Lin Feng finished his shower, and the laundry was almost done. Xuanxuan is awesome, she can even wash clothes. Lin Feng came over and praised her with a thumbs up and a smile. Dad is awesome too. Xuanxuan beamed. Does that mean that my daughter is awesome and I'm not? Lu Shui put the wrung out clothes in the bucket, stood up, and turned back to give Lin Feng a glare. This made the latter speechless. He was such a big man, but he was still acting like a child, even competing with his daughter. Of course I'm great, and so is my wife. Lin Feng stuck out his thumb, came up to Lu Shui, and said, 1, 2, 3, you're awesome. Puff. Lu Shui laughed out of annoyance. You really treat me like a child. What's so bad about being a kid? No worries, just happy every day. Lin Feng said as he lifted the wringer basket and said, I'm going to the roof to hang the laundry. Okay, hurry back, I'll tidy up, it's time for bed. Lu Shui nodded and stretched. So Lin Feng took the basket and walked up the stairs to the roof. It was already 2 p.m., and the hot sun was pouring down. After quickly drying the laundry, Lin Feng returned home and found his wife and daughter already lying in bed. He didn't disturb them and walked towards another room. Husband. Come here. However, just as he reached the door, Lu Shui's voice rang out. Lin Feng was taken aback and responded, What's wrong? He turned around and walked back, came to the door, and was about to ask when he saw Xuanxuan suddenly run up to him, took his hand and said, "Daddy, shall we sleep together?" Hearing that his daughter wanted to sleep with him, Lin Feng's heart instantly warmed and he was overjoyed. But he said, "The bed is too small, and it's hot, so the three of us sleeping together would be very uncomfortable." "Hubby, it's fine, we can squeeze together and sleep, and it's not very hot with the fan blowing." Lu Shui said with a smile, "And Xuanxuan wants to sleep with us." "Yes, Dad, we're a family, and families sleep together." Xuanxuan nodded like a little chick pecking at rice, and she was so cute. Lin Feng nodded helplessly and said, "Okay, let's sleep together." "Yes." Xuanxuan was so happy that she took Lin Feng's hand and came to the bed. "Dad sleeps here, Mom sleeps here, and I'll sleep in the middle." Xuanxuan looked like a little adult, giving orders. "Yes, Your Highness." Lin Feng dutifully responded, lying down on the bed. Lu Shui couldn't help but laugh. After seeing her parents lie down, Xuanxuan lay down as well, with her hands holding onto her father's and mother's hands. A happy smile appeared on her little face. The three of them thoroughly enjoyed the warmth of this moment. "Wife, when I make some money, we'll buy a house and live in a big villa," Lin Feng said, looking at the ceiling. The rented house was not only small and shabby, but in such a hot day, there was not even an air conditioner. Lin Feng didn't want the mother and daughter to suffer anymore and wanted to make money as soon as possible. Lu Shui turned her head and glanced at Lin Feng, saying, "A big villa or a rented house, as long as the three of us are together, anywhere is home." Hearing this, Lin Feng turned his head and looked at his wife. The two of them gazed into each other's eyes, full of love. As for Xuanxuan, who was lying in the middle, she was directly ignored. If it weren't for the presence of their daughter, the two of them would have been kissing and cuddling with each other by now. As expected, parents are true love, and children are just an accident. Next, the three of them chatted from time to time. Unconsciously, a wave of sleepiness hit them, and Lin Feng, Lu Shui, and Xuanxuan slowly fell asleep. Chapter 55, Being Targeted by a Mysterious Person. As the saying goes, one family rejoices while another family grieves. In a hospital, Lu Long was once again covered in plaster and bandages, looking utterly miserable. After inquiring, he learned that Jiang Yan knew about his infidelity and his private meeting with another woman on the pedestrian street because of his sister Lu Shui, who had sent Jiang Yan a video and photos. "Sister, my dear sister. Since you don't cherish the old feelings, don't blame me for being rude. And you, Lin Feng, you must have been behind all this. Now I can't get married, I've lost my reputation, I can't go home, I want you dead, I want you to suffer more than death." Lu Long lay on the hospital bed, clenching his fists, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Then he took out his phone and dialed Lu Ming's number. "Hey, Lu Xiao. Well, Lu Long, I heard about what happened to you. How could you be so careless? You got caught cheating, and let's face it, your skills are not good enough." From the other end of the line came Lu Ming's voice, unable to hold back his laughter. "Lu Xiao, please don't mock me," Lu Long said with a bitter smile. Okay, don't dwell on this. There are plenty of women in the world. That Jiang Yan, I don't think she's a good catch. Next time I come over, I'll introduce you to a foreign girl, so you can see what a woman with class looks like." Ha ha ha. From the other end of the line came the sound of Lu Ming laughing. "Lu Xiao, women aside, after my investigation, the reason why my affair was discovered is entirely because of that guy Lin Feng, he's the one behind the whole thing. Speaking of which," Lu Long paused for a moment and continued, "Young Master Lu, didn't you say last time that you wanted someone to teach Lin Feng a lesson? Can you hurry up and do it? I'm so angry right now, I can't wait for that kid to die." As soon as he heard the name Lin Feng, Lu Ming's face immediately fell. This guy not only stole his beloved woman, but also beat him into the hospital. Such a great humiliation, of course, he remembered it in his heart. "Don't worry, I've contacted an assassins group, paid them, and they've already started their operation. In a week at most, that Lin Feng brat will be reporting to the underworld," Lu Ming said softly. At first, he just wanted to cripple Lin Feng's legs so that he would be disabled for life, so he approached Erwazi and the others, but the mission failed. This time, Lu Ming contacted an assassin organization through his connections and was willing to pay a high price to buy Lin Feng's life. "Ha, that's great, Lu Xiao, I'll be waiting for your good news." Upon hearing this, Lu Long couldn't help but burst out laughing. He then said, "After Lin Feng is dealt with, I'll figure it out. I'll personally bring my sister to Lu Xiao's front then, so that Lu Xiao can experience my sister's happiness. I have to say, this guy Lu Long is worse than an animal." As a younger brother, he actually wants to harm his sister and give her to other men to play with. If this kind of behavior isn't that of an animal, then what is it? I'll be waiting, ha ha ha. Lu Ming also laughed. After hanging up the phone, Lu Long looked out the window, his gaze full of murderous intent. Time passed by minute. It was the next day, and today was Sunday, so Xuanxuan didn't have to go to school and could sleep in. Lin Feng and Lu Shui, on the other hand, got up at around 5 o'clock in the morning. Last night, they prepared a large amount of side dishes such as white rice, eggs, spring onions, ginger, garlic, diced carrots, bean sprouts, etc., and went to the industrial park early in the morning to sell fried rice with eggs. Business was still booming. In less than 3 hours, all 500-odd servings of golden fried rice were sold, and they made a total of more than 5,000 yuan, with a net profit of 3,000 yuan. In just one morning, they had earned back all the money they had spent on playing at the amusement park and shopping at the pedestrian street the previous day. 3,000 a day, this has surpassed 99% of businessmen, and the key is that it's not very tiring. Back at home, Lin Feng tidied up a bit, took a shower, and then said to Lu Shui, "Wife, I'm going to Zhang Songtao's house to see him." Except for the system, he has already confessed everything else to his wife, such as the fact that he knows medical skills, has learned Huaxia Special Forces combat, etc., so there is no need for him to hide anything from his wife. Of course, as for how he learned medical skills and Huaxia Special Forces combat, these involved the existence of the system, so Lin Feng didn't mention a word about it, otherwise he would be directly erased by the system. "Well, go ahead, Xian and I will wait for you at home. Be careful." Lu Shui nodded and smiled. "You guys also have to be careful. After I leave, lock the door and don't open it for anyone who knocks. Wait for me to come back," Lin Feng reminded. Yesterday, Lu Long was humiliated and disgraced after causing such a big feud. After learning the reason, this guy will definitely find a way to take revenge and will never let himself go. So he is still a little worried about the safety of his wife and daughter. "Okay, I got it, I won't open the door for anyone." Lu Shui solemnly nodded. Lin Feng walked up and held his wife's face in his hands, kissing her on her white forehead. "Daddy, I want a kiss too." Xuanxuan, who was standing nearby, saw the scene and came up smiling. "Okay, I want a kiss too." Lin Feng laughed, squatted down, held Xuanxuan's little face in his hands, and kissed her on the forehead too. After doing all this, Lin Feng carried a medical kit and walked straight out. "Bye, honey, come back soon." "Bye, Daddy." Lu Shui and Xuanxuan stood at the door, waving at Lin Feng non-stop. Lin Feng stopped in his tracks, turned his head and looked at his wife and daughter, smiled helplessly, and said, "I'm not going to be gone for long, but you're acting like I'm not coming back for a month or two. Leaving you for a second is like leaving for a year." Lu Shui laughed. "Hey, that's so mushy, it gave me goosebumps." Lin Feng pretended to be startled, rubbed his arms, and hurriedly walked downstairs until he disappeared from view. "Xuanxuan, let's go back to the house, Daddy will be back soon, shall I teach you to draw?" Lu Shui withdrew her gaze and looked at her daughter. Okay." Xuanxuan nodded obediently. With a clang, she closed the door, and Lu Shui, always mindful of her husband's words, immediately locked the door from the inside, and wouldn't open it for anyone who knocked. Meanwhile, Lin Feng left home and arrived at the gate of the residential compound, where he hailed a taxi and headed straight for Zhang Songtao's home. However, he did not know that as soon as he left his house and appeared at the entrance to the residential area, a mysterious person wearing a cap, a black mask, and only revealing a pair of cold eyes on a van in the distance had already set their sights on him. As soon as the taxi drove off, this person followed it in the van without making a sound, unnoticed by anyone. Chapter 56, Treating Zhang Songtao. 15 minutes later, Lin Feng arrived at the entrance of the Jinka Phase 1 community by taxi. As soon as he got off the taxi, he saw two men and a woman quickly approaching him. One of the men was Zhang Songtao. Compared to before, his face was slightly pale, his face was full of fatigue, and his neck and arms were covered with light red spots. Last time, he had an attack at the police station. Although he used garlic to suppress the toxins, they were not completely removed, and the toxins continued to spread. It was only a day or so ago, but most of his body was already covered with these red spots. Yesterday, under the persuasion of his wife and son, Zhang Songtao went to the hospital for a checkup again, but the results of all the tests were normal, and he was not sick at all. Obviously, the hospital was unable to detect his illness, and naturally it was unable to treat it. Last night at around 2 o'clock, Zhang Songtao, who was sleeping, had another attack. He was in excruciating pain, but fortunately, he had prepared a large amount of garlic in advance, which suppressed the illness. Now, Lin Feng is his only hope, the only person who can cure this illness. Xuanxuan, his wife, and his son waited at the door early in the morning, hoping to see Lin Feng as soon as possible. "Little brother, I heard that you caught 4 human traffickers at the Happyland amusement park and saved a little boy. That's really awesome." Xuanxuan came up to him, smiled, gave him a thumbs up, and said gratefully, "On behalf of all the police officers in Yinchuan City, and the ordinary people, I would like to thank you." As a police officer, there are 2 kinds of people he hates the most. One is rapists. The other is human traffickers. These people have caused countless families to be separated, broken, and destroyed. Zhang Songtao deeply detests human traffickers, so when he learned that Lin Feng not only captured 4 human traffickers, but also rescued a young boy, Zhang Songtao was instantly impressed and admired him. "It was nothing, team leader Zhang, you're too kind." Lin Feng waved his hand and laughed. Zhang Songtao's wife was a dutiful woman who didn't care about this and only cared about her husband's health, so she walked up and grabbed Lin Feng's hand, about to kneel down and beg, "Lin Shijin, you must save my husband Zhang. He's a good man, how did he suddenly get poisoned? You must find a way to save him. Master Lin, please, save my father." A young man of about 12 or 13 years old also chimed in, and he too wanted to kneel down and beg. Lin Feng saw this and quickly took one hand to help each of them up, saying, "Sister, don't be like this. Quickly get up, I'm here to cure team leader Zhang, right? Don't worry, this kind of illness is nothing, I can cure it, so don't worry. Young man, you get up too." A real man kneels to heaven, to earth, and to his parents. You hear me? Zhang Songtao didn't expect such a strong reaction from his wife and son. He was very moved. He knew that the two were just concerned about him, so. "Wife, son, get up. Dr. Lin said he can cure it, so he can definitely cure it, and don't make it difficult for people." Zhang Songtao took a deep breath and said. Hearing this, the two slowly stood up. Lin Feng also did not dawdle, saying, "Let's go home first and treat the illness right away." "Very well, Divine Healer Lin, this way please." The woman hurriedly led the way. Led by the family of 3, they entered the residential area and went straight to room 10-6, building 2. Once inside the house, Zhang Songtao's family was very warm and hospitable, offering fruit, snacks, and tea. Lin Feng took the opportunity to examine Zhang Songtao's body, ask about the onset of the illness, and confirm that the other party had indeed been poisoned by the soul-locked smoke poison. Nodding, he said, "It can now be confirmed that you have indeed been poisoned. This poison is called soul-locked smoke. In theory, this poison should have been lost, but I never expected it to appear again. I think I was poisoned when I arrested a drug dealer, but unfortunately I didn't catch him." Zhang Songtao sighed as he said this, feeling very self-reproachful. Looking at his appearance, Lin Feng felt admiration. It was precisely because of dedicated and responsible policemen like Zhang Songtao who carried the burden forward that the common people could live a good life in peace and contentment. "Dr. Lin, how do you dissolve this poison?" Zhang Songtao's wife couldn't help but ask. "Very simple, use acupuncture to draw out the soul-locking smoke poison, combined with the ointment I have prepared." Lin Feng paused for a moment, opened the medical kit, and said to Zhang Songtao, "Find a place to lie down, take off your clothes and pants, and expose any red spots. Let's go to the bedroom." "Okay." Next, Zhang Songtao lay on the bed as Lin Feng instructed, took off his clothes and pants, and was wearing only underwear. It was clear to see the red spots on his chest, neck, arms, and abdomen. Lin Feng, on the other hand, walked over with a silver needle and a medicine bottle in his hand, and looked at Zhang Songtao's body and said, "Luckily you met me, otherwise, in less than half a month, the poison of the soul-locking smoke will spread throughout your body, and even the immortals will be unable to save you." Upon hearing this, the 3 of them's faces suddenly changed. "Lin Fengshan, as long as you can save me, I, Zhang Songtao, will owe you my life. If there is anything I can do for you in the future, I will definitely go through fire and water." Before Zhang Songtao could finish speaking, Lin Feng interrupted, "A doctor has a benevolent heart. I'm not asking for payment. Since I ran into this, I will definitely do my best to save you. Don't move, I'm going to start treating you now." Lin Feng said this, opened the bottle cap, and a strong medicinal fragrance filled the air. Inside was a black, viscous mass of ointment. Lin Feng did not dawdle, immediately scooping the black ointment out with a ladle and quickly applying it to the black spot. It was ice cold and very comfortable, and Zhang Songtao did not feel anything unusual. After doing all this, Lin Feng quickly spread out the silver needles, saying, "The process of applying the needles will be a bit painful, so bear with me." Once the poison from the soul-locking smoke is sucked out, you will be fine. Don't worry, this pain is nothing, Xuanxuan said confidently. Lin Feng nodded, and could tell that the other person was a man of iron, so without any nonsense, he immediately pinched a silver needle and, with lightning speed, quickly stuck it in the heart, on top of the red spot. Then, in the same way, Lin Feng stuck out the second one. His movements were not only fluid, but also fast, accurate and ruthless, all in one go. Each silver needle was precisely stuck on top of the red spots, very quickly. In just a moment, Zhang Songtao's body was covered in silver needles, like a hedgehog. At first, Zhang Songtao only felt a cold and refreshing sensation, not the slightest bit of pain, but also very comfortable. However, as more and more silver needles were stuck, he gradually felt a tingling sensation, as if countless ants were constantly biting at the needle positions, causing him immense pain. From time to time, he gasped for breath, his teeth clenched, his face contorted in pain. Before long, his forehead was covered in sweat. However, from beginning to end, Zhang Songtao did not cry out in pain once, nor did he move around, gritting his teeth and holding back the pain. Lin Feng saw this scene and was full of admiration. The other party is really a man of iron, worthy of being a people's police officer. Okay, next you just need to wait half an hour, wait for the ointment and silver needles to take effect and suck out the toxins from the soul-locking smoke, and you'll be fine. Lin Feng finished sticking in the last silver needle and spoke. Zhang Songtao's wife and son hurriedly came up to check. Chapter 57, The illness is cured, do me a favor. Dad, how do you feel now? Any better? Hubby, how is it? Is it effective? Zhang Songtao's wife and son hurriedly came up to inquire. Zhang Songtao endured the severe pain while saying, "It hurts a bit, but don't worry, it's not a big deal. We should trust Dr. Lin." Aha, of course we believe in Dr. Lin. Dr. Lin, please sit down and take a rest. Help yourself to the fruit and snacks. With the warm hospitality of Zhang Songtao's wife, Lin Feng sat on a sofa, playing with his phone while eating fruit and snacks. They chatted from time to time, and the time passed by minute by minute. Before they knew it, about 20 minutes had passed. Ah! What is this? Dr. Lin, come and have a look. At this time, Zhang Songtao's son suddenly ran out of the bedroom and asked Lin Feng, who was resting in the living room, in surprise. Upon hearing this, Zhang Songtao's wife's face changed, and she thought something had happened, so she quickly rushed into the bedroom. Lin Feng, on the other hand, looked calm, and while standing up, he asked with a smile, "Is there black smoke floating out of the silver needles?" Aha, wisp after wisp, and it smells pungent. The teenager hurriedly nodded repeatedly. Don't you dare to smell it, this is the toxin in your father's body, which has been discharged through the silver needles. You must quickly open the windows to ventilate and let all this poisonous smoke out, Lin Feng reminded as he walked into the house. Okay. As soon as he heard that it was poisonous gas being discharged, the boy's face changed, and he hurriedly agreed while running into the bedroom and quickly opening the windows. Team leader Zhang, how do you feel now? Lin Feng asked as he walked in, looking at Zhang Songtao lying on the bed. He could see wisps of visible black smoke exhaling from the silver needles in his body, and when the wind blew, they were clearly in the air. This was the soul-locking smoke that had gathered in Zhang Songtao's blood, and it had now been exhaled little by Lin Feng through acupuncture. It doesn't hurt as much as before, and I feel a little more energetic. Zhang Songtao hurriedly said. Well, that's right, the toxins are now slowly being excreted from your body. It won't be long before the toxins in your body are completely resolved. I'll give you a prescription later, one decoction every morning and evening. In less than a week, you'll be completely cured. Lin Feng nodded and said. Upon hearing this, the three of them immediately became excited and thrilled. Young man, you are truly a miracle healer. Thank you for saving my husband. If anything happens to him, my family will. Zhang Songtao's wife came to Lin Feng and said with gratitude, but she couldn't continue. It's okay, you don't have to say anything auspicious, don't worry, I'll be fine. Zhang Songtao looked at his wife and couldn't help but interrupt. How can you say that? I told you a long time ago not to work so hard, but you just wouldn't listen. This time, it's thanks to Dr. Lin, but what about next time? What if something happens to you and you leave us mother and son? Zhang Songtao's wife was a little angry and she hated him for not listening. I wish I didn't have to, but I'm a police officer. The moment I put on the uniform, I had no choice but to move forward. Zhang Songtao was also very emotional, and when he got to this point, he couldn't help coughing. Zhang Songtao's wife is a softie with a sharp tongue. Seeing this scene, her face changed, and she hurriedly came forward to comfort him. Honey, don't get excited. Rest well, I won't argue with you, okay? I'm just worried about you, you're not young anymore, and. Listening to the two of them talk and watching them love each other, Lin Feng felt a little sour in his heart. Since the moment a people's police officer puts on the uniform, they must be prepared to sacrifice a lot and take on many risks, and naturally they won't be able to take care of their families. But because of their sacrifices, countless families can live peacefully and happily. Sacrificing their families for the greater good, these people are worthy of admiration. Dr. Lin, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Zhang Sontao looked at Lin Feng and said. Lin Feng hurriedly said, there's nothing to laugh about. As ordinary people, we should be thanking you. It is because of you frontline police officers that we ordinary people can live a good life in peace and contentment. I'm just doing my job and trying to do my best. I've never felt like I'm great. Over the next 10 minutes, black silk kept floating out from among the silver needles. As for the red spots on Zhang Sontao's body, they were disappearing at a visible rate, until finally, they completely disappeared. That's about it, I'll take the silver needles out first, said Lin Feng, and immediately came to Zhang Sontao's front, taking out the silver needles at a very fast speed. These silver needles were all thrown into the trash can and could no longer be used. After removing the needles, Lin Feng quickly wrote down a prescription and handed it to Zhang Sontao's wife, saying, everyone, just follow the prescription and go to the traditional Chinese medicine clinic to get the medicine. After boiling the medicine, drink a bowl every morning and evening. You will be completely cured after a week. Thank you, Dr. Lin, you have worked hard. Zhang Sontao's wife took the prescription and said gratefully. You're welcome, it was a small favor. Lin Feng smiled. Dr. Lin, how much do I need to pay for the medicine? Zhang Sontao's wife asked after a moment of hesitation. No charge. Lin Feng waved his hand as he packed up his medical kit. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sontao and the others all turned pale and looked surprised. No, you've come all this way, how can you not charge for the medicine? Zhang Sontao hurriedly said, wife, do we have any cash at home? Give Dr. Lin 10,000 yuan. Dr. Lin, 10,000 yuan is not much, but it is also our goodwill. Just Zhang Sontao turned his head and looked at Lin Feng. How is 10,000 yuan not enough? I said, really, it's not necessary. Acupuncture is just a trivial task, and buying medicine is only a few tens of dollars. You were injured while arresting drug dealers, and you did it for the sake of us ordinary people, so how can I still charge you? Lin Feng immediately refused sternly. But Zhang Sontao still wanted to say something. Lin Feng suddenly stood up straight and looked at him and said, in that case, you can help me with a favor, and that will be enough to offset the medical expenses. Chapter 58 Encountered a van crash. What favor? Dr. Lin, as long as I can help, I will go through fire and water. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sontao hurriedly made his attitude clear, saying very sincerely. Lin Feng smiled and said, it's not a big favor. Do you know Yunchuan City's richest man, Ma Hualong? Upon hearing this, Zhang Sontao couldn't help but freeze for a moment, not understanding why Lin Feng was asking if he knew the richest man. Although he was puzzled, he immediately shook his head and said helplessly, I do know him, but he doesn't know me. I'm just a small police officer, so how could I be friends with him? Oh, that's fine. Lin Feng was a little frustrated and nodded. In order to complete choice 3 and cure Ma Hualong's daughter, I should find a way to meet the other person, right? As the richest man in Yunqing City, he is always protected by bodyguards when he goes out. Only someone he knows well can say a few words to him. But I am just an ordinary person. It is probably difficult for me to meet him. Seeing Lin Feng's frustrated expression, Zhang Sontao thought for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He said, although I don't know Ma Hualong, our director does, and they are still somewhat friendly. Dr. Lin, if you really want to meet Ma Hualong, I can go and ask the director, and maybe you can meet him. That's great, Team Leader Zhang, I'll trouble you with this matter. Lin Feng said joyfully. No trouble at all, just a word, but I can't guarantee whether you can see him or not. Businessmen like Ma Hualong are usually very busy and there are countless people they want to meet. Zhang Sontao waved his hands repeatedly. Lin Feng nodded. As the richest man in the area, he really has a lot to do, attending various meetings and events constantly. It is indeed a bit difficult to find the time to come and see him on purpose. In that case, if you ask your director to bring a message, saying that I am certain that I can cure Ma Hualong's daughter's illness, the chances of seeing him should be a little higher. Lin Feng said. Ha? Zhang Songtao, his wife, and son were all taken aback by this and asked in surprise, Ma Hualong's daughter is sick? Why haven't I heard about it online? Lin Feng smiled and didn't answer. He had also learned of this through the power of the system. It had never been reported online that the richest man Ma Hualong's daughter was sick. Okay, Dr. Lin, you can rest assured that I will deliver this message exactly as it is. Zhang Songtao saw that Lin Feng didn't want to say more, so he quickly changed the subject and gave his word. Lin Feng nodded, thank you very much, he said, picking up his medical bag, and walked towards the door. Since you've been cured, I'll be going back first. No, Dr. Lin, it's already noon. You should stay and have dinner with us before you go. Zhang Songtao's wife hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, no need. My wife and daughter are still waiting for me at home. I promised them I'd go home early. Maybe next time, we can have dinner together again. This being the case, I'll leave it to Dr. Lin. Next time I'll invite your family to dinner, you can't refuse. Zhang Songtao laughed. Of course not. Lin Feng said this and had already reached the door, saying, you don't need to see me off, I can go out by myself. Goodbye. After saying this, he strode to the elevator and Zhang Songtao's family of 3 watched as Lin Feng got into the elevator before slowly returning home. Lin Feng took the elevator to the first floor, then left the residential area directly, caught a taxi, and headed straight for home. It was very hot in the summer at noon, and the scorching sun poured down, causing almost no one to be seen on the street. Only cars shuttled back and forth, disappearing at the end of the horizon. Lin Feng sat in the passenger seat, bored, looking around. Soon, the taxi drove out of the city center and arrived at the industrial park on the outskirts of the city. The surrounding area was naturally more remote than the city center, with less traffic and hardly any pedestrians. Just then, a van on the left suddenly overtook at breakneck speed. Lin Feng glanced at it and suddenly had a hunch that something was wrong with the van. Quick, brake! Lin Feng shouted sharply. The driver couldn't help but jump at the sound of this, and turned his head in surprise at Lin Feng, looking puzzled. But out of reflex, he still lightly tapped the brake, and the speed slowed a little. It was at this moment that the van that was overtaking suddenly swerved sharply to the right, directly heading towards the taxi. If the driver didn't step on the brakes, they would have definitely crashed head-on, but at the moment, because the speed had slowed down, the van only crashed into the front of the car, making a loud clang. The violent impact caused the taxi to start drifting, making it difficult to control the direction. Lin Feng quickly freed a hand to firmly grab the steering wheel, saying, "Don't step on the brakes." "Oh." The driver instinctively responded, hastily released the brake, and the drifting taxi slowly stabilized before the driver applied the brake. The taxi stopped in the middle of the road. "Damn it, can't you drive? Are you in a hurry to be reincarnated?" The driver rolled down the window and yelled angrily in the direction of the van. However, to his horror, the van slammed on the brakes and then reversed at breakneck speed, crashing hard into the back of the car. The driver was stunned. Lin Feng, however, remained calm. He immediately reacted, realizing that the other driver must have been driving recklessly and trying to kill him. Not wanting to get the driver in trouble, Lin Feng opened the car door without hesitation, dashed out, and ran towards the other side of the road. Sure enough, the van suddenly changed direction, making a buzzing sound as it slammed its rear end towards Lin Feng. The two were only 4 or 5 meters apart, and the van was moving fast. Lin Feng was afraid that in the next second, he would be directly hit and fly. Oh my god! Murder! Murder! In the taxi, the driver was terrified and screamed at the sight. Lin Feng remained calm and collected. He suddenly applied the brakes and sprinted in the opposite direction. The van was tilting towards the direction Lin Feng was running in order to hit him, but Lin Feng unexpectedly braked and ran in the opposite direction, so the van driver couldn't change direction in time and had to continue running into Lin Feng. The van almost hit Lin Feng right in the face. With a loud crash, it slammed into the guardrail along the road, causing the iron guardrail to dent. If it had hit a person, wouldn't Lin Feng have been turned into a pulp on the spot? Chapter 59, The Stubborn Killer. In the van, there was a mysterious man wearing a cap and a black mask. After seeing that he didn't kill the person, he immediately reversed the gear into forward gear, hit the accelerator, and prepared to continue crashing into Lin Feng. If this were a normal person, they would definitely take this opportunity to escape, run off the road, and run towards the alley, and the van simply wouldn't be able to hit them. However, Lin Feng did not do this. He actually took advantage of the killer's gap while shifting gears, and instead rushed towards the van, leaping up and standing firmly on top of the car door. Die! At this moment, the killer angrily shouted, and already stepped on the accelerator, and the van roared forward. Lin Feng reacted quickly and quickly crouched down, only because he did not get thrown out by the terrifying impact. At the same time, he clenched his fists and smashed his bloody body against the killer's windshield. Bang! Under the terrifying force, the windshield directly exploded and shattered, and Lin Feng's fists became bloody. But he didn't care at all. His fist suddenly turned into a claw, and he grabbed the killer's throat. No good. The killer's face changed dramatically. He had originally thought that Lin Feng was just an ordinary person, and with his own abilities, he could easily kill him. But he didn't expect that not only did he not drive and run Lin Feng over at this moment, the other party actually immediately counterattacked. Although the killer was surprised, he was obviously a martial artist. He quickly leaned back to avoid Lin Feng's grab. Lin Feng seemed to have anticipated this, and with a strong kick on the van, he jumped directly into it. Although he didn't grab the killer's throat, he grabbed his collar. He pulled towards him, and with his left hand in a fist, he smashed a punch at the killer's chest. The killer was no pushover either, and immediately clenched his right hand into a fist and smashed it at Lin Feng's left fist. Bang! The fists collided fiercely, and the killer felt only a sharp pain sweep up his fist, as if he had punched it into granite. The pain was unbearable, and he couldn't help but withdraw his fist. Lin Feng, however, felt nothing at all. Not only was his fist harder than the killer's, it also had more strength. So while the killer was withdrawing his fist, Lin Feng's left fist continued to charge forward, smashing into the killer's chest. Ah! The killer let out a scream, feeling as if all his ribs had been broken. At that moment, the van crashed into a large tree by the road, the violent impact causing Lin Feng to lose his balance and throw him into the back seat. The killer took this opportunity to quickly open the car door and run headlong into a small alley. Where to escape? Lin Feng roared and rushed up behind him. His explosive power was very fast, like a cheetah that had catapulted off the starting block. Damn, this guy is fast. The killer glanced back and saw that Lin Feng had actually caught up at a terrifying speed. His face changed, and he realized that there was no way to escape. Just when the two were only 3 meters apart, and Lin Feng was about to dive and tackle the killer, the latter suddenly slammed on the brakes, then turned around, and a switchblade appeared in his hand at some unknown time, and he stabbed it into Lin Feng's stomach. If this were an ordinary person, at such a fast speed and such a close distance, they would not have been able to react at all. Lin Feng had inherited the legacy of the Chinese Special Forces fighting master, and had obviously been reborn, and was not an ordinary person. Grappling hand. He was quick-eyed and quick-handed. Suddenly, his right hand reached out at lightning speed, grabbed the killer's wrist holding the knife, and with a strong twist, the killer's wrist was dislocated on the spot under the terrifying force. With the pain, the switchblade also fell to the ground with a clang. Lin Feng took this opportunity to pounce on the killer and fell to the ground. He clenched his fists and smashed his head against the ground. 1 punch, 2 punches. With just 2 punches, the killer was already confused and unable to resist. Seeing that the opponent seemed to be about to pass out, Lin Feng did not continue to attack, but instead grabbed the killer's neck. With just a slight force, he could strangle the opponent. "Don't move, or you'll die," Lin Feng said in a cold voice. The killer, who had been trying to struggle, heard this and felt the cold murderous intent emanating from Lin Feng. He stiffened and suddenly dared not move. "Say, who sent you? Why did you kill me?" Lin Feng stared at him and asked coldly. However, the killer just stared at Lin Feng and said nothing, his gaze filled with a kind of resoluteness that regarded death as home. Lin Feng frowned slightly, and increased the pressure on the killer's throat, causing him to feel a sharp pain and unable to breathe at the same time. "I'll give you one more chance. Did Lu Ming send you? Say it, or I'll kill you." Lin Feng questioned again. "Kill me or torture me, whatever you want." However, the killer's eyes were wide with anger, and he squeezed out a sentence, staring at Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned. This guy is not only ruthless, but also stubborn. Lin Feng continued to increase his strength, and although he did not directly strangle the killer, he made it difficult for him to breathe. 1 minute, 2 minutes. The killer's face turned red, his lips began to turn blue, and his eyes bulged out, looking as if he was about to suffocate and die. "Are you going to talk?" Lin Feng asked again. As a doctor, he could tell at a glance that if the other person did not breathe, he would suffocate and die in 10 seconds at most. However, the killer still didn't say anything, his eyes showing a resolute acceptance of death. Seeing this, Lin Feng knew that even if he killed him, he would never confess, so he let go of his hand. The killer immediately collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. While breathing, he coughed violently. At the moment, he only felt dizzy and disoriented, as if he was about to go into shock at any moment. You're ruthless. Even if you die, you won't talk, but do you think that will stop me from making you talk? Lin Feng stared at him and said calmly. Just forget it, I'm a professional killer, I have my own professional code, I will never reveal any information about my employer. The killer looked up at Lin Feng and said coldly, if I'm in your hands, I'm out of luck, kill me if you want, I turned out to be a professional killer, no wonder I have such a stubborn mouth. But with my method, you can't refuse to say anything anymore. At this, Lin Feng suddenly had a thought, and the system immediately used the obey spell on him. Yes, the obey spell is being used. As the system's voice fell, a talisman in the system space suddenly turned into countless fluorescent lights, escaped from the system space, and then directly entered the killer's body. Obedient talisman, after use, it can make anyone obey the orders of the host, except for the inability to commit suicide. It can be used for anything, and is valid for 1 hour. The next second, the killer's body trembled, and his eyes immediately became cloudy, as if he were a walking corpse. Chapter 60, Death Trap. With the use of the obedient charm, the killer immediately became Lin Feng's puppet, answering all questions and doing whatever he was told. I ask you, who told you to kill me? Lin Feng asked immediately upon seeing this. The killer, however, shook his head and said, I don't know. We contacted each other online, and I don't know who the employer is. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng frowned, not expecting the other party to actually know nothing at all. But it doesn't matter anymore, because Lin Feng is certain that the culprits are Lu Ming and Lu Long, there is no mistake. Now, I will give you a task, within an hour, help me disable the legs of the 2 men and kill them. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and said with murderous intent. Since the obey spell has already been used, of course it cannot be wasted like this. Since the person in front of him is a killer, he must be good at killing. It would be perfect to let him kill Lu Ming and Lu Long. Okay, but who are the 2 people you want me to kill? Please provide photos and identification information. The killer asked. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment and did not answer directly, but asked, can you contact the employer? Yes, through the internet. The killer nodded. Very good. Now you contact the employer immediately and tell him that Lin Feng has been killed by you, but there was an accident. Lin Feng's wife witnessed your murder and you had no choice but to knock her out. Now you have put her body in the trunk of the car together with Lin Feng's body, and are preparing to transport the bodies outside the city to dump them. You ask him if Lin Feng's wife should be killed as well. Lin Feng said. Good. The killer didn't hesitate for a second, immediately took out his phone, opened QQ, clicked on a new QQ stranger friend, and immediately edited and sent what Lin Feng had said earlier. At the same time, in a BMW, Lu Ming was driving, carrying Lu Long, who had just been discharged from the hospital, and heading towards one of the most famous foot massage parlors in Xuanxuan City. Lu Xiao, what are we doing at the foot massage parlor? Lu Long in the passenger seat couldn't help but ask in puzzlement. Didn't I say it? I'll introduce you to a foreign girl. Ben has always kept his word, and now I'll take you to see it. Lu Ming laughed lewdly while driving. Hearing this, Lu Long's eyes lit up, and he laughed, then I'll have to experience it for myself to see how amazing the foreign girl is in your words. Don't laugh too soon, or you might get hurt, and you don't want to lose face for us men. How is that possible? I have the nickname 9 times a night and there is no woman I can't handle. Lu Long immediately straightened his chest and said with a smug look. Lu Ming shrugged his shoulders and was about to say that Lu Long was full of shit when suddenly his phone beeped and a message came from QQ. If it were in the past, Lu Ming would have long since stopped playing QQ and would not have cared at all. But at the sound of the voice, he thought of something and hurriedly opened QQ to check. When he saw that it was a message from the killer, he couldn't help but feel happy in his heart, hee. It must be that Lin Feng, the scum, has been taken care of. He thought so, and hurriedly clicked to view. However, after just a glance, Lu Ming's face suddenly changed, and he slammed on the brakes. Because it happened so suddenly, Lu Long, due to inertia, threw himself forward, slammed into the car, and let out a cry of pain. Lu Xiao, what's going on? Lu Long asked in surprise, holding back the pain. Lu Ming didn't answer him at all, but instead took out his phone, quickly edited a message, and sent it. Don't kill this woman, she's my woman. The other side. When Lin Feng looked at the QQ message that was sent, he couldn't help but scoff, his face full of mockery. Your woman? Then what am I? At the same time, Lin Feng was even more certain that this person was undoubtedly Lu Ming. This guy has been obsessed with his wife since college, and he is so stubborn. Only he would react so strongly and shamelessly when he saw this message. You reply to him immediately. This woman has seen your appearance, and she must be killed. Lin Feng said. Yes. The killer responded, immediately sending this message. Soon, Lu Ming replied. She cannot be killed, never. This woman is mine. How can you not kill anyone? Under Lin Feng's instructions, the killer continued to reply, give me another 2 million and immediately transfer it to my account, and I won't kill anyone. Also, you must arrive at the abandoned cement factory in Huayuan village outside the city within half an hour. I will leave Lin Feng's wife there. If I don't see anyone come, I will kill this woman and dump the bodies in the wilderness together. Okay, I will transfer the money immediately, and I will come over right away. You must not kill anyone. Lu Ming replied. Looking at the message sent, Lin Feng's mouth curled up, revealing a sneer. He then said to the killer, you drive to the cement factory now. After you meet the employer, use every means to disable his legs, then kill him and dump the body in the wilderness. Got it? The killer responded, and immediately drove the van to the cement factory. Lin Feng simply packed up, hailed a taxi, and continued on his way home. Meanwhile, Lu Ming immediately changed direction in his BMW and sped off towards the cement factory. As for Lu Long, he was looking at the message on QQ and a look of joy spread across his face. Ha ha ha, that bastard Lin Feng is finally dead. Damn him, he made me suffer so much, he deserves it, he's not worth pitying. Lu Long couldn't help but laugh out loud, and then sighed, it's a pity that he didn't die at my hands, otherwise, I would have made him. Okay, enough of this nonsense. I'm worried about Lu Shue's safety right now. Damn it. This killer is unreliable as hell. He let Lin Feng kill him, and he even tried to kill my woman. I don't think he's going to live long enough to be impatient. Lu Ming cursed. From college until now, he has always regarded Lu Shui as his goddess, trying every means possible to get her, and now she has become his obsession. Yes, rescuing my sister is the key. Brother-in-law, don't worry, we'll put on a show of a hero rescuing a beauty. My sister was deceived by Lin Feng, but now that Lin Feng is dead and you've saved her life, she'll definitely follow you in the future. Lu Long said immediately. In fact, in his heart, he no longer regarded Lu Shui as his sister. The reason he still called her that was purely to take advantage of her and get something out of Lu Ming. Next, Lu Ming drove the car as fast as it could, out of the city and straight to the cement factory. However, the two did not know that this was all a plot by Lin Feng, and what awaited them would be a death trap. Chapter 61, after getting rid of Lu Long and Lu Ming, the mission is complete. Cement factory. This is a deserted factory located in the direction of Huayan Village, Yunchuan City. Built in the last century, since the owner went bankrupt and closed down, the entire cement factory has become a ruin. Eroded by the passage of time, the buildings have collapsed and overgrown with weeds, and it is rarely visited by people. Plus, it's noon, and the scorching sun is pouring down, and there is no one around. Just then, a BMW suddenly sped towards them and eventually stopped by the road. As the car door opened, Lu Ming and Lu Long quickly got out, one after the other. Damn! Why did we end up in this godforsaken place? Lu Long got out of the car, cursing as he looked around. When he saw that there was no one around, he couldn't help but curse, where is everyone? Not a single soul. Let's go inside and take a look. Someone who does this kind of thing would definitely want to be a little more discreet. If an outsider overheard, there would be trouble. Lu Ming said as he walked towards the inside of the cement factory. He now just wanted to rescue Lu Shui from the killer, and then he could take advantage of the situation to forcibly possess Lu Shui's body, get her, and make her his woman. This had become Lu Ming's obsession, and in order to get Lu Shui, he could go to any lengths. Lu Xiao, I'll lead the way. Lu Long hurriedly said, quickening his pace, and came to the front of Lu Ming to lead the way. The cement factory was in ruins, dilapidated and overgrown with weeds. The two men walked for a while and suddenly noticed a van parked in a corner. Lu Xiao, look, there's a car. Lu Long exclaimed in surprise. Lu Shui must be in the car, let's go, let's hurry over. Seeing the car, Lu Ming couldn't help but light up, and without thinking much, he immediately accelerated. Soon, he was the first to arrive next to the van. Without the slightest hesitation, he pulled open the back seat door and couldn't wait to look inside. However, there was no trace of Lu Shui inside the car. Instead, there was a mysterious person wearing a cap and a mask, crouching in the car and staring at him with cold eyes. You? Lu Ming was startled and instinctively opened his mouth to ask who the other person was. However, before he could finish speaking, suddenly a switchblade appeared in the hands of the mysterious person and it was stabbed out with lightning speed. With a popping sound, it struck Lu Ming right in the throat. Gurgle. Blood gushed out all at once. Lu Ming's eyes widened as he felt the blood spurting from his neck. He watched as the mysterious person pulled the switchblade out, his face full of fear. Lu Xiao, you saw Lu Long walk up from behind, and you didn't notice Lu Ming's abnormality. But before he could finish speaking, Lu Ming suddenly let out a scream, covering his neck and falling backwards onto the ground, splattering blood all over Lu Long. He let out a scream, and then was unable to make another sound. Covering his throat, his body began to convulse violently, and he opened his mouth, trying to make a sound, but he couldn't make anything at all. Eventually, his body became stiff, and he lay on the ground, his eyes wide open and motionless. At that moment, the mysterious person sprang out of the car, holding a switchblade in his hand, and pounced on Lu Long. Ah! Murder! Only at this moment did Lu Long react, screaming and running away. However, he was too slow, and after just taking 3 or 4 steps, he felt a heavy blow to his body, and he fell to the ground. At the same time, the mysterious man raised his hand and plunged the knife into Lu Long's nape. The sharp blade pierced his neck, and blood gushed out. Lu Ming and Lu Long were just 2 ordinary people. For a killer like the mysterious man, it was too easy to solve them. Woo woo woo. Lu Long wanted to scream, but the mysterious man covered his mouth, so all he could do was make woo woo sounds. He began to claw at the ground with his hands and feet, trembling and spasming all over, his eyes wide open and his face full of disbelief. This scene only lasted about 10 seconds, and Lu Long stopped struggling and became a stiff corpse. Until the end, Lu Long and Lu Ming could not figure out why they were inexplicably killed, and all of this was planned by Lin Feng. Having easily dealt with the 2 men, the mysterious man's face did not show the slightest change in expression. Then, he fetched a brick and, according to Lin Feng's instructions, smashed it hard onto the 2 men's legs. The blood was pouring, the flesh was turned inside out, and even the bones were broken. Since then, Lu Long and Lu Ming were not only killed, but also had their legs amputated. After doing all this, the mysterious man threw the bodies of the 2 men into a dry well in the cement factory, threw down a large number of stones, and buried them in place. After doing all this, the mysterious person got into Lu Ming's BMW and drove towards the countryside away from the city. Time passed, and another 15 minutes passed in a flash. At this moment, the power of the obedient talisman suddenly disappeared. With a screech, the mysterious person slammed on the brakes, and the BMW came to a stop. He looked around confusedly, his eyes filled with disbelief and puzzlement. Where is this? Why am I here? Whose car is this? A series of questions came to mind. Under the power of the obedient talisman, he had no idea what had happened in the past hour. He only remembered that an hour ago, he went to assassinate Lin Feng, but he didn't expect the mission to fail and was tortured by the other party to extract a confession. He didn't say anything. Then, he couldn't remember anything anymore. Damn it! What happened to me? How come I can't remember anything? What the hell did that guy do to me? The mysterious man couldn't help but curse, pounding his head, but still couldn't remember anything. And in the depths of his eyes, there was clearly a sense of fear and trepidation towards Lin Feng. Meanwhile, just as the mysterious man had solved Lu Long and Lu Ming, Lin Feng had returned home. As soon as he arrived home, he smelled an attractive fragrance coming from the kitchen. Dad! As Lin Feng entered the front door, Xuanxuan came up to him smiling, so happy that her twin ponytails kept swinging back and forth like an elf. Lin Feng laughed and answered, picked up his daughter in his arms, and doted on her by pinching her little face. He laughed and said, Did Xuanxuan miss her daddy? Yes, I've been thinking about you all the time. Daddy's finally back. Xuanxuan nodded like a little chick pecking at rice, her face full of smiles. Now she is already full of dependence on her father. Honey, you're back, and coincidentally the food is also ready, so we can eat right away. At this time, Lu Shui walked out of the kitchen, wearing a pair of cartoon slippers, holding a spatula in her right hand, wearing an apron, and her hair was up, giving a feeling of neatness. What are we eating? It smells so good. Lin Feng smiled and greeted her. I made your favorite sour cabbage fish and stir-fried fat intestines. Lu Shui laughed. Wow, what a feast! We'll have a drink this afternoon, we're in for a treat. Lin Feng laughed. Great. We won't come home until we're drunk. Lu Shui said, and then continued to stir-fry the food. At this moment, a system voice suddenly sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing Choice 1. You will receive a 100x consumer rebate card and 3 danger prediction cards. Chapter 62, Ma Hualong's Invitation. As the system voice fell, Lin Feng was overjoyed. This meant that the killer had already disabled the culprit's legs and directly killed him. At the same time, 4 cards appeared in the system space out of thin air. They were the same size as an ID card, with the pattern of the universe and galaxy on the back, and on the front, the words 100x spending rebate card and danger prediction card were written in large, flowing characters. 100x spending rebate card can multiply the host's spending by 100x, with a maximum rebate of 1 million. Danger prediction card, after use, can predict danger for the host and those they care about, and also has a passive skill that automatically triggers the prediction function half an hour before danger strikes. The above is the function of the 100x shopping rebate card and the danger prediction card. Lin Feng was very satisfied with this and his smile grew even wider. Husband, did you cure Captain Zhan? At this time, Lu Shui walked out with a bowl of pickled fish and looked at Lin Feng, interrupting the latter's thoughts. Of course I cured him. You don't know who your husband is? He's the reincarnation of Hua Tuo. Lin Feng said with a smug look. With that, he walked into the kitchen and served a plate of stir-fried fat intestines. As for Xuanxuan, she carefully followed him, holding her bowl and chopsticks. Yes, I know you're a highly skilled doctor, and Hua Tuo is alive, but can we keep a low profile? Lu Shui gave her husband a white look. Of course, they were just joking with each other. Let's eat, I'm so hungry. Xuanxuan said, while approaching the dinner table, looking at the pickled vegetables with fish and stir-fried fat intestines, swallowing her saliva, and looking like a little glutton, she said, it smells so good. Xuanxuan, does Dad make it taste better, or does Mum make it taste better? Lin Feng asked with a smile while opening a beer. Facing this question, Xuanxuan looked at her father and then at her mother before she said in a baby voice, Daddy, don't think I don't know, you're trying to trick me. Both Mum and Dad cook well, I like them both. Lin Feng and Lu Shui were taken aback by these words, and couldn't help but laugh. This girl is very clever, and she knows how to handle people. She is more mature and stable than her peers, which is very rare. Xuanxuan is really smart. Lu Shui gave her a thumbs up. Xuanxuan smiled and said, when I grow up, I want to be a chef and cook delicious food for my parents every day. Lu Shui was very moved to hear this, as her daughter was becoming more and more sensible. However, her husband's words immediately made her feel nothing but moved. It's good that you have this intention, but if I let you be a chef, I'm afraid you'll become a big fat pig, Lin Feng joked. Lu Shui was taken aback, but then nodded in agreement. Her daughter did have a very good appetite indeed, she ate a lot, digested quickly, and yet she hadn't put on weight. Of course, maybe it was because she was young and had a strong digestive system that she hadn't put on weight. But what about later? If she kept eating like that, she really could grow up to be a big fat pig. Oh no! Dad is so annoying. Xuanxuan glared at Lin Feng, then looked at the pickled vegetables and intestines, and said with gritted teeth, I don't want to become a fat pig, I'm not eating it. Okay, I'm just joking with you. Don't forget, Dad is now a miracle doctor. I know a kind of diet candy. If you eat one after every meal, it will not only speed up nutrient absorption, but also prevent you from gaining weight. So Xuanxuan, you can eat as much as you like, because you have Dad. Lin Feng said, while picking up a piece of fat intestine for his daughter. Xuanxuan was already unable to resist the temptation, and after hearing what her father said, she immediately had no more qualms, picked up the fat intestine and started eating. The intestines were chewy, not greasy, and had a spicy taste that rushed straight to her taste buds. Husband, are you serious? Is there really such a medicine as a dieting candy? Lu Shui asked curiously. Of course there is. When I have some free time this afternoon, I can try to make the diet candy and I guarantee that you won't gain weight just from eating it, said Lin Feng. From the Qingyan Immortal Elixir, Lu Shui has already seen her husband's medical skills, so she had no doubt about what her husband said. She immediately brightened up, So what are you waiting for? Eat. You won't gain weight anyway. Immediately, she picked up the fatty intestines and started eating them in big bites. Lin Feng picked up a piece of fish and, while eating, looked at Lu Shui and said, "Honey, you're not fat, you should gain some weight, you don't need to lose weight at all." "Who says I'm not fat? Look at my legs, I've been eating too well lately, I've gained a little weight," said Lu Shui. "It's called plump, you know? If you're too skinny, it's uncomfortable to hold." Lin Feng laughed. "I can keep this body shape for now. Come on, let's have a toast as a family. Mom and Dad, I want a beer too. What kind of alcohol is the child drinking? You drink a drink. Cheers." Lin Feng, Lu Shui, and Xuanxuan raised their glasses, touched them lightly, and then gulped them down in one go. Of course, Xuanxuan is still a child and can't drink, so she can only drink milk. So they bought a bottle of Wa'aha specially for her. The family was happy, eating and chatting together. Halfway through the meal, Lu Shui suddenly thought of something and said, "Honey, I think we should still start a company. Not to mention the elixir of youth, but even your diet candy, if mass-produced, would be an absolute boon to women all over the world. It would definitely sell like hotcakes, and there would be no more fat people in the world." Lin Feng nodded. "I was thinking the same thing, but it's not easy to start a company. I'm working on it right now. Do you have a solution?" Lu Shui asked curiously. "Yes." Lin Feng nodded and said, "I got a message that the daughter of Yunchuan City's richest man, Ma Hualong, is sick. An ordinary doctor can't cure her at all. I want to give it a try. After curing her, I can not only get connected with Ma Hualong, but also ask for a medical fee. For someone worth over 100 million yuan like him, casually giving a few million to 10 million will be enough for us to start a company." Hearing this, Lu Shui couldn't help but light up. This is indeed a good solution, but husband, are you sure? With such high medical skills nowadays, and Ma Hualong being the richest man, he can definitely get his daughter the best treatment. If this still doesn't work, then his daughter must have a very serious illness. I'm afraid I can't guarantee that either. I can only say more when I see him. I've asked Captain Zhang to help me contact him, and I should hear back soon. Lin Feng was saying this when suddenly his phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Zhang Songtao calling. "You see, if you mention someone, they will come." Lin Feng found the number while searching and connected the call. "Hello? Lin Xingji, have you eaten yet?" Zhang Songtao's voice came from the other end of the line, obviously in a very good mood. "Yes, have you eaten yet?" Lin Feng asked. "After you left, I immediately called the director, and he quickly contacted Ma Hualong. The latter was very happy to hear that you could cure his daughter, and agreed on the spot." Zhang Songtao said this, and then changed the subject. "However, Ma Hualong is currently seeking medical treatment for his daughter in a foreign place, and he will not be back today. He has agreed to have dinner at his house tomorrow at 7 p.m. The director and I will go with him. Why don't you bring your family along?" Zhang Songtao said. Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, nodded and said, "That's fine, no problem." "Okay, that's settled then. Don't think about it too much. Ma Hualong and our director are very close, and they haven't gotten together in a long time, so it's just the right time to have dinner. They heard about you treating me, and they're also very interested in Dr. Lin, so they want to have dinner together to celebrate." Zhang Songtao explained. "It's fine, don't worry, we won't be rude at dinner." Lin Feng laughed. After a brief chat, they hung up. Lin Feng looked at Lu Shui and smiled. "Honey, bring Xuanxuan with you tomorrow, and come with me to Ma Hualong's house for dinner." Lu Shui hesitated for a moment. "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? I don't even know him, and..." "It's fine, I don't know him, but I will in the future. In the future, when we start our own company, we will inevitably have to deal with businessmen like Ma Hualong, so it's good to make a few friends," Lin Feng said. Lu Shui nodded, obviously knowing that her husband's words made a lot of sense. Next, the family continued to eat and drink, and before they knew it, an hour had passed. After eating and drinking, they washed the dishes and swept the floor. After doing all this, the family lazily lay on the bed, watching a movie while chatting. Chapter 63. What if you lack hand-eye coordination when playing games? Time passed quickly and it was the next day. As usual, Lin Feng and Lu Shui got up early and set up a stall selling fried rice with eggs. Business was as usual, and they made more than 3,000 yuan in just one morning. Today is Monday, so Xuanxuan went to kindergarten early and will not be back until noon. It's still nice to be in a world of two. With no little girl to bother you, you can do whatever you want. After lunch, Lin Feng lay on his back on the bed, looking at his wife, who had just taken a shower and was wearing only a black lace bra and panties. He grinned and said, Lu Shui has a very hot body, with a protruding chest, a round behind, long legs, and fair skin as beautiful as a beauty. Add to that her outfit, and she instantly gives off a sexy, hot feeling. Ouch, so what do you want to do? Lu Shui smiled and walked over, smiling and frowning at her husband. However, before she could finish speaking, she let out a cry of surprise, because Lin Feng suddenly sat up with a big stretch, wrapped his arms around his wife's tiny waist, exerted a little force, and then threw her onto the bed, whereupon he followed suit and pressed down on top of her. Guess what, my dear? Lin Feng lay on top of his wife, their faces pressed very close together, and they could both feel each other's breath. Lin Feng had 8-pack abs, his arms and chest were full of muscles, and his lines were perfect, while Lu Shui had a small waist that was easy to hold, without a hint of excess fat, and the flesh on her abdomen, long legs, and chest was soft, pressed against each other, giving a feeling of softness and comfort. Nasty, you big bad guy, you must be thinking of something naughty again. Lu Shui said angrily. My wife really understands me. Lin Feng said, while he was about to get handsy. However, Lu Shui grabbed Lin Feng's hand and smirked. Unfortunately, it's not possible during this period of time. Lin Feng was stunned, and then he made a sad face. No way, is that period of time here? Lu Shui nodded helplessly. This was undoubtedly a bucket of cold water poured on his body, and Lin Feng's hot body suddenly cooled down. Helplessly, he rolled over and no longer pressed on his wife. Looking at her husband's pitiful appearance, Lu Shui suppressed a smile and comforted him. It's okay, don't be depressed. The future is still long. You'd better conserve your energy and store it up for a sudden burst. Don't fail then. Humph. A man can't say he can't do it, so just wait and see how I'll fix you when the time comes. Lin Feng grunted. I'll be waiting for you then. Lu Shui smiled sweetly, revealing 2 dimples that were incredibly charming. Why don't we team up and play a bit of king? After digesting, we can take a nap. We're going to Ma Hualong's house for dinner tonight. Lin Feng suggested. Recently, when they have some free time, apart from selling breakfast and taking care of the kids, he and his wife team up to play king from time to time. They can be said to be unstoppable, and they have been promoted from bronze to king in no time. Yes, let's play a bit of game. Lu Shui readily agreed. So next, Lin Feng lay on the bed, while Lu Shui lay in her husband's arms, and the two of them played the game together. Hubby, I'll play Kai Wenji and support you. Ouch. Little Lu Ban, you dare to hit my wife? Hubby, come over here quickly, let's hide in this grass and ambush them. I can't feel it well anymore, honey, let me feel it. Lin Feng and Lu Shui became engrossed in the game, laughing out loud from time to time. Whenever Lin Feng felt uncomfortable, he would fondle his wife's chest and long legs. Each time he did, the feeling returned immediately, and his movements were so smooth and fluid that he was able to lead his opponent to his death every time. Husband, I've noticed that you're faking it every time. You just want to take advantage of me. Humph. Every time after being touched, Lu Shui couldn't help but give Lin Feng a white look and said depressedly. No way, am I that kind of person? You are. I say it is so. After winning 5 games in a row, Lin Feng and Lu Shui's accounts were upgraded to king one after the other, so for those of you who have not yet been upgraded to king, what you lack is not skill, but a wife who can help you get your groove back. Just as the two were having fun, suddenly, Lu Shui's phone rang. When she looked at the screen, it was her mother calling. Her face couldn't help but crumple. She then hung up the phone directly. When Lin Feng had a car accident and became an idiot, Lu Shui's mother often persuaded her to divorce, and even forced her to divorce and not care about Lin Feng's life or death. Lu Shui, with her strong personality, of course, did not agree. In the end, she left home with her idiot husband and daughter. Over the years, her parents have ignored her and never provided any help. This completely broke Lu Shui's heart. Of course, there was another important reason, and that was that Lu Shui's parents favored sons over daughters. From childhood, Lu Shui had no status in the family. The good food and fun things were all secretly given to her younger brother. Even if the two of them fought, their parents never asked questions, and they always scolded Lu Shui, while her brother was never wrong. Growing up in such a patriarchal family, Lu Shui basically has no feelings for her parents. Coupled with what Lu Long did, she has completely given up on this family. So she doesn't want to answer the phone at all. Lin Feng saw this scene and didn't say anything. Chapter 64, Lu Shue's mother called, and an angry Lu Shue. However, not long after Lu Shue hung up, her phone rang again. Lu Shue was furious and hung up again. But after 3 or 4 seconds, the call came again. "Oh, this is really annoying," Lu Shue said angrily, and she was about to hang up again. "Wife, why don't you answer it? Maybe it's something important. This is the 3rd time they've called in a row." Lin Feng suddenly interrupted. He had actually already vaguely guessed the purpose of the other party's call, and it was most likely for Lu Long. This guy died tragically yesterday, and his family hasn't been able to get in touch with him all day, so they must be really worried. "Humph. I'm not going to answer it. I've already cut off ties with them, so what could it be about?" Lu Shue snorted in anger and tried to hang up again, but as her hand was about to press the hang up button, she suddenly paused, showing signs of indecision. After hovering for 4 or 5 seconds, in the end Lu Shue took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. She didn't say anything, just listened quietly. On the other end of the line, an anxious woman's voice immediately came through. "Shue, do you know where your brother went? I haven't been able to contact him all day. Will this kid do something stupid? You're his sister, you must know, right?" After hearing the other party call 3 times in a row, just for the animal Lu Long, Lu Shue was filled with anger. She clenched her fists and angrily cursed, "In your heart, is there only your son? I don't know where your son who gambles and drinks is. Don't call me again." After yelling this, she hung up the phone directly. Lin Feng, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but feel a pang of pain when he saw his wife angry. This was the first time he had seen his wife so angry. But he could understand. Since they were young, their parents had always favored their younger brother over her, and never cared about her. And her own younger brother was even worse than a beast, poisoning her milk tea and helping outsiders bully her. In a family like this, they might as well be enemies. Fuck, this animal had better die outside. What does it have to do with me? Why do they call me and ask me what they care about except their precious son? Has there ever been the slightest bit of room for me? Lu Shue couldn't help but angrily say. "Okay, honey, don't be angry. There's no need to get into it with them. Let's just live our own lives and not think about it so much." Lin Feng hurriedly hugged his wife tightly and comforted her gently. "Honey, I feel aggrieved." Lu Shue hurriedly hugged her husband too, looking aggrieved. At the moment, she was like an aggrieved child, just wanting someone to lean on and a hug. Lin Feng was undoubtedly everything to her, sheltering her from the wind and rain. If it weren't for Lin Feng, she really doesn't know if she could have persevered. "Let's go to sleep. We'll sleep together, and when we wake up, we'll forget all our troubles." Lin Feng comforted her with a smile, and lay down on the bed with his wife, gently stroking each other's hair. Lu Shue was like an octopus, with her hands around her husband's neck, her long, snow-white legs wrapped around him, and she looked like a lazy cat, with her head pressed tightly against his chest. It seems that this is the only way to feel secure enough. Next, the two of them didn't say a word as time passed slowly. Unconsciously, Lu Shue fell asleep and drifted off to sleep. "Wife, are you asleep? Wife?" Lin Feng called softly, but his wife didn't respond. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief, and with joy in his heart, he slowly exerted force and slowly pulled his hands and legs out from under his wife. "Oops. I can't feel my hands or feet anymore. If I keep holding her like this, I'm afraid they'll be useless," Lin Feng said helplessly while moving his hands and feet. I believe that all married men have experienced this scene. The key is that you can't move and disturb your wife's rest. After moving around for a while, Lin Feng turned sideways and looked at his wife's beautiful face, unable to stop smiling. "My dear, I will always let you be happy like this, and I won't let you have any worries," Lin Feng muttered to himself while reaching out and gently scratching his wife's small, cute nose, just like Li Xiaoyao did to Zhao Linger in the TV series. After looking at his wife's peerless face for a while, Lin Feng carefully got out of bed and got dressed in shoes. He was going to buy some Chinese medicine and start making diet candy in the afternoon. Time passed by minute by minute. Before she knew it, Lu Shue had slept for more than 4 hours. When she woke up, the sun was setting outside the window. A bright red sun was pouring down, dyeing the clouds red, the city red, and people's cheeks red. "Honey, what time is it?" Lu Shue said dazedly, rolled over, and felt around with her hand, but couldn't find anyone. She was startled and quickly opened her eyes. Her husband was actually not there, so she quickly looked at the time. "Oh, it's 5 o'clock? Xuanxuan has already finished school after sleeping for so long. Lu Shui was startled and quickly sat up, shouting honey twice outside the house. No one answered, so she picked up her phone and was about to call her husband. She immediately saw that her husband had sent a WeChat message in advance. Honey, I'm going to pick up Xuanxuan. It's still early, so I'll take her for a walk. When you wake up, get ready to go. We'll leave at 6 o'clock. Stupid husband, you got up and didn't even wake me up. Humph. Lu Shui snorted with laughter, then hurriedly got up and went straight to the bathroom to take a shower. Tonight, they will be dining at the home of the richest man in Dongchuan City. It will definitely be a very high-end place, and she can't let her husband down. So she decided to get ready properly, put on the pretty dress she bought last time, and so on. The time has returned to 4:30. This is the time when Xuanxuan gets out of school, and Lin Feng has arrived early to wait at the school gate. Ding! Random trigger selection. Choice 1, it's still early, so take Xuanxuan to the trampoline park, and you'll get the Master Chef legacy. Choice 2, it's still early, so take Xuanxuan kite flying, and you'll get the Master Singer legacy. Choice 3, it's still early, so take Xuanxuan to the pet market, and buy her a pet she'll like, and you'll get the Platinum Rider legacy. Looking at the three options, Lin Feng was at a loss. Judging from the difficulty of the tasks, they all seemed pretty simple. Judging from the rewards, it seemed that cooking, singing and writing were all fine. Why not tell Xuanxuan about the options and see what she prefers? At this thought, Lin Feng made up his mind. Chapter 65 Lu Zixing, I'm not playing with you anymore, humph. After waiting for a while, the children gradually started leaving school. The parents greeted the teachers while smiling as they picked up their children. There was laughter and smiles all around, and everyone's faces were filled with smiles. Xuanxuan, wait for us, don't run so fast. Xuanxuan, let's go to my house after school, okay? I have lots of toys at home, you can play with whatever you like. No, I have to go home, my parents are waiting for me. As soon as the three little boys and one little girl finished school, they followed Xuanxuan around, either inviting her to their homes or wanting to talk to her more. It's not hard to see from this that Xuanxuan is very popular and has lots of friends. Surrounded by them, Xuanxuan is wearing a beautiful white dress, carrying a cartoon school bag, with twin ponytails that swing from side to side as she runs, like two dancing elves. She also has a very high-value appearance, looking like a porcelain doll, with rosy lips, white teeth, and big, clear, bright eyes. She definitely inherited her mother's appearance, and when she grows up, she will definitely be a beautiful woman. Not only is she pretty, but Xuanxuan also has a very good personality. She is well-behaved and sensible, and is very popular with her classmates and teachers. That's why she has a lot of friends at kindergarten, and even after school, other children will still hang around with her. In particular, the little boys at kindergarten all like her very much and want to play with her. I see my dad. From afar, Xuanxuan saw Lin Feng at the entrance, and a happy smile immediately appeared on her face. She quickened her pace and skipped over to him. Hearing this, the children all froze and looked towards the front door. A little boy with a shrewd face touched his head and blurted out, "Isn't Xuanxuan's father a fool?" "I don't see a fool." As soon as these words fell, Xuanxuan, who was walking in front of them, suddenly stopped in her tracks. Her smile disappeared immediately and her face turned extremely cold. She turned her head and looked at the little boy angrily. Her tone was not good. "Lu Zixing, my father is not a fool. If you say that again, I won't play with you anymore." Humph. She huffed angrily, shook her head, and ran towards the front door. Little Lu Zixing was taken aback. He looked puzzled, ran a hand through his hair, and couldn't understand why Xuanxuan was angry. He hadn't said anything wrong. Everyone knew that Xuanxuan's father was a fool. "Lu Zixing, you made Xuanxuan angry, I'm not playing with you anymore." The only girl gave a huff, dropped these words, and hurriedly chased after him. "I'm not playing with you either. Let's go, I'm not playing with him." The two little boys said the same thing, leaving Lu Zixing with a face of confusion, depression, and grievance. In the end, he let out a woof and cried sadly. I have to say, at this age, children's fights are really cute. They don't want to play with you anymore at the slightest provocation, and if they feel aggrieved, they just cry. Of course, Lu Zixing's emotional intelligence does leave something to be desired, but at the age of 4 or 5, children really don't understand these things. "Dad." Xuanxuan waved to Lin Feng, ran to the gate, and looked at a female teacher and said, "Teacher Mei Mei, my dad is here to pick me up." Teacher Mei Mei had of course noticed Lin Feng long ago, and after smiling and nodding, she let Xuanxuan go out the school gate, saying, "Xuanxuan, when you go home, you must listen to your mom and dad and help with the housework, do you hear me?" "Yes, yes, Xuanxuan will be very good." "Oh, goodbye, Teacher Mei Mei." Xuanxuan nodded like a little chick pecking at rice, saying in a babyish voice while waving her little hand towards Teacher Mei Mei. Then she ran towards Lin Feng. "Daddy." As a father, there is nothing happier than having your child run towards you, stumbling and falling. Lin Feng enjoyed this moment very much. He crouched down and picked up Xuanxuan, who had run over to him, in one go. "Xuanxuan, have you missed your daddy?" Lin Feng asked, looking at his daughter adoringly. I've missed you a lot." "Give me a kiss, Daddy," Xuanxuan said, while bringing her little face up to his. "With a kiss." Lin Feng kissed her on the cheek and said, "Say goodbye to your teacher, we're going home." "Okay, bye-bye teacher." "What about bye-bye Xuanxuan?" After a simple goodbye, Lin Feng hugged his daughter and walked over to the battery car, put Xuanxuan in it and asked, "Xuanxuan, I saw your classmate crying just now, what was he crying about?" Although they couldn't hear what they were saying, Lin Feng could see clearly that it was his daughter who turned around and said something to the little boy, and that's why he suddenly burst into tears. "I'm never playing with Lu Zixing again. He said that his father is a fool." "Not at all." "Humph." Xuanxuan said angrily, "Humph." Hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but be stunned. He immediately understood what had happened. It must have been the other person who called himself a fool, and Xuanxuan got angry and said it back. This made Lin Feng very moved. His daughter knew how to defend herself and not let others speak ill of her. At the same time, he felt a little guilty. In the past, when he was still a fool, he was sure that many classmates must have said it, which would definitely have an impact on Xuanxuan's young heart. Well, Xuanxuan did the right thing. In the future, if anyone says anything bad or bullies you, you can't just swallow your anger. You should argue back, tell your parents, or just stop playing with them. Of course, if the other person apologizes sincerely, you should forgive them too. Do you understand? Lin Feng's words were full of meaning. In his opinion, if you are being bullied, you should stand up for yourself and fight back, so that no one will continue to bully you. If you just swallow your anger, it will only make people think that you are easy to bully, and they will only become more aggressive. Even though Xuanxuan is still young, Lin Feng wants to cultivate this kind of character in her. "Yes, Dad, I know." Xuanxuan nodded with a nod that seemed to understand but not really. "That's good." Lin Feng patted her little head and then got on the electric car. Instead of driving home, Lin Feng suddenly asked, "Xuanxuan, it's still early to go home, so Daddy is going to take you out to play." "Yes. Let's go play." Xuanxuan was overjoyed at the mere mention of playing. "We can go to 3 places to play. First, we can go to the trampoline park, second, we can go kite flying, and third, we can go to the pet market and buy a pet." "Which one do you want to do?" Lin Feng asked with a smile. After listening to this, Xuanxuan showed signs of indecision. She wanted to go trampolining and kite flying, and she also wanted to buy a pet. She had always wanted to keep a puppy, and at the moment she was very tempted. Is it hard to choose? Looking at her daughter's indecision, Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Xuanxuan nodded like a little chick pecking at rice, and then blinked her big eyes and tentatively asked, "Dad, can I have them all?" Chapter 66, Pet Market, by a little golden hair. Puff. Hearing his daughter say she wanted them both, Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. This girl is really greedy, wanting them both. "No, you can only choose one," Lin Feng said without hesitation. "Okay then." Xuanxuan was suddenly a little frustrated. After a moment of contemplation, she made up her mind and said, "Dad, why don't we go buy a pet? I want to raise a dog." "Okay, let's go to the pet market." Lin Feng readily agreed, took the handlebars, and drove the electric car towards the pet market. Xuanxuan clung to her father's waist, looking very excited. She had long wanted to have a dog, so that when she returned home, she could play and frolic with it. In less than a quarter of an hour, the father and daughter arrived at the pet market by bicycle. As the sun set and the weather grew cooler, the number of people in the pet market also increased. The pet market is a street with pet shops on both sides and pet owners setting up stalls everywhere. There are all kinds of pets, such as cats and dogs, parrots, rabbits, hamsters, chinchillas, thrushes, pigeons, turtles, goldfish, and even snakes. In short, when you come here, it's like entering a zoo. Take a walk and have a look. The cats are lively and cute, and you are guaranteed to fall in love with them. Children, do you like cats? Come and have a look. Today's event is that you can take a stuffed cat for 1,000 yuan. Take a walk and have a look, lively dogs are waiting for you to hug. Loyal companions will always be by your side, playing and fooling around together. Everyone take a look at this Labrador, its fur is so fine and its eyes so pure, I guarantee that the more it eats, the more it poops. Boss, is this husky a rascal? Well, isn't it ripping off? All kinds of cries, discussions, and bargaining sounds came over like a tsunami. In this day and age, people are already satisfied with their material lives, but due to work pressure and the fact that they are lonely in life, both the young and the old want to have a pet, hoping that it can provide them with spiritual companionship. Wow, there are so many animals. Daddy, look, there are so many cats, they're so cute. Xuanxuan stopped the car and ran over excitedly. She looked at all kinds of animals in amazement. Her gaze was immediately attracted to a stall on the street corner. There were all kinds of kittens in the cages, such as tabby cats, orange cats, British short-haired cats, evil silver gradient cats, and stuffed cats. They were meowing non-stop in the cages, while some were listlessly lying in the cages. Little girl, buying a cat? Cats are so cute, how about buying one to keep? The proprietress noticed Xuanxuan and smiled. Xuanxuan nodded, really cute. Dad, how about we get a cat? She said, while crouching next to the cage and reaching out to stroke one of the kittens. The latter was also very docile, constantly rubbing its head against Xuanxuan's hand. Didn't you want to get a dog? Lin Feng looked at her and asked. Hearing this, Xuanxuan immediately became indecisive. Since the child likes it, we can get a cat and a dog. The proprietress laughed. No, we'll just keep one. Lin Feng said this, and looked at his daughter and said, Xuanxuan, let's go back in and take a look, okay? Okay. Xuanxuan obediently nodded, and followed Lin Feng as they continued walking. Next, they would pass by various pet stalls from time to time, and Xuanxuan was very interested, so she would squat down to take a look. As a doctor, Lin Feng noticed at a glance that many of the cats by the roadside were either sick or afraid that they wouldn't live long. The dogs were a bit better, but many of them had also been sick or were strays who had been caught and sold. It seems that the pet industry is very deep. People who don't know are deceived in minutes when they come to buy, Lin Feng said to himself. So, Lin Feng did not take his daughter for a stroll along the road, but instead took her into a pet shop with a business license. Compared to the outside, the pets here are indeed more expensive, but after looking around, Lin Feng found that the pets here are obviously healthier and have purer bloodlines. After half an hour of selecting, Xuanxuan finally chose a small golden retriever, only the size of a palm, very spirited, and it wagged its tail from afar when it saw Lin Feng and Xuanxuan. Dad, we'll take it. Xuanxuan fell in love at first sight with the little golden retriever and said joyfully. Lin Feng also noticed it and looked it over from top to bottom. He was very satisfied with his daughter's choice and nodded, saying, well, let's take it then. How much is it, boss? We'll take this little golden retriever, Lin Feng asked. Young man, you really have good taste. This little golden retriever is especially spirited. If I didn't already have too many dogs at home, I'd take it home with me and raise it. The owner came over with a smile, opened the cage and said, 1,200 yuan, not only can you take the golden retriever, I'll also give you dog food and a doghouse for free. At that moment, the golden retriever had already walked out of the cage. It seemed to know that Xuanxuan would be its new owner from now on. It immediately wagged its tail and rubbed against Xuanxuan, very happy. Ha, little doggy, we'll be family from now on. Xuanxuan smiled happily and reached out to stroke the little golden hair, who kept rubbing his head against her, very understanding. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction and didn't bargain anymore, saying, okay, deal. Quickly. The boss said happily. Next, after paying, Lin Feng and Coco left the pet shop with the little golden hair and the free dog food and kennel, and walked straight towards the battery car. Xuanxuan, you chose the little golden retriever, so you have to take good care of it from now on. No half-heartedness, no new love old hat, do you hear me? Lin Feng looked at his daughter and said seriously. Many people are very fond of their pets when they first buy them, but after a while they get bored and start to beat and scold them. They end up abandoning them, leaving them to become stray dogs or cats, and eventually they die a miserable death. Such people are undoubtedly very hateful. Well, don't worry, Dad, I'll love Xiaojinmei. Xuanxuan nodded repeatedly. Let's get in the car, Mom's waiting for us at home. Okay. Lin Feng rode his daughter on the electric scooter and headed home. However, after a while, there was a sudden meowing sound coming from the grass nearby. Lin Feng rode the electric scooter and turned his head to take a look, his brows furrowing. In the grass, he saw a mangy tabby cat lying there, covered in blood, with what looked like both hind legs broken. It was curled up in the grass, dying, and looked extremely pitiful. Lin Feng immediately pressed the brake and stopped. Chapter 67, The Raccoon Cat. Dad, what's wrong? Xuanxuan asked in confusion. She didn't see the kitten and was a little surprised to see her father suddenly stop the car. Shoo! Lin Feng made a silencing gesture and pointed in the direction of the cat, saying, "Look there." Upon hearing this, Xuanxuan immediately turned her head and looked over. She saw a bloody kitten lying in the middle of a clump of grass. When it saw Lin Feng and Xuanxuan looking over, it immediately sensed danger, stopped screaming, and backed up a little, trying to stand up and run away. However, the injuries it had sustained were too serious, and it fell to the ground again after standing up. It couldn't use its hind legs at all, and could only crawl a little. Oh no! The cat is hurt and there's so much blood! Xuanxuan exclaimed in surprise. After Lin Feng got Xuanxuan out of the car, he hurriedly walked towards the grass. The cat was frightened, hissing at Lin Feng while constantly backing away. "Don't go over there, it's dangerous." Seeing his daughter trying to get closer, Lin Feng hurriedly stopped her. The civet cat is full of wildness, and it is now so badly injured that if an outsider approaches, it will most likely regard them as an enemy and scratch and bite. Xuanxuan immediately stopped and looked at Lin Feng and said, "Daddy, the cat is so pitiful, will you save it?" "Okay, Daddy will save it." Lin Feng nodded and said. The reason he stopped was that he intended to save this poor little cat. If he had not obtained medical skills, Lin Feng would at most notify the people of the pet rescue team when he saw this situation. Now that he had obtained the legacy of the Chinese medical sage, he had the strength to cure this little cat, so naturally he would not leave it to die. Not to mention in front of his daughter, he has to blame himself and cultivate his daughter's good character of kindness and compassion. After saying this, Lin Feng slowly approached, saying, "Be good, don't be afraid, we're here to save you." However, the civet cat was still very cautious, constantly huffing at Lin Feng and showing its sharp teeth, like a rattlesnake. However, it was also very weak now, and after taking a few steps back, it really had no strength left and lowered its head in pain. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly seized the opportunity to pounce, grabbed the cat by the back of the neck, and strangled its fate. With a gentle lift, he lifted the bloodied cat up. Meow meow meow. The tanuki immediately struggled to its feet, screaming non-stop. However, its injuries were too severe, and after struggling for a while, it ran out of strength and lay motionless, dying. Lin Feng briefly examined its injuries and was afraid that it would not be able to keep one of its hind legs. The bone was broken and it looked like it had been hit with a stone. Its body was covered in blood and its fur was wet. The anal area was covered in loose stools and it had diarrhea. Other than that, it didn't seem to have any other injuries. "Dad, is there any hope for the cat?" Xuanxuan asked pitifully, her eyes filled with compassion as she looked at the cat. "Don't worry, there's still hope. We're going home right now," Lin Feng said as he carried the tabby cat towards the electric car. He put the tabby cat in the box with the little golden hair. The little golden hair was puzzled when it saw the tabby cat. It wanted to go closer, but the tabby cat kept huffing at it. The little golden hair was scared and sat down in the corner of the box, trembling and not daring to go any closer. "What a coward!" Lin Feng muttered, then rode his bike and took his daughter home quickly. In a short while, they disappeared at the end of the horizon. However, not long after Lin Feng and Xuanxuan left, suddenly from the other side of the grass, 4 or 5 men like street thugs walked over. They had tattoos and dyed their hair yellow, and they looked like trouble. They were holding wooden sticks and kept moving back and forth through the grass, meowing non-stop. "That's strange. It looked like it was running this way, but now it's gone. Let's look more carefully. If we let it get away, Brother Gang will definitely give us a good scolding when we get back. Brother Chow, come take a look. There's blood here, so it must be the tabby cat that left it." Soon, they found bloodstains in the grass, and following the trail, they finally arrived at the place where Lin Feng had taken the tanuki cat. "Strange, the bloodstains stopped here, but why can't I see the cat? Damn it! Find it for me, I don't believe it, can it still burrow underground?" The man known as Brother Chow cursed and ordered his subordinates to expand the scope of the search. However, after searching for a long time, they didn't find the tanuki cat, which made him look very unpleasant. This is no ordinary tabby cat. If it dies out here, that's fine, but if it's rescued, then we're in trouble. Brother Chow, we haven't found it. There's not a trace of blood anywhere, one of his subordinates reported. Could it have been rescued? If so, that's bad news. Someone said with a long face. Everyone obviously knew the importance of this cat. If someone discovered the secret inside its belly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Brother Lu, look, there's a surveillance camera there. We can try to retrieve the video to see if someone really rescued it. A sharp-eyed subordinate suddenly said, pointing to a house not far away, where a surveillance camera was installed on the wall, which looked like it was facing this area. Lu Chao looked over in the same direction, his eyes lit up, and he immediately waved his hand and said, let's go over and ask. Lin Feng, of course, had no knowledge of the above scene. He rode his electric bicycle and brought his daughter and pet home as soon as possible. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing Choice 3. You will receive the Platinum Writer's Writing Heritage. Just as Lin Feng arrived at the door, a system voice suddenly sounded in his head, and the next second, a huge amount of writing information suddenly flooded into his mind. This information was enormous, and it was all about online fiction, including genres such as fantasy, urban, suspense, and science fiction. This knowledge quickly soaked into his mind, enhancing Lin Feng's writing talent, creative talent, writing talent, and so on. In just 4 or 5 seconds, Lin Feng went from being a newbie who knew nothing about online literature to a genius comparable to top writers such as Sanjiu, Chendong, members of the Insect Killing Squad, and I Eat Tomatoes. I never thought that online literature could be so profound. No wonder not just anyone can write online novels and make money. After assimilating the knowledge, Lin Feng muttered to himself. Just then, the door suddenly opened. Mom! Xuanxuan shouted, immediately throwing herself into Lu Shue's arms. At that moment, Lu Shue had already washed up, changed into a beautiful dress, and put on elegant and beautiful high heels, revealing her small, cute, fair-skinned feet with red nail polish on their toes. Her long, slender legs were snow-white and straight, her figure was graceful and charming, her face was beautiful and moving in the first place, and at the moment, she had also applied a touch of light makeup, which added even more beauty. Her head of black hair was beautiful and shiny, falling over her shoulders, exuding a faint body fragrance. This was undoubtedly a fairy descending from heaven, indescribably beautiful. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but stare in awe, and blurted out, "Wife, you're so beautiful." Chapter 68, Rescuing the Cat. Mom, you're so beautiful. Xuanxuan looked up at her mother and couldn't help but beam. Hearing her husband and daughter's praise, Lu Shue felt as happy as if she had eaten honey. Which woman doesn't like being praised for being beautiful, let alone by her beloved husband and daughter? But soon, Lu Shue noticed a pet box that her husband was holding, and from time to time, a dog barking could be heard inside. Honey, what is this? Lu Shue asked, puzzled. I took Xuanxuan to the pet market for a stroll and bought a little golden retriever. On the way back, we found a wounded tabby cat and I rescued it. As he said this, Lin Feng had already quickly returned inside, placed the pet box on the floor, and hurriedly ran to the bedroom again. Lu Shue hurriedly opened the pet box to take a look. When she saw the little golden retriever wagging its tail at her, she couldn't help but light up. It was obvious that she also really likes small animals. What a cute little golden retriever. Lu Shue couldn't help but praise it, but soon she noticed the raccoon cat lying motionless in the corner, as if it had fainted. Looking at it covered in blood, and its hind legs seemingly broken, she couldn't help but look shocked. Ah! What happened? Such serious injuries? Lu Shue exclaimed. Mom, please save the cat, okay? It's so pitiful. Xuanxuan said pitifully. Don't worry, Dad is a doctor, he can definitely save the cat. Lu Shue comforted. At this time, Lin Feng had already walked out with a medical kit, saying, I've done a preliminary examination, the cat's hind leg should have been broken by someone throwing a stone at it. Apart from that, it's a bit loose. This is too much, so heartless. You can choose not to love it, but please don't hurt it. How much pain must this good cat have felt when someone smashed its leg with a stone? Lu Shue was furious when she heard this. What a scoundrel, a real scoundrel. Xuanxuan immediately agreed, fuming with anger. The two of them were disgusted and furious at people who hurt and abuse their pets. Honey, can the cat be saved? I think it's passed out. Lu Shue asked with some concern. At that moment, Lin Feng had already opened the medical kit and quickly took out alcohol disinfectant, bandages, his own special golden wound medicine, etc. There was no problem saving his life, but his leg was completely shattered and could no longer be saved. Lin Feng said with some helplessness. His medical skills were indeed excellent, but they were not to the point of being able to bring the dead back to life or restore flesh and bones. Faced with a leg smashed to pieces by a stone, there was nothing Lin Feng could do to save it. Although the leg could not be saved, Lu Shui could not help but let out a sigh of relief when she heard that she could save her life. "Wife, go to the bathroom and get a basin of warm boiled water, I need it right away," Lin Feng said as he put on surgical gloves and picked up the cat, carrying it towards the balcony. "Good." Lu Shui responded, and quickly drew some warm boiled water. Lin Feng hurriedly cleaned the blood and mud from the cat's wound, revealing the white tiger fur and pale flesh and blood. Lu Shui, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but look at the shocking wound, her face turning slightly pale. At the same time, she clenched her fists and greeted the assailant. "Honey, it's a bit bloody, so you take Xuanxuan and go wait in the house," Lin Feng hurriedly said. The cat's wound was a bit scary, and he was afraid that if his daughter saw too much of it, it would affect her growth. "Okay." Lu Shui nodded, understanding her husband's concerns, and immediately led her daughter towards the bedroom. "Dad, come on, you must heal the cat." Xuanxuan turned back and couldn't help but cheer for her father. "Okay, Dad will definitely try his best," Lin Feng laughed back. Throughout the whole process, fortunately, the cat passed out from the pain without putting up any resistance. Lin Feng cleaned the wound very smoothly, but at the same time, a large amount of blood flowed out. Lin Feng reacted quickly. With one hand, he pressed on the cat's blood vessels to stop the bleeding, while at the same time, he opened a medicine bottle and quickly poured the white powder inside onto the wound. This white powder is called blood clotting powder. It is a kind of medicinal powder specially refined by Lin Feng, which has the effects of stopping bleeding, disinfecting, and resolving blood stasis. As soon as the powder was applied to the wound, it immediately reacted with the flesh and blood, quickly coagulating a layer of scar tissue to prevent the blood from continuously flowing out. After about a minute, Lin Feng released his hand, and no more blood flowed out. Then, Lin Feng opened another bottle and took out a pill, which he put into the cat's mouth and washed down with water. The reason the cat was in a coma was shock caused by pain and excessive blood loss. This pill was made by Lin Feng from more than 20 types of blood-enhancing medicinal herbs. Whether it is for humans or animals, after taking it, it can promote rapid blood production by the heart in a short period of time, and also maintain vitality. It is a life-saving medicine for severe trauma that causes excessive blood loss. Since obtaining the legacy of the Chinese medical sage, Lin Feng has spent his spare time refining all kinds of miraculous medicines and putting them in his medical kit for emergencies. This is why he was able to suddenly produce the blood coagulation powder and the vitality and blood strengthening pill. After doing all this, Lin Feng quickly bandaged the cat's wound. "Wife, bring the hairdryer over, the cat is already cured." Lin Feng shouted into the bedroom. "Okay." Lu Shui hurriedly responded. Upon hearing this, Xuanxuan ran out first and asked, "Dad, how is the cat? Is it okay?" "It's already fine, except that it's still in a coma. Let it rest well for the night, and it will wake up tomorrow." Lin Feng nodded. Xuanxuan curiously came over and surveyed the cat, then she looked at Lin Feng with admiration in her eyes and said, "Dad is really amazing, I want to be a doctor like you in the future." "Great. I'll teach you if I get the chance." Lin Feng immediately responded. If his daughter is interested, he can pass on his medical skills to her, become a doctor who saves lives and does no harm, and be respected wherever he goes. "Honey, the hairdryer is here." Lu Shui walked over and quickly handed it over. "Okay." Lin Feng smiled and took it, plugged it in, and immediately started gently blowing on the cat to blow off all the wet fur, to prevent it from catching a cold and infecting its wounds. As for the diarrhea problem, Lin Feng would have to re-prescribe the medicine, and talk to the cat when it woke up. Just as Lin Feng was blowing on the cat, the door suddenly got knocked on. Lu Shui hurried to the door and looked through the peephole, and he immediately saw Captain Zhang Songtao from the police station. He immediately opened the door. "Hello, Mrs. Lin." Opening the door, Zhang Songtao looked at Lu Shui, and a flash of surprise immediately crossed his eyes, before he immediately greeted her with a smile. In his hands, he was carrying a large bag of things, such as milk, nutritional products, snacks and fruit, cloth dolls and toys, etc. "Captain Zhang is here, quickly, please come in." Lu Shui quickly made a gesture of invitation. "Mrs. Lin, please accept these things." Zhang Songtao hurriedly handed over the gifts in his hands. This is not acceptable. You came here, and you are welcomed by the whole family, but why did you bring so many things? Lu Shui hurriedly declined. Just accept them. Dr. Lin cured my illness, and he wouldn't accept any money. These are all food and toys for the children. Just accept them. Zhang Songtao handed over the gifts again without further ado. Lu Shui still hesitated a little. My dear, since Captain Zhang has gone to so much trouble, you should accept the gifts, Lin Feng said from the balcony. Hearing that her husband had agreed, Lu Shui nodded and accepted the gifts, saying, Thank you, Captain Zhang. That's too formal. Zhang Songtao hurried to say, and then curiously asked, What is Dr. Lin doing? I met an injured cat on the way and am treating it. Lu Shui replied, at which point Lin Feng had already dried the cat's fur and put it back in its box. Xuanxuan, this is Uncle Zhang. Hello, Uncle Zhang. Well, that's good, what a cute little girl. I always wanted a daughter, but unfortunately I never got pregnant. It's not too late to have one now. Forget it, I'm getting on in years, and raising a child these days is stressful. If it's another son, I'll never be able to retire. That's true. How's the cat? Someone smashed its hind legs with a stone, but it's still alive. These people are animals, if I ever catch them, I'll have them arrested. After a brief exchange of words, Lin Feng and Xuanxuan hurried back to the room to tidy up a bit, then followed Zhang Songtao out the door and got into a geely car, heading straight for Ma Hualong's villa. Zhang Songtao had obviously come to pick up the Lin family, and had brought a gift along to thank them for curing him last time. Chapter 69 Xianya Mansion, home of the richest man. Xianya Mansion. This is the most famous villa community in Dongchuan City. The people who live here are either rich or noble. Any villa here is worth more than 10 million yuan. The entire villa community is close to the beach. During the day, you can see the blue sky and white clouds, and the endless blue sea. At night, you can feel the sea breeze and watch the night view of the sea. It is truly beautiful and charming. At this moment, the night sky was enveloped in darkness, and the lights of the entire Dongchuan city gradually came on one after the other, like stars in the sky. One building after another rose up from the ground, and the streets were bustling with people and cars. It was truly prosperous. After driving for about half an hour, Lin Feng, Lu Shui, Zhang Songtao, and Xuanxuan arrived at the entrance to the residential area. After showing their invitations, Zhang Songtao drove directly into the residential area. Mom, look, it's so beautiful over there. Xuanxuan was sitting in the back of the car when she suddenly pointed in a certain direction and exclaimed in surprise. And over there was the sea. Xuanya Mansion is located on higher ground, and once you enter the community, you can see the endless sea. It appears to the right, and the view suddenly becomes vast. The surface of the sea is rippling with light, reflecting the stars and moon in the sky. It is beautiful and magnificent. And along the coastline, it is also decorated with colorful lights, and there are all kinds of ancient buildings and palaces, which are very beautiful and elegant. And in the distance by the sea, you can see the beach, and you can see groups of people playing on the beach, swimming, surfing, boating, etc. in the sea. Of course, there is no shortage of a night market street, with all kinds of barbecue stalls, snack stalls, and cosmetic stalls. It's really beautiful. Lu Shui's eyes lit up as she nodded. Since her husband had been hit by a car and became dumb, she had been busy with work and taking care of the kids and her husband, so she had never been to the beach. The last time she went was 3 years ago, on her honeymoon with her husband. Xuanxuan, do you want to go to the beach to pick shells and play in the water? Lin Feng turned back and looked at Xuanxuan and asked with a smile. I want to. Hearing this, Xuanxuan's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly. Okay, Dad promises you, in a few days, we'll go to the beach and have fun. Lin Feng smiled. Yes. Dad is so good, kiss Dad. Upon hearing this, Xuanxuan was so happy that she danced around, took a step forward, pouted her lips, and kissed Lin Feng on the cheek. Zhang Songtao was driving and, seeing this heartwarming scene, couldn't help but look enviously and say, I'm so jealous. If only I had a daughter. You think it's good now, but when you marry off your daughter, you'll know how sad it is. Lin Feng sat in the passenger seat and looked at Zhang Songtao and said, You're right. I wouldn't be willing to let her go anyway. Zhang Songtao said, It's normal to be reluctant. Who would want to marry off their daughter, who they have raised with so much hardship, and let her go live in someone else's home? Lin Feng said, Mom, what does it mean to marry off your daughter? Xuanxuan suddenly looked curious and asked in a baby voice. Lu Shui didn't know how to answer for a moment, and after a hesitation, she said, "It means to go live with the person you love, and not with your mom and dad anymore." "No, I don't want to. I want to stay with my mom and dad forever." Xuanxuan immediately shook her head like a rattle, threw herself into her mother's arms, and hugged her tightly, not letting go of either one. "Okay, we won't marry off our daughter, we'll always be together," Lu Shui said lovingly, stroking her daughter's little head. The entire Xianya mansion is beautifully landscaped and full of a sense of technology. The entire community is very large, with everything from basketball courts and gyms to large supermarkets, football fields, and internet cafes. The community has a plant and lawn coverage rate of 80%, with artificial streams running through it. Luxury private villas of all kinds rise up from the ground, European style, Chinese style, and a combination of the two, like palaces. After entering Xianya Mansion and driving for 20 minutes, we arrived at Ma Hualong's home. You can imagine how big Xianya Mansion is. We're here, and that's Ma Hualong's home. The entire garden behind it belongs to him. Zhang Songtao pointed ahead. Looking in the direction he was pointing, I saw two villas connected to each other in the distance. One was purely Chinese in style, while the other was European. They were built magnificently, with carved beams and painted rafters. The two villas were surrounded by tall walls and occupied a very large area. In particular, the back garden had a private swimming pool, a basketball court, and a football field. And among the lawns, there were even two private helicopters parked. On the roofs of the two villas, there are sky gardens, cafes, and so on, for the ultimate in luxury. On either side of the door made of sandalwood are two stone lions, protected by specially assigned bodyguards, who are even armed with guns. If an outsider comes here, they will definitely be carefully checked. But when these bodyguards saw Zhang Songtao, they immediately respectfully opened the door and let Zhang Songtao drive into the front yard. Chapter 70 Ma Hualong, Xiayukuan. What a beautiful house. Looking at the villa in front of her, Xuanxuan opened her mouth wide in amazement. Not to mention him, even Lin Feng and Lu Shui were extremely surprised. Villas like this, which are luxurious, magnificent, are rarely seen even on TV, but the two of them are adults and do not show surprise like Xuanxuan. Lin Feng got out of the car and looked at the magnificent villa in front of him, the beautifully landscaped front yard, and the various buildings. He was overwhelmed and secretly vowed, "I want to buy a villa like this one too, so that my wife and children can live a good life." Without a system, this wish might be unattainable. But for Lin Feng now, making money is still a breeze. Just then, someone immediately came up to greet them from the direction of the villa gate. There were men and women, old and young, almost a dozen people in total. They were all dressed in gorgeous clothes, with imposing bearing and outstanding temperament. They were clearly not from ordinary families. The two men leading the way were followed by two others. The man on the right was in his early 40s, with a square face and a stocky build. His back was straight as a javelin, and there was a sense of righteousness about him. If Lin Feng is not wrong, this person is probably Xiayukuan, the director of the Yunchuan City Public Security Bureau. As for the man on the left, it is hard to tell his actual age because he is very well maintained, with fair skin, gentle demeanor, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He is about 1.8 meters tall, slightly thin, and almost a third thinner than Xiayukuan. This person is none other than Ma Hualong, the richest man in Yunchuan City. Let's go over there, Zhang Songtao said, immediately leading Lin Feng, Lu Shui, and Xuanxuan's family of three over. As the middleman, he of course had to take on the task of introducing them to each other, so he immediately went up to them, smiling and greeting them. "Greetings, Director." "Greetings, Mr. Ma Hualong." Xiayukuan nodded and laughed. "Songtao, you're late. Mr. Ma and I have been waiting for quite a while." "Sorry, there was something on the way that delayed me," Zhang Songtao said apologetically. "Don't listen to Director Xia, we didn't really wait long. It's still early, so don't worry," Ma Hualong said with a smile, without the slightest airs of being the richest man. Of course, the main reason was to show respect for Xiayukuan. The latter, as the director of the Yunchuan City Public Security Bureau, was in no way inferior to himself in terms of status, background, and connections. Of course, Ma Hualong had to treat the person the other party introduced with courtesy. If it were someone else, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have the chance to meet. Of course, there is also the biggest reason, which is that the other party is introducing a divine doctor to me, a divine doctor who can cure my daughter's illness. Naturally, Ma Hualong can't afford to be rude, which is why he is throwing a big banquet to specially entertain this divine doctor and give him enough face. After saying this, Ma Hualong's gaze fell on Lin Feng and his family of 3. Mr. Ma, director, let me introduce you. This is the divine Dr. Lin who cured me. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid I would have already died from the poison. Zhang Songtao saw this and immediately took a step back, indicating for Lin Feng to introduce himself. Unexpectedly, Dr. Lin not only has a dignified appearance, but he is also so young. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ma Hualong immediately extended his hand. While surveying Lin Feng, he laughed. Not only him, but the rest of the people also turned their attention to Lin Feng, looking him up and down. Seeing that he was so young, they all had expressions of surprise and doubt on their faces. He is so young, he should have just graduated from university, so no matter how good his medical skills are, I'm afraid they can't be very good. He won't fall for it, will he? This kid is about the same age as my son. Can he cure a disease that even those medical experts and professors can't cure? Alas! It seems that there is no hope this time. If my sister's illness is not cured, I'm afraid. All of these words are obviously the voice of everyone's heart. Looking at Lin Feng, who is so young and immature, it is obvious that most people do not believe that his medical skills are very high and powerful, and gradually revealed a disappointed look. Of course, they dare not say these words. After all, Xuanxuan is still here. As the director of the Public Security Bureau, he is not someone who can be offended. Mr. Ma has praised you too highly. Lin Feng extended his hand and shook Ma Hualong's hand, speaking with neither arrogance nor humility. Even in the face of so many people and so many doubtful gazes, he did not show the slightest sign of panic, and he acted with extraordinary calmness and composure. This, when seen by Ma Hualong, who had been somewhat disappointed, gradually raised a glimmer of hope in him. If he did not have real ability, it would be impossible to face so many people and still be so calm and composed. Dr. Lin, my name is Xuanxuan. I want to thank you for curing Songtao and helping catch those 4 human traffickers. Xuanxuan took a step forward, extended his hand, and looked at Lin Feng with a sincere expression on his face. Zhang Songtao was his right-hand man. On the surface, the two had a superior subordinate relationship, but in private, they were actually brothers who had been through thick and thin together. Lin Feng cured Zhang Songtao's illness, so of course he was very grateful. In addition, Lin Feng intervened to save a young boy from 4 human traffickers, and the story had long since spread throughout the police station. Xuanxuan had originally wanted to visit personally to present Lin Feng with a certificate of honor and a bonus, but Lin Feng had refused, and had also asked the police to help keep his identity a secret. Otherwise, who knows how many reporters would have come to interview Lin Feng, who was already famous. Director Xia, I should be the one to thank you for all this. Lin Feng held out his hand and shook the other man's hand. Dr. Lin is being modest. I heard from Song Tao that you are not only highly skilled in medicine, but also very skilled in martial arts. You are truly a hero born in the young, and your future is limitless. Xuanxuan praised again, and his gaze at Lin Feng was full of admiration. This made Lin Feng a little embarrassed. By the way, let me introduce you. This is my wife Lu Shui, and this is my daughter Xuanxuan. Lin Feng changed the subject, took a step aside, and looked at his wife and daughter and introduced them emphatically. Since he had brought his wife and daughter along, of course he would not just look out for himself, but also give them the limelight. Not only do men need face outside, but women do too. Director Xia, Mr. Ma, I'm very happy to meet you. Lu Shui took Xuanxuan's hand and took a step forward, introducing herself with a smile. Well, hello Mrs. Lin. Xuanxuan and Ma Hualong nodded and responded. In fact, everyone had noticed Lu Shui long ago. At first glance, they were all dazzled. The other party was outstanding in appearance, figure and temperament, not losing to those beautiful movie stars. Xuanxuan, this is Uncle Xia and Uncle Ma. Lin Feng stood aside and reminded her. Hello, Uncle Xia. Hello, Uncle Ma. Xuanxuan is very obedient and sensible, and immediately said in a baby voice. This melted everyone's hearts. Hey, what a good boy. Hello, Xuanxuan. Xuanxuan and Ma Hualong smiled and nodded, very fond of the cute child Xuanxuan. Alright, let's not waste any more time here, let's go back inside. Ma Hualong said this, and then suddenly changed the subject, making a gesture of invitation to the Lin family of 3. Dr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, please come inside, let's eat first, and after we eat, we can chat slowly. As the richest man in Yunchuan City, he was clearly being polite and absolutely treating them with respect by being so polite to the Lin family of 3 at this moment. But Lin Feng suddenly waved his hand and said, "Mr. Ma, I came this time specifically to cure your daughter's illness. Eating is secondary. Why don't you let me see your daughter first? I will first determine the illness. If I can cure it, I will feel at ease eating this meal. If I can't, then forget the meal, and I will have no face to stay here." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They then looked at Lin Feng with more admiration in their eyes. This is a truly good doctor, always putting the patient first, not just trying to get paid. "Dr. Lin, you are too kind. To be honest, my daughter has been ill for 3 years. I have sought treatment from famous doctors both at home and abroad, but she is still not cured. Dr. Lin, you only need to do your best. If she is cured, you will be my family's savior. If you encounter any trouble in the future, just let me know, and I will do whatever I can to help. If she is not cured, that's fine too. Let's have dinner tonight and become friends. What do you think?" Ma Hualong spoke with neither arrogance nor humility, and his attitude was very kind. This way of dealing with people impressed Lin Feng. It seems that the rich in this world are not as arrogant and insufferable as they are portrayed in novels. On the contrary, the truly rich have all received a high level of education, speak politely, and are gentlemen. They are not just stupid individuals with a lot of money, like a nouveau riche. "Good, Mr. Ma is right." Lin Feng nodded. "In that case, I will first take Dr. Lin to see my daughter." Ma Hualong said this and immediately led the way. The Lin family of 3 immediately followed. The Ma family's relatives and friends followed last and entered the house together. Chapter 71, Examining the Patient. "Mr. Ma, can you tell me more about your daughter's condition? What is it? What exactly is it? I have seen so many doctors, but I have never been able to determine for sure. The symptoms are very similar to those of a myotrophic lateral sclerosis, but it is not a myotrophic lateral sclerosis. 3 years ago, my daughter inexplicably fell ill with repeated colds and fevers. At first, we didn't pay much attention to it, thinking it was just a common cold. After a week of medication and infusion treatment, her symptoms gradually improved. However, half a month later, my daughter began to experience numbness in her fingers and tongue, and her speech gradually became stuttered. I realized the seriousness of the situation at that time and immediately took my daughter to the hospital for various tests, but the results showed nothing. I had no idea what was causing it. Later, the condition became more and more serious, from numbness in the fingers to numbness in the toes, and then to numbness in both legs and hands. Now, except for being able to open my mouth slightly and speak a few unintelligible words, I can't move at all, as if the whole person has been frozen." "Have you gone to the hospital for a brain examination? How are the brain nerves? Is there any tumor in the brain?" "There are no tumors, but there are problems with the transmission of brain signals, and the signals cannot be transmitted to the whole body, which is why he cannot move. But there is no damage to the brain nerves, and the connections are fine." "I don't know why the signals cannot be transmitted. Before you got sick, did you suffer a serious blow?" "No." On the way to the bedroom, Lin Feng asked a series of questions, and Ma Hualong answered truthfully without hesitation. Now that they haven't seen anyone, just from Ma Hualong's description, it is very likely that the other person has a problem with the nerves in the brain, which prevents them from transmitting information and, naturally, from moving. Of course, the specific reason why this is the case can only be determined by seeing the patient. Soon, under Ma Hualong's guidance, they arrived in front of a bedroom door on the 2nd floor. "My daughter is inside," Ma Hualong said, gently pushing open the door. Lin Feng didn't hesitate, and led his wife and child straight inside. The bedroom was very spacious, with pink walls covered in all kinds of photos and paintings from the 2nd dimension, pink curtains, a row of wardrobes full of beautiful clothes, trousers and skirts, and filled with all kinds of cosmetics and shoes, full of a girlish atmosphere. At the back of the bedroom, on a big, soft bed, there was a thick pink quilt, and underneath it lay a person. Only their bony head was visible, their hair had all fallen out, their skin was wrinkled and dry, and they looked like they were in their 70s or 80s. Next to the bed was an 4 drip, which was feeding the patient nutrients. Just looking at this old, emaciated face, Lin Feng couldn't help but frown deeply. The other person's condition was even more serious than he had imagined. "I'm afraid he's only got his last breath left." "It's so hot, why are you covering her up so thickly?" Lin Feng asked while walking over to the bed. "My sister feels cold." A man in his 30s suddenly said. This person looked somewhat similar to Ma Hualong, with the same gentle and refined appearance. His name is Ma Ling, and he is Ma Hualong's second son. "Cold?" Lin Feng's eyebrows shot up. This was crucial information. He then asked, "Is it convenient to lift the quilt?" "I want to check." "No problem," Ma Hualong said. Immediately, he and his son slowly lifted the quilt. The patient seemed to sense something and opened her cloudy eyes. Her eyes rolled slightly, as if surveying her surroundings. But other than that, she couldn't do anything, not even being young. As the quilt was lifted, the patient's body was revealed, wearing a one-piece pajama, revealing her bony hands and legs, with almost no flesh. Without looking, I know that I am afraid that her body is also bony, revealing a row of ribs, and there is no flesh on her stomach. "Sister, this is Dr. Lin, who has come specially to treat you, so don't be afraid." Ma Ling came to his sister's side and whispered in her ear. Upon hearing this, the patient Ma Xiaoya's gaze slowly fell on Lin Feng, without any expression changes, and it was unclear what she was thinking. "It seems that she can hear and her eyes can move," Lin Feng said as he saw this scene. Ma Hualong nodded and said, "For now, this is the best we can do." A month ago, she could still speak a few simple words, but now it is difficult for her to say a single word. Lin Feng nodded and came to the stool in front of the bed, sat down, and began to perform the simplest examinations on Ma Xiaoya, such as taking the pulse, checking the eyelids, checking the mouth, and piercing the patient's skin with a silver needle to check the blood, etc. From beginning to end, Lin Feng did not say a word. Ma Hualong, Ma Ling, and others watched the scene with trepidation and anxiety, and no one dared to say another word, afraid of disturbing Lin Feng. Chapter 72, Visiting the Sick with Ghost Smoke. After a thorough examination, Lin Feng's face looked very unpleasant. Up until this moment, he still hadn't been able to find the specific cause of the illness. "Dr. Lin, how is my daughter's condition?" "Dr. Lin, what illness does my sister have?" Seeing Lin Feng stop, Ma Hualong and Ma Ling couldn't wait to ask, their faces full of anxiety and hope. The rest of the people also looked at Lin Feng one after the other, waiting for his answer. Lin Feng looked at the father and son and said without hesitation, "The patient's condition is a bit complicated. I used some conventional methods to examine it again and did not find the specific cause of the disease." Upon hearing this, everyone's faces revealed a look of frustration. In other words, the other party's medical skills were not good enough to identify the cause of the disease. Although everyone was disappointed with this answer, it was also expected. After all, Lin Feng was really young, having graduated from university at most not long ago, and did not at all look like someone with high medical skills. Xia Yukuan and Zhang Santao couldn't help but frown, their faces looking a little unpleasant. After all, Lin Feng was introduced to them, and if this were to go wrong, it would do them no good at all. "It's fine, Dr. Lin, I'll say the same thing as before, as long as you've done your best, you don't need to feel any pressure." Ma Hualong paused for a moment before shaking his head and saying. It was clear that he was an open-minded person, and although he was also very disappointed, he did not take it out on Lin Feng. On the contrary, only Lu Shui and Xuanxuan still had full confidence in Lin Feng. Lu Shui suddenly asked, "Husband, you said that the conventional method is useless, is there an unconventional method?" She knew her husband very well. He was a low-key, responsible person who could be relied on to get things done. Even in the face of this situation, he remained calm and collected, so it was obvious that he had a backup plan. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Lin Feng in surprise. "Those who know me well are not my wife." Lin Feng smiled at Lu Shui, unintentionally spreading a wave of dog food, which made everyone very depressed, especially the single dogs who were amazed by Lu Shui's appearance and were jealous. "Dr. Lin, what other methods do you have?" Upon hearing this, Ma Hualong couldn't wait to ask. Now, his daughter's health is at the brink of death, and the hospital has even issued a death notice, saying that she won't last for more than a few days. So at this moment, he has pinned all his hopes on Lin Feng, and no matter what method it is, he has to give it a try. "Ming Yan visits the sick," Lin Feng said. "Ming Yan visits the sick?" Upon hearing this, everyone was surprised and frowned. Why does this name sound so strange? So evil? It sounds like feudal superstition. Lin Feng explained, "This is a method of treatment created by Hua Tuo, the ancient medical sage. In the face of various difficult and complicated diseases, the simple methods of observation, interrogation, auscultation and palpation have lost their effectiveness. A detailed examination of the human body is required. This netherworld smoke is made from 16 precious herbs, and can explore the inside of the human body. If the cause of the disease is found, it will be fed back to the silver needles, so that the cause of the disease can be discovered." Speaking of which, he opened the medical kit and took out a bottle from it. The bottle was filled with a strong black smoke, which looked very mysterious. This can't be feudal superstition, can it? Dr. Lin, it's not that I don't believe you, but the method you're talking about is just too strange. It's like what those charlatans and con artists in ancient times said. I'm very skeptical. This matter is of great importance. Xiaoya is already like this. If something goes wrong after treatment, I'm afraid. Facing this scene, many people started to discuss it. Obviously, they did not believe in the idea that Lin Feng had mentioned, and they expressed great skepticism. Ma Hualong, on the other hand, remained silent and did not express his opinion. Everyone, please also trust my husband. I have seen his medical skills with my own eyes. If he says he can find the cause of the illness, then he definitely can. Seeing her husband being doubted, Lu Shui did not hesitate for a second and stood up and said, Yes, Mum is right. Dad's medical skills are awesome, and he cured the cat. Xuanxuan also immediately stood up and said. Seeing that his wife and daughter were on his side at all times, Lin Feng was very moved and gratified. I also believe in Dr. Lin. I have seen his medical skills and I am sure he can cure Miss Xiaoya's illness. Zhang Songtao stood up and expressed his support. Yes, I believe in you too, Xiaoyukuan said immediately. Although he did not know Lin Feng well, he had great faith in Zhang Songtao. Seeing this, everyone fell silent and turned their attention to Ma Hualong. Dr. Lin, no matter what, just do your best to save her. I support you, Ma Hualong said without hesitation. To be honest, he himself did not believe in this so-called exploring the patient's condition through the smoke of the dead. It sounded like feudal superstition and had no scientific basis. However, at the moment, his daughter's illness could no longer be delayed. After seeing so many famous doctors and professors, there was no way to help her. If things continued like this, she would definitely die. Desperate times called for desperate measures. Ma Hualong had no choice but to trust Lin Feng and give it a go. Okay, but I need to perform acupuncture on the patient, so I must remove her clothes. There are so many people here, I'm afraid Lin Feng hesitated. Everyone else, please wait outside and don't get in the way of Dr. Lin's treatment. At Ma Hualong's arrangement, everyone else retreated, leaving only Ma Hualong, Ma Ling, Lu Shui, and Xuanxuan. With Lu Shui's help, everyone quickly removed the clothes from Ma Xiaoya's body, although of course the private parts were still covered. Lin Feng, on the other hand, had already prepared a large number of silver needles. Help her sit up. Lin Feng said to Ma Hualong. Good. Ma Hualong nodded. She alone was able to easily help her daughter sit up on the bed, although the latter was now emaciated and there was barely any flesh to be seen. After helping her sit up, Lin Feng came over without the slightest hesitation. Holding a silver needle in his hand, he quickly stuck the first needle into the patient's temple, followed by the second and third. Lin Feng was very fast, moving with fluid grace that made people dizzy just watching. And each needle was precisely inserted into the acupuncture points of the patient's body. Mom, it looks so painful. Is she in pain? Xuanxuan watched this scene in fear and hid behind Lu Shui. Children are afraid of needles, even silver needles. Shoo! Don't talk, don't disturb Dad. Lu Shui hurriedly made a shushing gesture and whispered. Xuanxuan nodded obediently and stopped talking. After a while, Ma Xiaoya was covered in silver needles, and the whole person looked like a hedgehog. At this time, Lin Feng suddenly opened the bottle containing the ghost smoke. Immediately, a strong black smoke filled the air. Surprisingly, the black smoke gathered without dispersing, as if attracted, and spread towards Ma Xiaoya on its own, absorbing it along with the silver needles all over his body at a visible speed. Ma Hualong, Lu Shui, and Ma Ling were shocked and amazed when they saw this scene. This was truly amazing. Chapter 73, Finding the Cause of the Illness, Parasites. The black smoke that entered Ma Xiaoya's body immediately slowly expanded and spread throughout his internal organs, flesh and blood vessels, and even brain nerves. This black smoke is made from specially refined medicinal herbs, and can cause a chemical reaction with toxins, viruses, cancer cells, and other abnormalities in the body, causing changes in color, shape, and other aspects. From these changes, Lin Feng can determine the cause of the patient's illness. As long as the cause is determined, it is very simple to prescribe the right medicine. This is the entire process of Ming Yan's diagnosis. Under the astonished and puzzled stares of the crowd, Ming Yan entered the patient's body, and then everything returned to normal. Nothing happened. After waiting for about half a minute, Ma Hualong and Ma Ling were waiting impatiently and were about to ask. At that moment, they saw wisps of green gas suddenly spreading out from the silver needle on top of the patient's head. Yes, it was green, and the color was strong, glowing green. Lin Feng's eyes lit up at the sight, and he immediately reached out his hand. From the green gas, he felt a cold sensation, as if he had just come out of the refrigerator. So that's it, I've found the cause of the problem. It really is the brain that's at fault. Lin Feng suddenly understood. Dr. Lin, what's going on here? What illness does my sister have? Ma Ling was shocked and asked hurriedly. It should be said that it is not a disease, but a parasite that is difficult to detect, even if a head CT and EEG analysis of the brain are performed. I just used the ghost smoke and entered the patient's body to check it out, and immediately sensed the presence of this parasite, which caused a change in color, as well as a feeling of cold, because this parasite can secrete a kind of cold, which is why she feels cold in such hot weather. Lin Feng immediately explained, this kind of parasite usually lives in marine fish. If my guess is correct, she should have gone swimming in the sea before she became ill and been bitten by some kind of marine creature. Upon hearing this, Ma Ling immediately thought of something and hurriedly nodded. Yes, I know. Before my sister got sick, I did take her swimming in the sea. At that time, something bit her foot and she bled, but there was not much blood, and there was no inflammation or swelling, so we didn't pay attention to it. After a simple disinfection, we continued playing. That's right, it must have been contracted at that time. When this parasite first enters the body, it will destroy the body's immune system and cause symptoms of colds and fevers. After that, the parasite will enter the brain along the bloodstream, multiply, and produce a toxin. This toxin can paralyze the brain, causing the brain to be unable to transmit signals, and gradually the body will become unable to move, similar to Lou Gehrig's disease. Lin Feng paused for a moment and said, this disease appeared in ancient times and even caused the death of most of the people in a village by the sea. Fortunately, it was discovered by a Taoist priest and treated in time, which saved the remaining people. Otherwise, the entire village would have died at the hands of this parasite. Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd suddenly changed. Dr. Lin, you must save my daughter. Is there still hope for my daughter? You must save her. She is a poor child. I am willing to pay any price to save her. Ma Hualong suddenly grabbed Lin Feng's hand, his tone anxious and full of expectation as he asked. Obviously, at this moment, he had already believed Lin Feng's words. After all, he had seen the green smoke with his own eyes, and Lin Feng's explanations were well-reasoned and well-founded, so he had no choice but to believe him. At the moment, Lin Feng had undoubtedly become his daughter's last straw. In order to save his daughter, he was willing to pay any price. Mr. Ma, I will definitely do my best to save her, so don't worry. Although this parasite kills people invisibly, as long as the cause of the disease is found, it will be easy. As long as this parasite is forced out of your daughter's body, she will slowly recover and her body will slowly heal. Lin Feng said firmly. Hearing that his daughter could still be saved, Ma Hualong was overjoyed and his eyes shone. Lin Feng immediately said, in that case, I will prescribe a medicine for you. You should have someone go and get the medicine right away. Remember, you must use the finest medicinal herbs, and then boil the medicine according to the method on the prescription until it becomes thick. After that, every morning at 6 o'clock and every evening around 9 o'clock, prepare a wooden tub for bathing, and put in plenty of hot water in it. The higher the temperature, the better the effect. Of course, the maximum temperature must not exceed 60 degrees. Have your daughter smear her body with the prepared ointment, soak in the water, and do this for about a week. The parasites will be almost completely eliminated. At that time, she only needs to rest well and supplement more protein, and her body will slowly recover. Ma Hualong listened patiently. Ah! Is it that simple? After listening, Ma Ling, who was standing nearby, asked in surprise. As long as you find the cause of the disease and prescribe the right medicine, it's that simple. Do you think it's like Western medicine? Whether you're sick or not, you'll first be given a full body checkup, and then you'll be given a whole bunch of medicine. Lin Feng gave Ma Ling a cold stare and sneered. What he said is really the current situation in hospitals today. Anyway, once you're in the hospital, you'll be subjected to all kinds of tests. Not to mention the cost and effort, and once you've been checked over and there's no problem, you can just grab a few prescriptions and go home and take them. What nonsense are you talking, second son? Apologize to Dr. Lin at once. Ma Hualong's face darkened and he immediately scolded. Yes, I'm sorry, Dr. Lin, I spoke out of turn before, I apologize to you. Ma Ling's face changed, and he quickly apologized respectfully. It's no problem. Lin Feng waved his hand, then quickly wrote out a prescription from the medical kit, with the names and quantities of more than 30 types of Chinese medicinal herbs, as well as the method of preparation and usage. Mr. Ma, you can have someone go and get the medicine. Remember, don't make any mistakes. Lin Feng handed over the prescription. Yes, I know, Dr. Lin, don't worry, I will personally supervise it. Ma Hualong responded, taking the prescription and speaking respectfully. If someone saw the scene, they would be so surprised that their jaw would drop to the ground. The wealthiest man in Dongchuan City, and even a big shot in the whole country, was actually so respectful towards a young man. Next, Ma Hualong personally ordered someone to get the medicine. Lin Feng, on the other hand, removed the silver needle for Ma Xiaoye so that she could lie back on the bed again and cover herself with the quilt. After doing all this, the Lin family, personally received by Ma Hualong, sat at the head of the banquet. Even Xuanxuan did not receive this treatment. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, Lin Feng, Ma Hualong, and Xuanxuan, such big shots, toasted and had a good time. Chapter 74, A Gift Upon Meeting, 10 million. This dinner was extremely sumptuous, with everything imaginable: tomahawk steak, caviar, tuna, shark's fin with bird's nest, etc. It was all food that Lin Feng, Lu Shui, and Xian had never eaten before. It was also prepared by top chefs, so it was naturally delicious and healthy. The three of them did not hold back, eating and drinking as they pleased. The dinner lasted more than an hour before it came to an end. Mr. Ma, since the dinner is over, we will go back first. Lin Feng said goodbye to Ma Hualong. It's still early. Why don't you stay and have some fun for a while? Soaking in the hot springs after a meal is good for digestion. Ma Hualong said, trying to persuade him to stay. Lin Feng was indeed a little tempted, but it was getting late, and Xuanxuan still had to study tomorrow. The key was soaking in the hot springs at someone else's house, which was more or less inconvenient. We appreciate Mr. Ma's kindness, but we're tired today and want to go back and get some rest. Lin Feng refused again. Since the conversation had reached this point, Ma Hualong did not insist, nodded, immediately took a check out of his breast pocket, and handed it to Lin Feng respectfully. Lin Shijin, this is the medical fee for your visit this time. It is a small token of appreciation. I hope you will accept it. Lin Feng glanced at it. Although he could not see the exact amount, the series of zeros at the back told him that the check was worth a lot of money. Mr. Ma, your daughter's illness has not been cured yet. Let's talk about the medical fees after she is cured, Lin Feng politely declined. This was not because he looked down on the check, but on the contrary, he was extremely excited. With this amount of money, he could buy a car and a house, take his wife and daughter and live a good life. However, the main reason Lin Feng treated Ma Hualong's daughter was to complete the system task and get the reward. Option 3, use your powerful medical skills to treat the daughter of Yunchuan City's richest man, Ma Hualong, and demand that the other party pay for the medical expenses of a company worth more than 10 million. Task completed, you will receive a revolver and 30 rounds of ammunition. Therefore, Lin Feng needs the other party to pay for the medical expenses of a company worth more than 10 million, not the check in front of him. Dr. Lin, you must not refuse. This check is just a token of my appreciation for agreeing to meet with me. If my daughter's illness is truly cured, I will thank you again. Ma Hualong was rich and arrogant. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, no wonder he is the richest man in Yunqing City. So much money is just a token of appreciation. When his daughter's illness is truly cured, I wonder how much he will pay as a reward. Since Mr. Ma has gone to so much trouble, I'll accept it. Lin Feng nodded, and then took the check. Next, under Ma Hualong's arrangement, he asked his own driver to personally escort Lin Feng and his family home. As for Xuanxuan and Zhang Songtao, they were unable to drive because they had been drinking, so they were also escorted home by a dedicated driver, also under Ma Hualong's arrangement. Dad, Lin Shijun has already prepared the medicine according to the prescription. Ma Ling came to Ma Hualong's side and reported, yes, Dad, Lin Shinji has already prepared the medicine. That's great. Are you sure it's the best medicine? There won't be any mistakes? Ma Hualong asked joyfully. Yes, I guarantee there won't be any mistakes, Ma Ling said with conviction. Very good. Immediately give the order to prepare the medicine, and follow the prescription method exactly, without any mistakes. Okay, I'll go arrange it right away. Forget it, I'll supervise it myself. After the medicine is ready, immediately give your sister a bath. I wonder how it will work. Dad, don't worry, we've seen what Dr. Lin can do before, I'm sure it'll be fine this time. The father and son immediately went to personally supervise the brewing of the medicine. As for Lin Feng, Lu Shui, and their daughter Xuanxuan, they had already returned to the gate of the residential community in a BMW and got out of the car. After a brief goodbye, the driver drove off. Haha, that's great, honey, do you know how much is on this check? It's actually 10 million. I've never seen so much money. As soon as the driver had left, Lu Shui couldn't help laughing out loud, so excited she was. She threw her arms around her husband and hugged him. Lin Feng was also extremely excited. He didn't look at the check carefully when he was handed it, and just gave it to his wife. He thought it was only worth about 1,000,000 yuan, but he didn't expect there to be an extra zero, making it worth 10 million yuan. A 10 million yuan gift. This is really a sign of wealth. Honey, with this money, we can buy a house and a car, and we won't have to rent anymore. Lin Feng also hugged his wife tightly and said excitedly. Yes. I have always dreamed of having my own house, and I hope to have a home of our own. I never thought it would come true so soon. I'm really so happy, honey, you're just amazing, your medical skills are practically the reincarnation of Hua Tuo. Lu Shui praised her husband. From the time they fell in love until now, Lu Shui has always hoped to have a home of her own, and she hopes to buy a house in Xuanxuan City, where the three of them can live together in love and happiness. In order to make this dream come true, when they were in college and dating, they worked together during the summer vacation, and after graduation and starting work, they worked hard together to earn money and make their dream come true as soon as possible. But unexpectedly, not long after they got married, Lin Feng was in a car accident and became an idiot. Lu Shui thought that she would never be able to own a house of her own in her lifetime, but she never imagined that this wish would come true so easily and so fantastically. In fact, when she saw Ma Xiaoye lying on the hospital bed, Lu Shui's heart sank. The way the other person looked, it was obvious that he was only hanging on by a thread, and she was afraid that even the great immortals could not save him. But she never imagined that her husband's medical skills were actually so miraculous. He simply identified the cause of the illness and prescribed a treatment. This made Lu Shui marvel, and she admired her husband even more. He. This is just a gift for meeting you. With Ma Hualong's wealth, after his daughter gets better, he won't even bat an eyelid at 10 million, let alone 100 million, and we can just go buy a villa. Lin Feng laughed. Lu Shui nodded, agreeing with her husband, saying, Mr. Ma is indeed very wealthy, which also shows that he loves his daughter very much. Which father doesn't love his daughter? Lin Feng asked in return, and couldn't help but look at Xuanxuan next to him. The latter was blinking her big eyes and looking at her parents with a puzzled expression. Noticing Lin Feng's gaze, Xuanxuan asked curiously, Dad, why are you so happy? Silly child, of course we're happy now that we're rich. Lin Feng said, affectionately rubbing his daughter's little head. In the future, Xuanxuan can have whatever she wants to eat or play with, I'll buy it all for you. Just spoil her, but don't spoil her rotten, Lu Shui couldn't help but say. Don't worry, Xuanxuan is so sensible, she can't be spoiled, and isn't a daughter meant to be spoiled? I don't support this, she's still young and can easily go bad, we can't spoil her too much, what if she gets princess disease? Xuanxuan was speechless as she watched her parents argue with each other. How come the two of them, who were so close before, suddenly started arguing? Just then, Xuanxuan suddenly thought of something and hurriedly went up to her parents, holding her mother's left hand and her father's right hand. In a baby voice, she said, Mom and Dad, let's go home quickly and see how the little golden hare and the cat are doing. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and Lu Shui immediately stopped Zheng Jun, smiled, took their daughter, and walked towards the middle of the community. Xuanxuan held her mother's left hand and her father's right hand, bouncing along the way, her twin ponytails constantly swinging back and forth, so cute. Chapter 75, The Strange Cat Thief. However, Lin Feng did not know that as they were walking home, 4 men appeared outside their house at some point. The 4 men had tattoos and dyed hair, and they looked like they were not to be messed with. Brother Chow, this is the right family. We've checked it out. Okay, knock on the door. Bang bang bang. Then there was a loud knocking on the door, which broke the silence of the night and sounded very harsh. At the head was a man named Lu Chao, 27 or 28 years old, with a slender figure, dark skin, tattoos on his arms and neck. He looked like a tough guy, with short hair, and was smoking a cigarette while watching his subordinate knock on the door, looking intimidating. It was obvious that these people were the ones who had been looking for the calico cat outside the pet market. From the surveillance video, they found out that Lin Feng had rescued the tabby cat. Following this clue, they soon found Lin Feng's home, which led to this scene. However, after knocking for a long time, there was no response from inside the house. It's so noisy, and it's the middle of the night, do they want people to sleep? Just then, the door to the room next door suddenly opened, and a fat old woman poked her head out, exasperated. Lu Chao and the other three were taken aback, and they all turned their heads to look over. The fat old woman was startled when she saw the four of them. These guys don't look like good guys. The old woman's face changed from anger to a smile as if by magic. Her tone was a bit kinder. I'm sorry, I scared you. Are you looking for someone? I saw them. They left around 6 p.m. this afternoon and haven't returned yet. After saying this, she slammed her door shut and locked it. Lu Chao and the other three looked at each other, and the atmosphere was a little strange. Damn, what are you looking at me for? There's nothing on my face. Since there's no one here, just break in. Rat, what are you waiting for? Open the door. Lu Chao said angrily. Yes, yes, yes. The short man, called Rat, answered, quickly pulling a piece of wire out of his pocket. This person used to be a thief. After giving up his career as a thief, although he never stole again, he always habitually carried his former tool with him when he went out. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Mouse directly inserted the wire into the keyhole, twisting it to the left and right. Even an amateur couldn't tell what was going on. However, with a crunching sound, Mouse twisted the doorknob and the door was suddenly pushed open. Mouse is still awesome at opening doors. Of course, Brother Rat was the saint of thieves back in the day. While everyone praised him, they swaggered into the house, switched on the lights and looked around. Hurry up and look, don't waste any more time, do you hear me? Lu Chao immediately urged impatiently. Right, business is important, I'll go into that room. Rat will take charge outside, I'll go into that room. The three subordinates responded, hurriedly entering the living room, bedroom, and bathroom to search, while calling out meow, meow, meow. Apparently, they had come specifically to look for the calico cat. Wang wang wang. Just as they were searching, a small golden retriever suddenly darted out of the bedroom, bared its teeth at Lu Chao, and barked wang wang wang. Oops. A little cripple, how dare you bark at me, I'll kick the shit out of you. Seeing this, Lu Chao angrily shouted and rushed over, about to give the little golden hare a kick. Brother Chao, I found it. Just then, one of the younger brothers suddenly shouted in the direction of the balcony. Lu Chao's heart leaped with joy, and he stopped in his tracks. The little golden hare took this opportunity to scamper under the table, trembling all over. Although it was very scared, it still gnashed its teeth at these people, looking fierce. Where? Lu Chao hurriedly looked over and saw one of his men walking over from the balcony carrying a box. Inside the box was the ragdoll, which had already had a bath, its fur was clean, and its hind legs had been bandaged and wrapped in bandages. The ragdoll came towards him, showing signs of fear, curled up, puffing out its breath, and shivering. Damn it, I finally caught this little bastard, and I got scolded for it. After I get the goods, I'll immediately stew you for a drink. Lu Chao looked at the tanuki in the box and angrily cursed, then waved his hand and said, Go, get out of here. Okay. 3 subordinates responded, immediately followed, and walked towards the door. Rat was walking last, and as he was leaving, he suddenly noticed a pair of ladies' high heels by the door, and a pair of lace-trimmed white socks in the little white shoes next to them. After a moment's hesitation, he picked up the little white socks, held them up to his nose, and asked, while walking towards the outside. Holy shit. Brother Rat, I'm really fucking impressed with you, you've stolen socks again. A man looked back at the scene and couldn't help but say disgustedly. Brother Ming, these socks really smell good, they must belong to a beautiful woman, just smell them. The rat laughed lewdly, and passed the socks over. Forget it, the last pair of lace panties you stole, you also told me they belonged to a beautiful woman, and I even had to smell them, only to find out that they actually belonged to an old woman, it really disgusted me, I couldn't eat for a week. The man cursed in disgust, quickened his pace, and seemed unwilling to walk with someone like Mouse. However, at that moment, Lu Chao, who was walking in front of them, suddenly stopped. Everyone was taken aback and stopped in their tracks. They saw Lin Feng, Lu Shui, and Xuanxuan, a family of 3, walking up the stairs. They looked at the 4 people in front of them, Lu Chao and his friends, and were suddenly stunned. At first, Lin Feng did not react, until he noticed the suitcase in Lu Chao's hands and the open door. His face immediately sank. As for Lu Shui, her gaze also noticed the white socks in Mouse's hands, which she recognized at a glance. Those were the socks she had worn, and she was disgusted to see that the other person was still smelling them. Her face was extremely ugly. Chapter 76, 1 against 4. Husband, that pervert, stole my socks. Lu Shui said with disgust and anger. Lin Feng also immediately noticed the rat's gesture. His face immediately sank. Although it was just a pair of socks, the other party's behavior was obviously a desecration of his wife, which made him even more angry. Meow meow meow. Just then, from the box, came the terrified cry of a tan cat. Wang wang wang. At home, the little golden retriever also scurried out and bared its teeth at the four of Lu Chao, and if it were a big dog, it would have definitely rushed out at this moment and bit these people furiously. Dad, it's the cat, they're stealing the cat. Xuanxuan heard the cat's meow and immediately pointed at Lu Chao, anxiously saying, Hey! What are you doing? Stealing my cat and my wife's socks? Lin Feng asked with a gloomy face, while immediately pulling his wife and daughter behind him. So this is your home? We didn't do anything, we just want to take this cat away. Lu Chao said lightly, not giving Lin Feng the time of day. This is our cat. A subordinate echoed. Lin Feng's brows shot up, this is a bit weird. These guys didn't even hesitate to break in, just to take away a wounded cat, this is really weird. It's not yours, it's ours. It's the kitten that my dad and I saved. Xuanxuan said angrily. Lu Shui quickly took her in his arms and signaled her not to go over there and not to speak nonsense. Brother June, I was right, I said that the owner of these socks is a beautiful woman, but you didn't believe me, look, they're so pretty. The rat suddenly said in a lewd manner, staring at Lu Shui with a pair of burning eyes, and not forgetting to sniff the socks again. This perverted and wretched look made Lin Feng suddenly clench his fists. Unexpectedly, there was actually a beauty of such a figure in this kind of place. The beauty known as Brother June also stared at Lu Shui and said with a smile. Beauty, how about you go out with the brothers tonight and I'll buy you drinks and sing songs? A white-clad man invited Lin Feng to molest him in an open and above-board manner, not taking Lin Feng seriously at all. Lu Chao saw this scene and did not express his opinion, allowing his subordinates to speak foul language and speak their minds. He himself also did not take Lin Feng seriously at all. The gaze of these people was hot and fiery, their faces lewd and full of aggression, making Lu Shui's face become extremely ugly. She couldn't help but hold her daughter back. Wife, you take Xuanxuan and step back, I'll deal with these people. Lin Feng said with a strong hold of his anger. Hubby, please be careful. Lu Shui was a little worried, but she didn't stop him, thinking that her husband was very skilled and had solved the human trafficking case alone. I understand. After saying this, Lin Feng rubbed his hands together and walked towards Lu Chao and the others step by step. Hey! This kid has got some nerve, he dares to fight us? Kid, let me give you some advice, mind your own business and let us take the cat and leave. We can pretend that nothing happened. If you dare to fight, don't blame me for not warning you. However, before Lu Chao could finish speaking, Lin Feng suddenly accelerated, rushing up like a cannonball, very fast. Oh no! Lu Chao's heart tightened, and he reacted quickly. He hurriedly retreated while shouting, Quick, give it to me, fuck him up. The man on the right, known as Brother June, had obviously trained for several years and responded quickly. He immediately went up to meet him, while crouching down, and swung a sweeping kick at Lin Feng's lower body. If it had been someone else, they would not have been able to react in time and would have been knocked over by this kick. But Lin Feng suddenly accelerated, leaped with his right leg, and the whole person leaped up like a tiger, not only avoiding Brother June's kick, but also leaping over his head. This leap was like flying. While in the air, Lin Feng made the flying kick and kicked towards the mouse. At this moment, the mouse did not expect Lin Feng to actually avoid June's attack and kick towards him. When he reacted and tried to dodge, Lin Feng's powerful kick had already landed on his chest. Ah! Mouse let out a scream, feeling as if he had been hit by a truck, as if all his ribs in his chest had been broken. He flew backwards, crashing to the ground. Ouch! It hurts, it hurts, it hurts so much. Mouse was lying on the ground, writhing in pain, his face pale, unable to move at all. Lu Chao's face changed at this sight, and he immediately became serious, clearly realizing that Lin Feng was a skilled fighter and not an ordinary person. He kicked the mouse away with one kick, and as soon as he landed, a strong wind hit him from behind. Without thinking, Lin Feng turned around and used a grappling technique, grabbing him up at great speed. Ha! Brother June was shocked. He didn't expect the other person to react so quickly and capture his wrist in an instant. Although surprised, June immediately lifted his leg and used his knee to push against Lin Feng's stomach. The latter, however, seemed to have anticipated this and also lifted his right leg, pushing with his knee. The two men's knees crashed together, but Lin Feng didn't react at all. In contrast, Jun felt as if his knee had crashed into granite, and the pain was so intense that he let out a scream. Lin Feng took this opportunity to grab Jun Ji's wrist and swing hard. The force was so great that Jun Ji's body could not help but fly backward, slamming straight into the other man. This man had just wanted to attack Lin Feng, but instead he was knocked into his companion, who crashed into the wall. "Husband, watch out behind you," Lu Shui suddenly exclaimed. Without her reminder, Lin Feng had already noticed in the corner of his eye that Lu Chao had rushed up at some point, holding a sharp switchblade in his hand and stabbing at Lin Feng's back. If it had been anyone else, they would not have been able to react at all, but Lin Feng suddenly ran forward, avoiding Lu Chao's switchblade, and turned sharply, facing the other person head-on. "Damn! He can dodge." After missing his first strike, Lu Chao cursed, then gripped his knife tightly and charged forward again, swinging and stabbing at Lin Feng, his movements so fast that the blade in his hand was practically invisible to the naked eye. But to everyone's surprise, Lin Feng retreated while dodging left and right, managing to avoid all of Lu Chao's attacks. This made Lu Chao extremely surprised. He had been fighting for so many years, and relying on this series of impenetrable knife techniques, he had no idea how many people he had gotten rid of, but this kid in front of him actually dodged all of his attacks, which made him very surprised. "I'll see how long you can dodge." But Lu Chao was not at all panicked. On the contrary, he accelerated the speed of his swinging knife, because Lin Feng was about to retreat to the corner, and there would be no retreating then. Wouldn't he just be a lamb to the slaughter? Chapter 77, The Cat Has a Problem. Watching her husband in danger, constantly dodging and retreating under Lu Chao's switchblade, Lu Shui's face was full of worry and anxiety, afraid that her husband would have an accident. In a hurry, he suddenly noticed a trash can at the top of the stairs, and without thinking, he ran over, picked it up in his arms, and then rushed towards Lu Chao. "Brother Chao, watch out behind you." Brother Jun climbed up trembling and, seeing this scene, hurriedly warned. Hearing this, Lu Chao was taken aback and quickly looked back, only to see Lu Shui, a seemingly gentle, pure and sweet girl, holding up a rubbish bin and smashing it at him. "Oh no!" Lu Chao's face changed and he quickly tried to dodge. However, because of his distraction, he swung the switchblade a step too slowly. Lin Feng took this opportunity and seized his wrist with one hand, twisted hard, and heard a cracking sound. "Ah!" Lu Chao let out a scream. Almost at the same time, Lu Shui slammed the trash can down hard on Lu Chao's head, making a clang. The trash can, made of tin, directly dented. Lu Chao was suddenly dizzy from the blow, his eyes filled with stars, and he stumbled and collapsed on the ground. "Ah!" Lu Shui, seeing this, let out a startled cry of fear. She had never hit anyone before, let alone hit someone with a trash can, and she was a little scared. But suddenly, Lin Feng's face changed, and he rushed towards his wife, who was taken aback. The next second, she was embraced by Lin Feng's arm around her waist, protected in his arms, while Lin Feng's left foot supported the ground, and his right foot delivered a lightning high kick, fiercely kicking against the approaching Jun Gu. Brother Jun reacted quickly too, crossing his arms to block Lin Feng's right leg. However, he underestimated the power and explosive force of the kick, and he felt like he had been hit by a speeding high-speed train. He flew directly 4 or 5 meters back, and finally smashed into the mouse. The two of them let out an ah at the same time, wailing continuously and in great pain. At this point, Lu Chao and the other 3 had all been defeated, lying on the ground wailing continuously and screaming in pain. "Wife, are you okay? Are you hurt?" Lin Feng asked his wife with concern as he held her. "No, I'm fine." Lu Shui shook her head. She had just been scared, not hurt. "Dad, you're so awesome." Just then, Xuanxuan ran over, looking at Lin Feng with admiration and adoration in her eyes. In her heart, her father was a hero, a superhero, the most awesome person in the world. Lin Feng fondly rubbed his daughter's little head and laughed, saying, "Xuanxuan is very brave too." After saying this, he told his wife, "You take Xuanxuan back inside, it's not safe out here, I'll call the police and let them handle it." "Young man, I already called the police." But just then, the door diagonally across from them suddenly opened, revealing the head of a fat woman, who said, "I've already called the police, but it's not safe here, you should go back inside." At that moment, she was still holding a kitchen knife in her hand, clearly keeping an eye on the outside. "Thank you, Auntie Wu." Lin Feng looked at the fat woman and thanked her. The two families were neighbors and often visited each other in their daily lives. Next, Lu Shui returned inside the house with her daughter in her arms. Her husband was right, it was indeed dangerous outside. Who knew if these people would suddenly rise up and take her and her daughter hostage? As for Lin Feng, he came up to Lu Chao carrying a box containing a tabby cat, crouched down, looked at him and asked, "Buddy, now can you tell me why you tried so hard to steal my cat?" "Damn it! This is clearly my cat, and I'm here to get my cat back. Is this stealing?" Lu Chao endured the pain and looked at Lin Feng angrily. "Ha ha! Your cat? So you can break into someone's house and steal their cat? And then beat me up? Let me tell you, you've broken the law and the police will be here to arrest you." Lin Feng sneered. "If anyone's going to be arrested, it's you. Look at what you've done to us. Let me tell you, you're guilty of intentional assault, and I'm going to sue you, and I'll make sure you go to jail for a long time." Lu Chao angrily shouted. "Hey, it seems you do know the law, even the crime of intentional injury." Lin Feng said in a strange tone, then he leaned closer and asked softly, "Buddy, let me ask you one more thing, why did you steal the cat? Is there something on the cat?" The other person's behavior was really strange. An ordinary tabby cat was not worth all this trouble, and it was really strange to just break in and steal the cat. Lin Feng couldn't help but suspect that there was probably something on the cat. When you heard this, Lu Chao's face suddenly changed, but he quickly recovered and pretended to be indifferent, calmly saying, "Nonsense. I won't hide it from you. I've actually kept this cat for 6 or 7 years, and I've developed feelings for it. I never thought it would sneak out. We found your house after checking the surveillance footage. We knocked for a long time but no one answered, so you broke in to steal the cat. Buddy, if you're going to lie, at least make a good excuse. The change in your expression just now has betrayed you. There must be something wrong with this cat. When the police arrive, I'll tell them." "I want the police," Lin Feng said in a strange voice. "Dare you?" Lu Chao angrily cursed as soon as he heard this, and a flash of panic also appeared in his eyes. He then stared at Lin Feng and menacingly threatened, "Kid, I advise you, don't meddle in other people's business. We are not ordinary people, you can't afford to offend us. Even if you're not thinking about yourself, think about your beautiful wife and daughter." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly let out a scream. Lin Feng slammed a fierce punch into Lu Chao's stomach. This punch was completely blasted out in Lin Feng's state of anger, so you can imagine how powerful it was. Lu Chao only felt his internal organs and intestines break for a moment. While screaming in pain, he rolled around and vomited acid. "I'll tell you, if you dare to hurt my wife and daughter, no matter who you are, I'll let you all die," Lin Feng said viciously, with murderous intent. The other party's words had obviously offended his. Just then, there was suddenly a chaotic sound of footsteps on the stairs, and then they saw 7 policemen rushing up and quickly surrounding the scene. And at the head was an old acquaintance, Wang Haoyang. Looking at Lin Feng, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment, and hurriedly came forward to greet him respectfully. "Lin Shini, why are you here? Didn't you go to Ma Hualong's house with the chief and Captain Zhang as guests?" Obviously, he was on good terms with Zhang Songtao, and learned about this incident from him. Now Lin Feng has already established a relationship with the director of the Public Security Bureau and the richest man in Dongchuan City, so naturally Wang Haoyang is even more respectful. "The party is over and I just got back." Lin Feng stood up and smiled. Wang Haoyang nodded and then looked at the 4 people lying down, Lu Chao, and asked in confusion, "What happened to these 4 people?" Lin Feng didn't waste any words and recounted everything that had happened. Wang Haoyang was furious after hearing it and immediately ordered that Lu Chao and his gang be arrested. Chapter 78, The Poor Tabby Cat. "Dr. Lin, I think there's something wrong with this cat. Otherwise, why would these people go to such lengths to steal a cat? This is so strange." After ordering Lu Chao and the others to be arrested, Wang Haoyang came to Lin Feng's side and asked in surprise. As a police officer, his vigilance in this regard is still very high. "Well, I also feel a bit strange." Lin Feng looked at the cat in the box and nodded, guessing, if my guess is correct, there should be something hidden inside the cat's stomach. When I first picked it up, it was having diarrhea, which meant that its intestines weren't feeling well. Could it be that animals hide drugs inside their bodies? Wang Haoyang thought of something and suddenly asked with a serious face. As a policeman, although he has never seen it with his own eyes, he has heard of such cases. Drug lords will use any despicable, treacherous and cunning means to transport drugs, not only hiding them in the anus of a human body, but even in the body of an animal to facilitate transportation. This method not only seriously injures small animals, but also causes great harm to society. It's really possible. In that case, if I keep the cat, I'll find a way to make it poop out whatever's in its intestines. If there really is that kind of thing, I'll contact the police immediately. Lin Feng nodded and said, Okay, then I'll trouble you, Dr. Lin. Wang Haoyang thanked him. You're welcome, this is what I should do. Lin Feng smiled. Next, Wang Haoyang grabbed the person and left. On the way, he called the drunk Shang Songtao, who immediately sensed something was wrong after hearing about the matter. Haoyang, this matter is no trivial matter. If it really is that thing, I'm afraid Dr. Lin will be in danger. In that case, you immediately arrange a large number of police to secretly protect Dr. Lin's family, got it? Zhang Songtao immediately said sternly. Yes. Wang Haoyang's heart leaped, and he immediately responded. I'll come over right away and interrogate these people myself. Good. Just as Zhang Songtao and Wang Haoyang interrogated the criminals overnight, Lin Feng was also busy. He also realized the seriousness of the matter, so after a moment's hesitation, he went to the pharmacy overnight and purchased laxatives. Sorry, little cat, if you really have that thing inside you, you must poop it out as soon as possible. Lin Feng said sorry to the cat while pouring the laxative into its mouth and making it swallow. Now the cat is seriously injured, and it should be allowed to rest and recuperate properly, let alone be given laxatives, which could easily cause secondary damage. But Lin Feng knows that if the thing in its body is not pulled out, the damage will be even greater. Honey, I'm a little worried. If there really is something in the cat's body, it means we've already been targeted. By then, Lu Shui came to Lin Feng's side and asked with some concern. Lin Feng turned his head and said with a relaxed and composed face, Don't worry, just now Captain Zhang called me. He arranged a large number of police to protect us and ensure that everything is fine. Besides, I'm here, no matter how many people come, I won't let them hurt a hair on your or your daughter's head. Hearing this, and looking at her husband's determined and confident expression, Lu Shui's heart finally sank. Is Xuanxuan asleep? Lin Feng asked. Yes, she was tired from playing today, and she fell asleep after lying down for a while. Lu Shui nodded. Lin Feng nodded. Meanwhile, in a private room of a nightclub, 4 men and 6 women were singing and drinking, and some were even doing something that made people blush, emitting a series of shameful sounds. The leader was a man in his 30s with short hair, over 1.8 meters tall, tattoos on his neck and arms, and a gold necklace, giving off a sense of a socialite. He was singing while crossing his legs. To his left and right, a beautiful woman dressed in a nurse's uniform and a Lolita girl dressed in a school uniform were attentively serving him, pressing his shoulders and back while occasionally rubbing their bodies against his, especially the chest, which was a particularly attractive area, large and white, constantly squeezing against the man and changing shape. The man's left hand was also being unfaithful, singing and slowly stroking the Lolita girl's snow-white thigh. Buzz. 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 Just then, the phone on the table suddenly vibrated and lit up. The man glanced at it and saw that it was a call from one of his subordinates named Su Jian. He didn't think much of it and picked up the phone to answer. Hello? At the other end of the line, Su Jian's anxious voice immediately sounded, Brother Long, it's bad, Lu Chao and the others have been arrested by the police. What? Upon hearing this, Li Long stood up abruptly in surprise, startling everyone. Even the man and woman in the dark stopped moving and looked over in surprise. Get the fuck out of here. Li Long couldn't hear clearly, so he immediately yelled at the people in the box. The 6 women were so scared that they turned pale and hurriedly ran outside. They knew that this person in front of them was not to be trifled with. If they offended him, they would not know how they would die. Even the woman in the dark, who hadn't even pulled her pants up properly, stumbled out of the room. The 3 men were also shocked, and hurriedly turned off the stereo, not daring to make a sound, and looked at Li Long in silence. Now, what happened? How were Lu Chao and the others arrested? Li Long asked with a stern face. Su Jian did not hesitate, and immediately told the story of how a civet cat with a hidden do ran out, and Lu Chao and the others went after it, and chased it all the way to Lin Feng's house, until Lu Chao and the other 4 were arrested and told everything. Useless trash, you can't even handle something this trivial. Li Long angrily cursed. Brother Long, what do we do now? Su Jian anxiously asked. Humph. Find a way to bring that cat back to me, and make sure the police don't find anything inside. I'll figure out how to deal with the police. Li Long said. Yes, I'll get right on it. Su Jian answered, then hurriedly hung up the phone. Li Long angrily kicked the table, then angrily waved his hand and said, "Follow me." He led 3 subordinates and stormed out of the compartment, disappearing at the end of the horizon. Lin Feng, of course, had no idea what was going on here. At the moment, he was patiently waiting next to the raccoon cat. Because of the laxatives, the raccoon cat, which was already a bit loose, had a reaction in his body in no time and immediately pulled up. Lin Feng saw this and his heart leapt with joy. He hurried over to check it out. At first, what came out was just some filth, nothing at all, but after 3 consecutive bowel movements, the 4th time the pain was so great that the tabby cat was howling and screaming, but it just wouldn't come out. Lin Feng sensed that something was wrong, so he picked up the cat and checked it out. He found that the cat's anus was blocked by a sphere made of a special material, very large, and severely blocking the anus. Sure enough, there was something hidden inside, but I didn't expect it to be so big. Damn it! These people are really fucking animals. This thing is so big, I don't know how much damage it has caused to the cat's body. If it can't be passed out, I'm afraid it will endanger its life. Lin Feng couldn't help but curse angrily when he saw this scene. Obviously, the other party had stuffed the sphere into the raccoon cat's body in an extremely barbaric and domineering way. In serious cases, it could also damage the intestines and stomach, causing fatal injuries. If it cannot be pulled out, I am afraid that it can only be removed by cutting open the stomach with a knife. With those people's ruthless and merciless nature, they will not take the cat to the hospital, but will directly and violently cut open the cat's stomach, and the result will be, the cat will definitely die. Thinking about this, and looking at the cat's painful appearance, Lin Feng suddenly felt a lot of anger well up inside him. Chapter 79, Surrounded by the Police. Honey, what's wrong? Why is the cat meowing so loudly? Lu Shui came out of the bedroom with sleepy eyes and closed the door, asking. It's really annoying. You can see for yourself. Lin Feng suppressed his anger and let his wife take a look at the cat's anus. A very large sphere was blocking it, and even the anus was already showing signs of being split open, bloody. Lu Shui's face changed at the sight. Ah. So big? This is what they hid inside the cat's body? How despicable, these people are nothing but animals, the poor cat. Husband, you have to think of a way to make it poop this thing out. I'm working on it. Lin Feng said as he opened the medical kit and took out tweezers and an alcohol lamp. Judging from the material of the sphere, it should be a kind of indigestible plastic. Without cutting it open, the simplest and most direct method is to break the sphere directly and pull it out little by little. So without hesitation, Lin Feng lit the alcohol lamp and placed the tweezer's tip over the flame to roast it. In no time, it turned a scarlet red. Wife, help me. Hold the cat down on the table and don't move. Be careful, don't get bitten. Lin Feng said. Okay. Lu Shui responded, hurrying up to help. At the moment, the cat was dying. The injury to its hind legs, coupled with continuous diarrhea, had left it extremely weak. Looking at Lu Shui coming over, it was still panting non-stop, but it no longer had the strength to struggle. Cat, don't be afraid, we're here to save you, good boy. Don't move. Lu Shui comforted him very gently, stroking the tabby cat's head. I don't know if it understood or if it just ran out of strength, but the tabby cat gradually stopped moving and stopped huffing at Lu Shui, so the latter easily fixed the tabby cat on the table, motionless. Lin Feng took this opportunity to quickly insert the red-hot tweezers a little at a time into the tan cat's anus. His hands were very steady and he did not touch the cat's flesh. Finally, the tip of the tweezers touched the top of the sphere. The searing heat softened the sphere a little and it was pierced a little. This was repeated over and over again, and half of the plastic sphere became super soft. Almost there, it should be ready to come out. Lin Feng saw that the time was almost right, so he used the tweezers to hold the sphere and gently pulled it outwards with a little force. Meow meow meow. The tanuki immediately felt the pain and let out a wail of anguish. Don't be afraid, cat, it'll be out soon, hang in there, come on. Seeing this scene, Lu Shui couldn't help but think of when she gave birth to her child, and her eyes began to well up with tears. She quickly comforted her gently. Wah 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 wah. The little golden hair was shaking its tail and kept barking, as if cheering the tanuki on. Although the tanuki was barking fiercely, it did not hurt Lu Shui and did not go to grab her or bite her. Okay, it's almost done, it's coming out, said Lin Feng, while exerting force. The sphere at the anus of the tanuki was pulled out little by little, and then completely detached. Great, it's done. Seeing this, Lu Shui was overjoyed. The raccoon cat was also suddenly relieved and stopped wailing. Lin Feng did not rush to check what was inside the sphere, but quickly took out some golden wound medicine and applied it to the raccoon cat's anus. Not only that, but he also immediately gave the raccoon cat a diarrhea medicine. After doing all this, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Next, let it rest well. It's so pitiful. I hope it can get through this. Lin Feng looked at the raccoon cat inside. After such an ordeal, even if the cat had 9 lives, I'm afraid it would have died 8 of them. It really is so pitiful. Lu Shui's eyes reddened as she said this, while stroking the raccoon cat's head. The latter was still very obediently rubbing its head against Lu Shui's hand. Lin Feng saw that the tanuki cat had stabilized, so he immediately turned his attention to the sphere. After opening it with tweezers, he suddenly discovered a transparent bag inside, and inside the bag was a large amount of white powder. After just one look, Lin Feng and Lu Shui's faces suddenly changed. Although the two of them had never seen real drugs before, they could roughly guess what it was. Damn it! It really is this thing, Lin Feng cursed. Hubby, call the police quickly. Lu Shui urged. Good. Lin Feng nodded and immediately dialed Wang Haoyang's phone number. The time rewound 10 minutes earlier. At that moment, Wang Haoyang was not at the police station, but was secretly waiting with more than 10 plainclothes policemen at various hidden places such as the gate, corridors, and stairs of the residential area. Obviously, their mission was to ensure Lin Feng's safety. Time passed by the minute. At first everything was normal. Just as the clock struck midnight, figures suddenly appeared on the east wall of the residential compound, one after the other, climbing over the wall and entering. It was dark, and these people were very skilled. They hid immediately after entering, making it difficult to find them. They thought their actions were flawless, and none of them were discovered. However, they did not realize that a plainclothes policeman was secretly watching them through binoculars in the corridor of the 3rd floor of a building. Team leader, suspicious people have been spotted. They climbed over the east wall and are now running towards Dr. Lin's building. The man immediately reported through the earpiece. Wang Haoyang's body immediately tensed up upon hearing this. Follow the original plan of action. Let them go upstairs first. Position yourselves at the 4th floor stairwell and surround them. Wang Haoyang gave the order. Yes. The plainclothes policemen responded in unison as the words fell. Meanwhile, under the leadership of Su Jian, 6 men were sneaking towards the 5th floor where Lin Feng was located. They had received reliable information that the raccoon dog was not in the hands of the police, but was still inside the target's home. Their mission, to take the raccoon cat with them and never reveal the secret it contains. However, they did not know that their every move was under the watchful eye of the police and that they had long since been surrounded. Chapter 80, Round them all up. We'll be on the 5th floor soon. Then, when the time comes, just blast the door open. After entering, no matter who it is, just beat the living daylights out of them. Su Jian ordered viciously in a low voice. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison and charged upstairs. However, as they passed the 3rd floor staircase, suddenly from the darkness upstairs, an object was thrown at them, landing with a clang on the ground and eventually coming to rest at their feet. What is it? Be careful. Su Jian and the others were startled, and they all stopped in unison and looked at the ground. Upon seeing it, they were all instantly terrified, for at their feet was a hand grenade, reflecting a dazzling cold light in the weak light. Holy shit! It's a grenade! Oh my god! Hurry, run! Get down! Su Jian and the others exclaimed, but the explosion they expected did not happen. Suddenly, a large amount of white smoke filled the grenade, quickly enveloping Su Jian and the others. After just one breath, they felt it was extremely pungent and irritating to the eyes, and they immediately coughed violently, their eyes constantly watering. It turned out that this was not a grenade at all, but a tear gas grenade. Su Jian and the others coughed while running upstairs and downstairs. However, just as they ran out of the range of the tear gas, plainclothes police officers armed with electric batons rushed up and attacked them. Crackling! The next second, a violent electric current swept over them, accompanied by screams. Su Jian and the others collapsed to the ground, instantly losing their ability to resist. In the blink of an eye, everyone was captured and became prisoners. Team leader, it's done, everyone's been arrested. The subordinate reported. Very well, immediately take them back. Wang Haoyang said coldly. Yes. The subordinate responded, immediately arresting Su Jian and the others and taking them back. Just then, Wang Haoyang's phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was a call from Lin Feng, so he quickly answered it. Hello? What's up, Dr. Lin? Wang Haoyang asked respectfully. I found counterfeit goods inside the cat. Hurry over. Lin Feng said. Damn. It really is that thing. Wait a minute, I'll be right over. Wang Haoyang hung up the phone and immediately rushed to the 5th floor with one of his men, knocking on the door. Ha? So soon? Hearing the knock on the door, Lin Feng couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect the other party to be so fast. He immediately went behind the door and looked through the peephole. After discovering that it was Wang Haoyang and the others, he opened the door. You came here really fast. After opening the door, Lin Feng looked at Wang Haoyang in surprise and said. Lin Shijin, we have been outside protecting your family. Just now, we caught a group of suspicious people. They should have come here to do you harm, trying to take the cat and destroy the evidence. Wang Haoyang replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's face sank. He didn't expect these guys to actually send someone. It seems that this is a group of organized dark forces. Thank you very much. Lin Feng thanked him. You're welcome, this is what we should do. Wang Haoyang said this and went straight to the point, asking, Lin Xingyi, where is the counterfeit medicine found in the cat? Where is it? It's here. Lin Feng directly handed it over, holding a bag in his hand, and inside the bag was a white powder. After Wang Haoyang took it, he looked at it carefully and said with certainty, it really is counterfeit medicine. Lin Feng said, the other party must be a group of organized and disciplined drug traffickers. They transport drugs by hiding them in animals. This raccoon dog must have accidentally escaped. There are definitely a large number of animals that are still hiding drugs. You must rescue these animals and round up these people. Once these counterfeit medicines are allowed to circulate, I don't know how many families will be ruined and torn apart. You must not get involved with any of the 3 evils, gambling, prostitution, and drugs. Once you become addicted, the consequences are unimaginable, and it will lead to bankruptcy, family separation, and even suicide. Okay, Lin Xingji, don't worry, team leader Zhang is now personally interrogating them at the station. With this evidence, they won't be able to keep quiet even if they want to. Wang Haoyang waved the drugs in his hand. Lin Feng nodded. Then, Dr. Lin, we will leave first. I need to take these people back to the police station immediately. Wang Haoyang said. Okay. Lin Feng nodded, you go ahead. After a brief farewell, Wang Haoyang led Su Jian and the others away. Of course, he also sent someone to stay behind to continue protecting the safety of Lin Feng's family. I never thought that just picking up a cat would lead to so many things. Lu Shui came over to Lin Feng inside. Yes. I didn't expect this either. Lin Feng nodded and said, at that time, he was just overcome with kindness, and since he could heal the raccoon dog, he brought it home. Who would have thought that there was such a big story behind this raccoon dog? But fortunately, with the assistance of the police, so many people have been arrested now, and with the evidence, I believe the police will soon be able to wipe out this group of drug traffickers. Those animals are so pitiful. Lu Shui looked at the civet cats and said with sympathy. Don't worry, the police will definitely be able to rescue them safely. Lin Feng said this, and suddenly put an arm around his wife's waist and the other around her neck, picking her up in a princess carry. Yeah. Lu Shui was startled and let out an exclamation, hubby, what are you doing? The night is long, of course it's sleeping, wife, has your period left? Lin Feng asked with a wicked smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui didn't walk away, her face immediately blushing, and she immediately thought of what her husband wanted to see, and that her period had left today. Nasty, you can't hide anything from me. Lu Shui said. Don't forget, I'm a doctor. Lin Feng said with a wicked smile while hugging his wife and walking towards his room. In the light, Lu Shui was wearing a one-piece light gauze nightdress that was barely visible, revealing her perfect figure. She had a protruding bust, a curvy behind, long legs, fair skin and a beautiful face. Her long, snow-white, straight legs were very eye-catching. Her white neck, towering breasts, and a face that was so beautiful it could make any man lose control were tinged with a hint of rosy blush. Lin Feng was burning with passion, and he embraced his wife and walked towards the bedroom. However, just as they reached the door, suddenly there was the sound of Xuanxuan's baby voice, full of wonder. "Mommy and Daddy, where are you going?" Hearing this voice, both Lu Shui and Lin Feng froze. It was as if a bucket of cold water had suddenly been poured over them, and the fire in their bodies suddenly went out. The two turned their heads and saw that Xuanxuan had opened the door to the other bedroom at some point and was looking at them with sleepy eyes while crossing her feet. Seeing this, Lu Shui immediately broke free from Lin Feng's embrace like a frightened little rabbit. "No, what are you doing? Xuanxuan, why are you awake?" Lu Shui asked in confusion. "It was noisy, so I woke up." Xuanxuan said this and reached out her hand towards Lin Feng. "Daddy, I want a hug too." "No cuddles, we're going to bed, we have to study tomorrow." Without further ado, Lu Shui took Xuanxuan by the hand and walked towards the bedroom. When they reached the door, she looked back and made a gesture, the meaning of which was clear. "Honey, wait for me for 30 minutes, I'll be right over." Then she slammed the door, leaving Lin Feng alone in the wind, disheveled and depressed.